Playing His Game by Tyla Walker.
Sadie really needs to catch a break.
And Cameron needs a fresh start.
Those long hours at the diner aren't getting Sadie any closer to securing a job with her marketing degree.
Cameron refuses to be just a footnote amongst his father's legacy.
She takes a leap of faith and applies for a position as a hotel maid for a luxurious new hotel chain.
One that is owned by Cameron, the brooding playboy.
But both of them will soon learn that not everything is as meets the eye.
You'll also want to get your hands on all the juicy content YouTube won't let us show you.
Trust me with this one. You do.
Head on over to TylaWalker.com and use code SAVE40 for a discount on the unabridged, unedited scenes.
Don't forget to like and subscribe to Ms. Tyla's channel.
Let her know to keep bringing you the heat.
You're listening to Tyla Walker's Playing His Game.
Chapter 1. Cameron. Sunlight pierces through my eyelids, and the throbbing in my head reminds me of last night's excesses. Something warm shifts beside me. Crap. Opening one eye, I catch a glimpse of honey-blonde hair spread across the Egyptian cotton pillowcase. The memories flood back. Martinis at the bar, her laugh, those legs in that dress. What was her name? Sarah? Sophie? Doesn't matter. Time for the classic exit strategy. I ease out of bed with practiced stealth, my muscles protesting as I gather my discarded boxer briefs from the floor. The carpet muffles my footsteps as I back away from the bed, watching her steady breathing. At least she's still asleep. In the living area of my suite, I run a hand through my disheveled hair and head straight for the espresso machine. The mechanical whir seems deafening in the morning quiet. I tap my fingers against the marble counter, willing the machine to work faster. Come on, you overpriced piece of... The rich aroma hits my nostrils as the dark liquid finally streams into my cup. I glance at the clock. 6:30 a.m. Perfect. There's still time to slip out before she wakes up. My phone buzzes on the counter, a reminder of the life waiting for me outside these walls. I grab the freshly brewed cup like a lifeline and pad over to the floor-to-ceiling windows. The city sprawls before me, already alive and pulsing despite the early hour. Yellow cabs crawl like insects far below. The morning sun glints off neighboring skyscrapers. I take a sip, letting the bitter warmth chase away some of the hangover fog. This view never gets old, even if the parade of morning-after encounters does. The coffee burns a path down my throat as I scroll through my phone, checking the latest messages from potential investors. My father's name pops up among them. Delete. I don't need his opinion on this venture. The concept of the Veil has been living in my head for years. A voyeur hotel where discretion meets desire, where the elite can explore their darkest fantasies without fear of tabloid headlines or social media scandals. This week's meetings have gone better than expected. These stuffy old money types practically salivated when I laid out the projected returns. I watched their eyes light up, dollar signs practically flashing across their pupils. My phone buzzes. Another message from the real estate agent about the downtown property. Perfect timing, I mutter, opening the attachment. The building's bones are exactly what I need. Art Deco architecture, private entrance options, and enough square footage to create separate spaces for different proclivities. The basement level alone could accommodate the more specialized requests I've already received from interested parties. Taking another sip of coffee, I pull up the membership applications. 50 pre-approved members already, each vetted through my private security firm, each willing to pay an obscene amount for the privilege of anonymity and indulgence. The names on the list read like a who's who of New York's elite. CEOs, politicians, celebrities hiding behind shell companies and NDAs. Just the kind of clientele I need to make this venture successful. And with their combined net worth, the sky-high membership fees I've set won't even make them blink. My father built his empire on luxury and tradition, boring, predictable. The Hawkins name has always meant old money and older values. But times are changing. The wealthy don't just want another 5-star hotel, they want experiences. They want to shed their public personas and explore who they really are behind closed doors. And I'm going to give them exactly that. The sleeping beauty in my bed stirs, reminding me I need to make my exit soon. I have a breakfast meeting with the contractors in an hour. Time to transform this vision into reality, one private room at a time. The marble bathroom calls to me like an oasis. I step inside, stripping off my boxer briefs and cranking the rainfall shower to scalding. Steam billows around me as I step under the spray, letting the hot water pound away the remnants of last night's activities. My mind wanders to the blueprints for voyeur as I work shampoo through my hair. The private elevator access points, the specialized soundproofing, the discreet parking garage entrance, every detail designed for absolute privacy. The trust fund babies and CEOs will pay through the nose for that kind of guarantee. No more yes, Dad. And of course, Dad, I mutter, rinsing off the lather. This is my freaking legacy. The water sluices down my chest, each drop a reminder of my resolve. I brace my hands against the cool tile wall, feeling the tension in my muscles. 20 years of being the good son, following the prescribed path, playing by his rules. But not anymore. My jaw clenches as the steam thickens around me, obscuring everything but my determination. This is my time, my vision, my empire. I shut off the shower and grab a towel, wiping condensation from the mirror. My reflection stares back. 6 feet 2 inches of carefully maintained perfection. Years of boxing and weight training have carved definition into every muscle. A fighter's body wrapped in designer suits. The steam has left my black hair damp and tousled, but that'll be fixed before my meeting. Time to show them what a real empire looks like. I dress quickly and silently, sliding into last night's suit with practiced ease. The girl, Sandra, Stella, hasn't stirred. Good. These goodbyes are always awkward, and I've got better things to do than exchange empty promises. Grabbing my phone and wallet, I slip out of the suite without a sound. The hallway stretches empty before me, thick carpet muffling my footsteps as I head for the elevator. Another conquest left behind, forgotten before the doors even close. I have bigger priorities. Time to build my kingdom. The elevator doors slide open to the lobby, and I adjust my tie, catching my reflection in the polished brass. It's not that I'm a jerk. I just know better than to lead anyone on. These women deserve someone who can give them what they want, and right now, that's not me. My shoes click against the marble as I approach the front desk. The morning clerk straightens up, recognition flickering across his face. Mr. Hawkins, good morning. Morning, James. I lean against the counter, keeping my voice low. The guest in my suite. Make sure she's comfortable. Room service, spa services, whatever she wants today. Put it all on my card. He nods, fingers already moving across the keyboard. Of course, sir. And regarding your information? Complete discretion. Don't give her my name or any details if she asks. Understood, sir. Will there be anything else? My phone buzzes. The contractor confirming our breakfast meeting. No, that's all, thanks. The guilt that used to nag at me during these morning after exits faded years ago. Better a clean break than empty promises. These women come to places like this looking for their Christian Grey fantasy, some rich guy to sweep them off their feet. But I've got bigger plans than playing Prince Charming. Besides, they always land on their feet. A day of pampering at a 5-star hotel isn't exactly a terrible consolation prize. I exit through the hotel's revolving doors and slide into the back seat of my waiting car. The Mercedes door closes with a satisfying thunk, sealing out the city noise. Frank, my driver, pulls away from the curb as I loosen my tie. My phone vibrates. My assistant Jessica's name lights up the screen. Talk to me. They're in. Jessica's voice carries that precise mix of professional calm and barely contained excitement. Just got off the call with Richardson. The other stakeholders followed his lead. Unanimous approval across the board. I lean back against the leather seat, a smile tugging at my lips. Numbers. Initial investment of $50 million, with the option to double once we hit our first quarter projections. The contracts are being drawn up as we speak. And the special provisions? Approved without question. They're practically drooling over the exclusivity clause. Perfect. The tension in my shoulders releases. Send everything to legal. I want those contracts airtight. Already done. And Mr. Hawkins? There's a pause. Your father called the office this morning. My jaw tightens. Delete the message. He mentioned something about the board meeting next. Delete it, Jessica. I'm done playing heir apparent to his vanilla empire. Understood. Should I move forward with the staff recruitment? I watch the city blur past my window. Green light on everything. It's game time. I'll set up the interviews for next week, starting with security and service personnel. Good. And Jessica, make sure they understand what they're signing up for. I don't want any pearl clutching when they see what voyeur really is. Trust me, the NDAs could survive a nuclear blast. Anything else? That's all. Keep me updated. I end the call and close my eyes, letting the satisfaction wash over me like a warm wave. 5 years of relentless planning, of meticulously building connections, and of proving myself to investors who saw me as nothing but Harrison Hawkins' spoiled son. I've shed that skin. This is my empire now. Now it's my turn to show them what real innovation looks like.
Chapter 2. Sadie. The coffee seeps through my white uniform shirt, the hot liquid making me gasp. Another stain to add to my collection. At least the burn isn't as bad as last week's. I'm so sorry about that. I grab a napkin from the dispenser, dabbing at my shirt, while the businessman in his $1,000 suit doesn't even look up from his phone. Whatever. Just get me another coffee, and make it quick this time. My fingers clench around the napkin. 4 years of college for this? The diner's fluorescent lights flicker, matching my mood. A marketing degree gathering dust while I dodge grabby hands and condescending smirks. Here's your check, sir. I slide it onto his table, careful to keep my distance this time. He throws a 20 on the table and walks out. The bill was $18.50. A whole $1.50 tip. How generous. I stuff the money in my apron pocket as Denise, our 60-something hostess, shuffles past. You okay, honey? That coffee looked nasty. Just another day in paradise. The coffee is cooling against my skin, making the fabric stick uncomfortably. I swear these suits get worse every week. Did you see table 12 earlier? Left me exactly 0 for running back and forth with their endless refills. At least your shift's almost over. I check my phone. 2 more hours of this hell. My student loan payment notification glares at me, a monthly reminder of my poor life choices. Should have gone into trades like Dad suggested. Don't remind me. I've still got 3 more tables of finance bros looking down their noses at the help. The bell above the door chimes. Another group in expensive suits files in, already barking into their phones. Great. Just great. I step out the back door of the diner, inhaling the crisp air. The stench of grease and burnt coffee fades, replaced by the slightly fresher smell of car exhaust and damp pavement. I lean against the brick wall, grateful for the 5-minute reprieve from the chaos inside. If one more square asks for a refill, I might lose it, I mutter to myself. The sun peeks out from behind a cloud, warming my face. I close my eyes, letting my mind wander. It's a dangerous game, thinking about what could have been, but sometimes it's all that keeps me sane. I picture myself in a sleek office, dressed in a fitted blazer and pencil skirt, not this coffee-stained mess. I'm presenting marketing strategies to a room full of attentive faces, not balancing trays of food for ungrateful customers. God, how different life would be, I sigh, if I could just land one marketing job. I open my eyes and glance at my phone, scrolling through the job applications I've sent out. No new responses. Figures. It's like shouting into the void. Why does no one call back? I wonder aloud. Is it my age? My lack of experience? I laugh bitterly. How am I supposed to get experience if no one gives me a damn chance? The door creaks open behind me, and Denise pokes her head out. You okay out here? Yeah, I say, forcing a smile. Just needed some air. She steps out fully, closing the door softly behind her. You're too smart for this place, you know. Tell that to my student loans, I snort. You'll get your break, she says, patting my arm. Just don't forget about us little people when you do. I chuckle. Trust me, if I ever get out of here and into some fancy office, I'll remember what it's like to be treated like crap by people who think they're better than you. Denise nods knowingly. It's not just about getting out, it's about remembering where you came from. Exactly. I look at her, feeling a swell of determination. When, not if, I get that job, I'll make sure everyone knows they're valued. She smiles warmly at me before heading back inside. The door swings shut with a soft thud. I take one last deep breath before pushing off the wall and re-entering the diner. The clatter of dishes and murmur of conversations hit me like a wave. Time to dive back in. I drag my feet up 3 flights of stairs, cursing our building's perpetually broken elevator. The key sticks in the lock like always, requiring the special jiggle and lift maneuver I've perfected over the last year. My roommate Tyla is sprawled across our secondhand couch, her laptop perched precariously on her knees. Her wild curls are piled in a messy bun, and she's wearing her favorite Nirvana t-shirt with holes in all the right places. You look like you've been through war, she says, not looking up from her screen. I drop my bag by the door and collapse onto our ancient armchair. Try the 9th circle of hell. Some suit dumped his coffee all over me, then had the audacity to snap his fingers for a refill. No way. Oh, it gets better. Table 12 left me 0 tip after running me ragged for an hour. Jerks. She clicks away at something. What happened to your shirt? The coffee incident. And before you ask, yes, it hurt, and no, he didn't apologize. That's it. You need a new job. Her eyes suddenly widen. Holy crap. Perfect timing. What? Did you finally find your soulmate on Tinder? Better. Look at this. She turns her laptop toward me. New luxury hotel opening. They're hiring housekeeping staff. The pay is... She whistles. Way better than your diner gig. A maid? My voice cracks. 4 years of college just to clean up after rich people? I sink deeper into the armchair, pulling at a loose thread on my coffee-stained uniform. Come look at this before you go all dramatic on me. Tyla waves me over, her laptop screen casting a blue glow on her face. It's not just any hotel. It's some fancy new chain in Colorado. I drag myself up and lean over her shoulder, scanning the listing. $30 an hour? The numbers make my head spin. That can't be right. Plus room and board during training, and they fly you out for the final interview. She scrolls down. Look, they even cover your flight and hotel for the screening. There's got to be a catch. I squint at the screen. What kind of hotel pays maids that much? Who cares? It's triple what you make at the diner. And bonus, no more coffee stains. But Colorado? That's like actual mountains and snow and stuff. I straighten up, running a hand through my messy ponytail. I've never even left North Carolina. Exactly. Tyla spins around, her eyes lighting up. Adventure. Something new. Better than being stuck here forever. I don't know. What's the worst that could happen? They say no? She raises an eyebrow. Or you could stay here getting burned by coffee and stiffed on tips. The memory of today's coffee incident makes my shirt stick uncomfortably to my skin. It starts with a phone interview. Yep, 0 risk, potential huge reward. She grins. Come on, where's your sense of adventure? Probably buried under my student loan statements. I bite my lip, staring at the listing. Precisely. Delilah's eyes light up as she pulls up a calculator on her phone. Look, at $30 an hour, that's like $60,000 a year. Your loans would be toast in what, 2 years? I sink back into the armchair, my mind racing through the numbers. Plus room and board during training? That's, my fingers drum against the coffee-stained uniform. That's actual savings potential. And Colorado's has got way more opportunities than this dead-end town. She tosses her phone aside and leans forward. Tech companies, startups, marketing firms that actually hire people our age. You really think I should go for it? Girl, remember what that recruiter told you last week? She mimics a nasally voice. We're looking for someone with more local experience. Like, what does that even mean? That I should have been born with 10 years of experience already loaded into my brain? I pull my legs up under me, wincing as my coffee-burned skin protests. Exactly. But Colorado, fresh start, new market. No one knowing you as that girl who's been serving coffee since high school. The possibility starts to take root. And with actual savings, I could take some marketing certification courses. Now you're thinking, Delilah bounces on the couch. Plus, have you seen Colorado guys? All that hiking and skiing, much better than these wannabe Wall Street bros. I throw a throw pillow at her. I'm not moving across the country for guys. No, you're moving for the money. The hot mountain men are just a bonus. She dodges the pillow with practiced ease. I gaze at the job posting, convinced there must be some kind of catch while admitting it could be exactly the chance I've been waiting for. What's really keeping you here? Delilah sits up straighter, her expression turning serious. Not family, not anyone. I twist a loose strand of hair around my finger. I've got you. Please. She rolls her eyes. I'm not going anywhere, but I'm also not letting you use me as an excuse to stay stuck. Besides, we've got FaceTime, texting, all that stuff. But what if... Nope. She cuts me off, already pulling up the application form. No what ifs, you're doing this. My stomach knots as she starts filling in basic information. Hold up, you're not actually... Name, Sadie Mills. She types with dramatic flair. Current occupation, coffee-stained warrior princess. Give me that. I lunge for the laptop, but she twists away. Education, bachelor's in marketing, summa cum laude, because you're a freaking genius who's wasting away serving entitled jerks. You're impossible, but I'm laughing now, the knot in my stomach loosening. Special skills. She taps her chin. Expert at dodging coffee spills and dealing with entitled customers with grace. That's not perfect qualification for handling rich hotel guests, if you ask me. She spins the laptop toward me. There, I did the hard part. Now you just need to fill in the important stuff and hit send. I scan what she's written. Surprised to find it's actually professional and well-worded. When did you get good at this? I've had like 20 different jobs this year alone. I'm basically a professional application writer at this point. She nudges the laptop closer. Come on, what have you got to lose? The coffee stain on my shirt has dried into an ugly brown splotch. I think about tomorrow's shift, and the next after that. You know what? I pull the laptop onto my knees. You're right. Hell yes, I am. My fingers hover over the keyboard for a moment before I start typing. To hell with it. Colorado, here I come. That's my girl. Delilah bounces on the couch. Now hurry up before you change your mind.
Chapter 3. Cameron. I follow Rob, my lead contractor, through the polished marble halls of my newest venture. The mountain views through the floor-to-ceiling windows take my breath away, but it's the attention to detail inside that has me nodding with satisfaction. The private suites exceed expectations, Rob says, scanning his keycard. We've incorporated all the specialized features without compromising the luxury aesthetic. The door opens to a sprawling penthouse suite. Dark wood, cream walls, and subtle lighting create an atmosphere of refined indulgence. Show me the features. Rob presses a discreet panel by the bed. One-way mirrors activate here, completely invisible when inactive. The walls shimmer briefly. And here, he touches another button, and a portion of the ceiling smoothly parts, lowering elegant suspension hardware that could pass for modern art when not in use. The private dipping pool? I ask. Through here? He leads me to an alcove where a deep soaking tub nestles against panoramic windows. Temperature controlled, with privacy screens that can be adjusted from 0 to full opacity. The adjacent sauna catches my eye, a masterpiece of glass and cedar. The viewing arrangement? Plush seating area here. Rob gestures to leather loungers positioned with clear sightlines. The glass is treated with our proprietary coating, crystal clear visibility, but with optional privacy settings. I run my hand along the smooth wood. And the private entrance? Dedicated elevator from the parking garage, plus a service corridor that connects to the main wing. Complete discretion for our VIP guests. Perfect. The space is exactly what I envisioned. Luxury and possibility woven seamlessly together. What about soundproofing? Triple-layered walls, specialized insulation. You could host a symphony in here and the next suite wouldn't hear a note. I take one final look around the suite, already imagining the exclusive clientele who will make this their private sanctuary. Excellent work, Rob. This is exactly what I wanted. What about staffing? Rob asks, tucking his tablet under his arm. We've got specialized training modules ready for the amenities. Perfect timing. I check my watch. My assistant's set up in my office with the applications. We'll start calls today. The elevator ride to my office gives me a moment to appreciate how everything's falling into place. The leather portfolio under my arm contains final specs that exceed my vision. Dad can keep his cookie-cutter luxury hotels. This is going to revolutionize the industry. Mr. Hawkins. My assistant Jessica rises from her desk as I enter. I've sorted the applications by department and flagged the most promising candidates. You're a gem. I loosen my tie and settle behind my desk. Let's start with security. Hours blur past as we conduct preliminary phone interviews. The head of security position goes to a former Special Forces operator who asks all the right questions about discretion protocols. The executive chef spot is filled by a Michelin-starred maverick looking for a new challenge. Next up, housekeeping and service staff, Amanda says, handing me a fresh stack of files. These need extra scrutiny. They'll have the most direct contact with guests. I scan the first application, then toss it aside. No one under 25 for these positions. We need people with enough life experience to handle unique situations. Noted. Amanda adjusts her sorting criteria on her tablet. I've also highlighted candidates with high-end hospitality backgrounds. Good. I lean back, rolling my shoulders. Let's power through these. I want offers going out by the end of the week. I grab the next application. The sooner we get staff in training, the sooner we can open doors. I rub my temples as Jessica dials the next candidate. The speakerphone crackles to life. Well, hello there, sugar. A voice dripping with southern honey fills my office. "This is Betty Mae Johnson." Jessica checks the resume. "Miss Johnson, thank you for applying. Your application states you're 35. "Why, yes, darling. 35 and holding." She giggles, the sound grating against my ears. I lean forward. "Miss Johnson, can you tell me about your experience in luxury hospitality?" "Oh, honey. I worked at the finest establishment in Tupelo for 20 years. 20 years? I interrupt, shooting Jessica a look. "Starting at 15? Well," the line goes quiet. A lady never reveals her true age. "Thank you for your time, Miss Johnson." I end the call and toss the resume in the reject pile. Next. We burn through 3 more candidates. One can't stop giggling, another keeps calling me sir in a way that makes my skin crawl, and the third admits she's allergic to cleaning products. Last one for today. Jessica pulls up the file. Sadie Mills, 26, from North Carolina. I nod, already reaching for my coffee. Let's get this over with. Jessica dials, and after 2 rings, a clear voice answers. Hello? Miss Mills, this is Jessica Chen from The Vale, the new hotel opening in Colorado. We received your application. Do you have time for a brief phone interview? Yes, absolutely. Her voice is steady, professional, a refreshing change from the last few calls. I lean toward the speaker. Miss Mills, this is Cameron Hawkins. Tell me why you're interested in this position. Honestly? She pauses. The opportunity sounds incredible, but I should be upfront. I actually have a marketing degree. I've been working in food service while job hunting in my field, but the position you're offering would allow me to pay down student loans and possibly relocate somewhere with more marketing opportunities. Her candor catches me off guard. No bullcrap, no desperate pleading, just straight facts. I appreciate your honesty, I say, finding myself sitting up straighter. Tell me about your current work experience. Through the phone line, I hear the clash of plates and the buzz of conversation. A man's voice bellows, "Order up," followed by rapid-fire kitchen Spanish. Sorry about the background noise, Sadie says. I'm on my break. Tell me about handling difficult customers, I say, finding myself oddly intrigued by her voice, confident despite the chaos surrounding her. Well, just this morning I had a Wall Street type dump his coffee all over the table because it wasn't hot enough. Instead of matching his attitude, I brought him a fresh cup with a smile and some extra creamer. He left me a 20. She pauses as someone shouts her name. 1 second. I'm coming, Tony. Sorry my break's almost up. But yeah, whether it's drunk college kids at 2 a.m. or CEOs having breakfast meetings, I've learned to read people and give them what they need. I lean forward, sharing a look with Jessica. This one's different. The position requires some unique considerations. Are you comfortable with regular health screenings? Monthly STD tests would be mandatory. What? The background noise dims, like she stepped away. STD tests? For housekeeping? And there would be a complete image consultation upon arrival. Wardrobe, styling, the works, all expenses covered, of course. Is this some kind of joke? Not at all. The position requires discretion and sophistication. We provide full training. I pause, gauging her reaction. Are these terms problematic? No, She takes a breath. I guess I didn't expect that for a hotel maid position. I clear my throat, letting my voice drop to a lower, more intimate register. Miss Mills, the Vale isn't just another luxury hotel. We cater to a very specific clientele, people who wish to explore their deepest fantasies in complete privacy and safety. I don't understand. Her voice wavers slightly. We're creating a sanctuary where consenting adults can live out their desires. Some enjoy being watched. Others prefer to watch. All perfectly legal, all completely consensual. The line goes quiet. I can practically hear her processing this information. The health screenings are mandatory for everyone, guests and staff alike. Your safety is paramount. I lean back in my chair. And let me be crystal clear. Staff are never required to participate in any activities. Your job would be to maintain our exacting standards of service and discretion. Nothing more. But the image consultation... When you're serving champagne to a Saudi prince or tidying up after a CEO's private party, you need to look the part. We provide a complete wardrobe, styling services, even a personal trainer if desired. Everything to ensure you project the sophistication our guests expect. And the security? How do you keep staff safe? Smart girl. I like that she's asking the right questions. State-of-the-art surveillance in all public areas. Panic buttons integrated into staff uniforms. Security personnel on every floor. Plus, every guest undergoes extensive background checks. One hint of inappropriate behavior towards staff means immediate, permanent banishment. That's thorough. We take care of our people, Miss Mills. The salary we discussed, plus full benefits, housing, and discretionary bonuses. In return, we expect absolute professionalism and discretion. I pause. So, are you still interested? The silence stretches across the phone line. I drum my fingers on my mahogany desk, picturing this woman in her diner uniform, weighing her options. Time to sweeten the deal. Look, Miss Mills, let me be frank. You're serving coffee to ungrateful assholes who probably can't even pronounce espresso correctly. Meanwhile, I'm offering you a position that pays more in a month than you'd make in 3 at that diner, plus housing, benefits, and a chance to build something extraordinary. A clatter of dishes in the background, followed by what sounds like an argument between kitchen staff. Tony, I said I need 5 more minutes. She sighs into the phone. Mr. Hawkins, this is a lot to process. The job description is very different from what I expected. Life-changing opportunities usually are. I loosen my tie, leaning back in my chair. But here's the thing. You've already shown more potential in this conversation than the last 20 candidates combined. You're smart, direct, and you know how to handle difficult people. Those are exactly the qualities we need. Could I... She pauses, and I hear her take a deep breath. Would it be possible to have the afternoon to think about it? This is a big decision. I check my watch. It's just past 2. I'll call you back at 8 tonight. But Miss Mills? I let my voice drop lower. Don't let fear of the unknown hold you back. Sometimes the biggest risks bring the greatest rewards. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. I'll have an answer for you tonight. 8 o'clock sharp. I end the call and turn to Jessica. Flag her file. There's something different about this one.
Chapter 4. Sadie. My knuckles whiten against the steering wheel as I navigate through evening traffic. The phone call replays in my mind, each word more surreal than the last. A voyeur hotel. The deep, confident voice of that man, explaining it so casually, like he was discussing the weather instead of whatever this is. Get it together, Sadie, I mutter to myself, switching lanes. My old Honda protests with a concerning rattle. People actually do this stuff. Normal people, right? The light turns red, and I drum my fingers against the wheel. The coffee stains on my uniform still smell bitter, a reminder of my current reality. $30 an hour sounds like a dream, but at what cost? Monthly STD tests? The words taste foreign on my tongue. I've barely kissed anyone, let alone... My stomach tightens. A horn honks behind me. The light's green. I press the gas, my mind wandering to those makeover comments. Do I need one? What's wrong with how I look now? They probably want someone who looks experienced. I say to my reflection in the rearview mirror. Someone who knows what they're doing. Someone who's actually done it before. My ponytail's coming loose. wisps of hair falling around my face. Not some virgin who wears oversized t-shirts and can barely walk in heels. The evening sun catches my nose ring, making it glint. That's about as rebellious as I've ever gotten. And now I'm considering working at what's essentially a high-end club. My phone sits heavy in my cup holder, waiting for that call back. He said he'd phone tonight for my answer. But what answer can I give? I'm so far out of my depth, I can't even see the shore anymore. The familiar potholed parking lot of my apartment complex comes into view. What kind of people even go to these places? Rich people, obviously. People who aren't afraid to ask for what they want. People who know what they're doing. Not people like me. I collapse onto our threadbare sofa, kicking off my coffee-stained sneakers. The springs creak under my weight. A familiar sound in our budget-friendly apartment. Delilah emerges from her bedroom, her curly hair wild around her face, wearing her favorite Led Zeppelin shirt. You look like you've been through it. Another tough day at the diner? I got the phone interview for that hotel position. No way. She bounces onto the couch beside me. Details, now. I pull at a loose thread on my uniform. Remember how we said it was too good to be true? Yeah. Well, it's not exactly a normal hotel. My fingers twist the thread tighter. It's a voyeur hotel. A what now? Like a fancy passion club disguised as a high-end hotel. The words tumble out. They want monthly STD tests, and there's this whole makeover thing, and hold up. Delilah grabs my shoulders. You're telling me this place is basically a bougie palace. Delilah, what? That's what it is, right? She lets go, tucking her legs under her. What are the benefits again? $30 an hour, room and board covered during training, all expenses paid, trip to Colorado for the final interview? Girl, what's the problem? That sounds amazing. The problem is I'd be cleaning rooms where people... I wave my hands vaguely. Have done it? Delilah snorts. Newsflash, that happens in regular hotels too. But this is different. It's like the whole point of the place. So, she shrugs. You're not the one doing it. You're just keeping things clean, making bank, and living in Colorado. Which, by the way, has legal weed. Of course that's what you focus on. I grab a throw pillow and hug it to my chest. I don't know if I can do it. I'm not exactly experienced in that department. You don't need to be experienced to clean up after other people's experiences. But it would help, I say, squeezing the pillow tighter. What if I walk in on something and completely freeze up? Or worse, what if they want me to participate? The thought sends a shiver down my spine. Girl, please. Delilah rolls her eyes, tugging at her Led Zeppelin shirt. You're not applying to be a performer. You're going to be cleaning empty rooms. But no buts. She scoots closer, poking my arm. When was the last time you did anything exciting? And I mean actually exciting, not staying up late to binge watch true crime documentaries. That's different. Exactly my point. You spent 4 years with your nose in marketing textbooks while the rest of us were living. You're 26, babe. Time to get out there. I was focused on my future. And how's that working out for you? She gestures at my coffee-stained uniform. This could be your ticket out. Plus, Colorado's gorgeous. Think of the mountains, the fresh air, The naked people? Hey, some of us consider that a perk? She winks. Come on, what's the worst that could happen? I could die of embarrassment. You're not gonna... My phone buzzes against the coffee table, the screen lighting up with an unknown Colorado number. My stomach drops. Oh, crap. Delilah whispers. It's him, isn't it? I stare at the phone like it might bite me. What do I do? Answer it, you dork. But what do I say? Say yes. She grabs for the phone, but I snatch it away. This is your chance to actually live a little. The phone continues its insistent buzzing, each vibration making my heart race faster. My trembling finger hits the answer button, and I quickly switch to speaker before I can chicken out. Hello, Miss Mills. His voice fills our tiny living room, deep and smooth like aged whiskey. I appreciate you taking my call. Delilah's eyes go wide. She mouths, "He sounds hot AF," while fanning herself dramatically. I shoot her a warning look. Thank you for calling back. I manage, my voice steadier than I feel. I trust you've had time to consider our unique opportunity. A pause. I know it's not exactly conventional. Delilah nods enthusiastically, making exaggerated go-on gestures. I have, I say, twisting the hem of my coffee-stained uniform. It's definitely different from what I expected. Different can be good. His voice drops lower, more intimate. We're creating something revolutionary here, something exclusive, special. My stomach does a little flip. Delilah pretends to swoon onto the couch. So, Miss Mills, he continues, would you like to proceed to the next stage? I freeze. Delilah sits up, pointing at the phone and mouthing, "Say yes," repeatedly. The springs creak beneath me as I shift. My mind races through all the reasons this is crazy. The job description, the risks, the complete upheaval of my life. But then I think about my current situation. The diner, the dead-end job search, the mounting student loans. Yes, I hear myself say. I'd like to proceed. Excellent choice. The satisfaction in his voice sends a shiver down my spine. There's a plane leaving Charlotte Douglas International tomorrow at 2 p.m. Your ticket will be waiting at the counter. First class, naturally. Wait, tomorrow, my voice cracks. That's so soon. I haven't even packed, and I need to tell the diner. Miss Mills. His voice cuts through my spiral. Are you really concerned about giving notice to a place that pays you minimum wage and treats you like crap? Delilah snorts next to me, nodding vigorously. Well, no, but then what's the problem? Pack a bag tonight. Everything else can be handled from Colorado. My fingers twist in the fabric of my stained uniform. He's right. What am I really leaving behind? A job that barely covers my bills and a stack of rejection letters from marketing firms. I guess. I pause. Something clicking. Wait, how did you already have a ticket ready? You didn't know I'd say yes. A low chuckle comes through the speaker. I'm a very good judge of character, Miss Mills. You seem like a smart girl. And your voice during our interview told me everything I needed to know. My voice? You're desperate for change. I could hear it in every word, the way you described your current situation, your aspirations. You're stuck in a life that's too small for you. Heat creeps up my neck. Am I that transparent? Plus, he adds, I always get what I want, and I want you on that plane tomorrow. Delilah's eyebrows shoot up, and she fans herself dramatically. That's pretty presumptuous, I managed to say. Presumptuous would be booking you a non-refundable ticket. This one's fully flexible. I just happen to be optimistic about your answer. Okay, I'll be on that flight tomorrow, I say, ending the call before I can change my mind. Delilah launches herself off the couch with a shriek that could wake the dead. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Del, the neighbors? Screw the neighbors. She grabs my hands, peeling me up to dance around our cramped living room. You're going to Colorado to work at a dirty, seedy hotel with that voice on the other end of the phone. It's just a job, I protest. but can't help laughing as she spins me around, narrowly avoiding our rickety coffee table. Just a job? Girl, did you hear him? I always get what I want, she mimics in a deep voice. That man could read a phone book and make it sound dirty. Stop it. But there's a flutter in my stomach, remembering his confident tone. In first class? Who flies their maids first class? She collapses onto the couch, fanning herself. This is going to be amazing. You're going to have so much fun, meet interesting people, maybe even... If you say lose my virginity, I swear, I wasn't. She holds up her hands. But now that you mention it, I grab a throw pillow and smack her with it. You got me into this mess you're helping me pack. Fine, fine. She bounces up, heading for my room. But we're definitely not packing any of your oversized t-shirts. You're going to a hotel, not a slumber party. I need something to sleep in. That's what Victoria's Secret is for, honey. She throws open my closet doors. Now let's see what we can salvage from this sad collection of comfort wear.
Chapter 5. Cameron. I stand in the marble-floored lobby, adjusting my cufflinks as I watch the front entrance. The morning sun streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long shadows across the pristine space. My own hotel. Not my father's. Mine. The first car just passed security, sir, Jessica says, tablet in hand. Perfect. I straighten my already straight tie. Let's see what we've got. The glass doors slide open and the first group enters. A tall man with tattoo sleeves visible beneath his rolled-up shirt strides in confidently. Our new head of security, ex-military. Behind him, a petite woman with striking silver hair pulled into an elegant chignon, the hospitality manager who used to run exclusive clubs in Vegas. Welcome to the Vale, I say, extending my hand. I trust the flight was comfortable. Like a dream, the security head, Marcus, says with a firm handshake. Never flew private before. The next car brings our specialty bartender, a muscular guy with an impressive handlebar mustache, and our head chef, a woman with multicolored hair who's worked in 3-star Michelin restaurants. The kitchen is state-of-the-art, I tell her. You'll have everything you need. It better be, she replies with a knowing smirk. What I have planned requires nothing less. The lobby fills with excited chatter as more staff arrives. The massage therapists, the event coordinators, the concierge team, each one carefully selected, each bringing unique skills and experience. The energy is electric. These people understand the vision, embrace it. I check my watch. One more car to arrive. My pulse quickens slightly, though I'm not sure why. Just pre-opening jitters, I tell myself. Everything has to be perfect. Sir? Jessica appears at my elbow. The final car just passed the gate. I nod, smoothing down my jacket. Almost there. Almost real. The last group enters, and I take a moment to survey my carefully curated team. Perfect. Time to set the tone. Ladies and gentlemen, I say, my voice carrying across the marble expanse. Welcome to the Vale. You're here because you represent the finest in your respective fields. What we're creating isn't just another luxury hotel. It's a sanctuary for those who dare to explore their deepest desires without judgment. Jessica appears at my side with a stack of documents, right on schedule. Before we proceed, you'll need to sign these NDAs. What happens at the Vale stays at the Vale. That includes everything you see, hear, or experience during your employment here. While Jessica distributes the papers, I continue. Our clientele will include CEOs, celebrities, politicians, people who value their privacy above all else. One breach of confidentiality, one slip on social media, and you're not just fired, you're legally screwed. The scratch of pens fills the silence as they sign. Once Jessica collects the last document, I gesture toward the elevator. Now for the good part. Follow me. We move through the hotel like a small parade. "The Diamond Suite," I say, opening a door to reveal a sprawling space with mirrored walls and a circular bed. Notice the one-way glass overlooking the indoor pool. Our guests can watch the swimmers without being seen. "What about security protocols?" Marcus asks, examining the electronic locks. "Triple-layer authentication, biometrics, key cards, and personal codes. No one gets in without proper clearance." The chef, Maria, points to a discreet panel near the bed. "Room service?" "Available 24/7 with special menus tailored to enhance the experience." We pass through the Ruby Wing, with its themed rooms and private theater, then the Sapphire Level's exclusive spa. "What's your policy on guest staff interaction?" one of the massage therapists asks. "Strictly professional. We're here to facilitate fantasies, not participate in them. Any guest who crosses that line gets their membership revoked immediately." The questions keep coming as we tour, and I answer each with practiced ease. These people need to understand, we're not just selling intimacy. We're selling sophistication, discretion, and unparalleled service. "Training begins tomorrow at 9 sharp, I announce, scanning the assembled group. "You'll each receive detailed schedules outlining your specific programs, security protocols, emergency procedures, guest interaction guidelines. We'll cover it all." A blonde in a dress that barely qualifies as clothing slinks through the crowd, her hips swaying with exaggerated movement. She positions herself directly in front of me, twirling a strand of hair. "Mr. Hawkins," she purrs, trailing a manicured finger down my tie. "I'd love some private instruction. Maybe we could do a trial run of the facilities. I promise to be a very attentive student." The room goes silent. I catch Jessica rolling her eyes behind her tablet. I step back, smoothly removing her hand from my tie. "Miss Turner, but you can call me Crystal." "Miss Turner." My voice drops several degrees. "Let me be clear. The Veil operates on discretion and professionalism. Any inappropriate behavior between staff members or staff and guests results in immediate termination. No exceptions." I address the whole group. You're all exceptional at what you do. That's why you're here. But talent means nothing without discipline. We're creating something unprecedented. A sanctuary of sophistication and pleasure. That requires maintaining clear boundaries. Crystal's smile falters as she takes a step back, clearly embarrassed. Movement in the back of the group catches my eye. A brunette tries to make herself smaller, pressing against the wall as if hoping to disappear into it. Her oversized sweater and loose-fitting jeans do nothing for what I suspect is a killer figure underneath. The way she carries herself, shoulders slightly hunched, head down. She's trying desperately not to be noticed. But I notice. Those hazel eyes dart around the room, taking everything in while avoiding direct contact. Her full lips, completely bare of product, pressed together in what might be nervousness or disapproval. I'm not sure which. A tiny diamond stud catches the light in her nose, the only hint of rebellion in her otherwise deliberately plain appearance. Her hair, pulled back in a severe ponytail, looks like silk even under the harsh fluorescent lights. I find myself wondering what it would look like cascading free around her shoulders. "Jessica, take over the briefing." I hand her my tablet, my attention locked on the brunette, trying to blend into the wallpaper. The crowd follows Jessica towards the public facilities, but I move against the current, weaving through bodies until I reach the wall where she stands. Up close, those hazel eyes are even more striking, intelligent, wary, watching my approach like a deer ready to bolt. "And you are?" My voice comes out softer than intended. "Sadie Mills." She tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "The maid position." "Ah, yes, North Carolina. The diner waitress." Recognition clicks. "Your voice is different in person." "Different how?" "More." I search for the right word. "Authentic." She shifts her weight. Those curves she's trying so hard to hide moving beneath the oversized sweater. Is that good or bad? Good. Very good. I lean against the wall beside her, close enough to catch a hint of vanilla. Tell me something, Sadie Mills. Why did you really accept this position? Student loans aren't going to pay themselves. I laugh. Bullcrap. The money's good, but there are easier ways to make $30 an hour than working at a hotel. Maybe I'm tired of being the good girl who always plays it safe. Her chin lifts slightly, the first spark of defiance I've seen. And maybe I don't believe that either. I turn to face her fully. You're hiding something fascinating under all that. I gesture to her careful camouflage of baggy clothes and severe ponytail. I'm not hiding anything. Everyone hides something. My fingers itch to pull that hair tie loose, to see what she'd look like with all that silk flowing free. The question is whether they're hiding from others or themselves. Those full lips part slightly, but no words come out. The air between us charges with something electric, dangerous. Possibilities spiral through my mind. What she could become, what I could shape her into. A diamond in the rough, waiting to be cut and polished until she blazes. Well, either way, welcome to the Vale. I let my gaze linger on Sadie for a moment longer. I'm sure you're going to fit right in. The way she tenses at my words sends a spark of satisfaction through me. I turn away before I'm tempted to push further, striding back to address the assembled staff. All right, everyone. Jessica will show you to your designated quarters. I sweep my arm toward the elevators. In your rooms, you'll find comprehensive guidebooks and necessary paperwork. Read them thoroughly. Crystal attempts to catch my eye again, but I focus on the tattooed butler standing near the back. His military bearing suggests special forces training. Exactly what we need. Tonight at 8, we're hosting a mixer in the Sapphire Lounge. Consider this your first test in maintaining the atmosphere we expect at the Vale. I adjust my cufflinks, a habit when emphasizing a point. Dress appropriately. That means elegant, sophisticated, and professional. This isn't a nightclub. Jessica steps forward with her tablet. I'll take everyone up now, Mr. Hawkins. Perfect. I scan the group one last time, noting how Sadie hangs back, those hazel eyes studying everything except me. Remember, you're no longer just hospitality workers. You're curators of fantasy. Act accordingly. The group follows Jessica to the elevators, their excited chatter echoing off marble walls. I watch until they disappear, already mentally preparing for tonight's event. First impressions matter, and I need this team operating at peak efficiency from day one. My phone buzzes, another message from my father, no doubt questioning my latest venture. I silence it without looking. He can wait. Right now I have a hotel to launch.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 6. Sadie. The key card slides in with a soft click, and I step into my room, immediately dropping my backpack on the plush carpet. The space is bigger than my entire apartment back home. Holy crap! My voice echoes against marble and glass. A king-sized bed draped in crisp white linens dominates one wall, while floor-to-ceiling windows showcase the Rocky Mountains. The bathroom alone could fit my old diner's kitchen. I collapse onto a velvet chaise lounge, my mind spinning like a top. Just yesterday, I was slinging hash browns at the diner, dealing with entitled businessmen who thought they were kings of the world. Now, here I am, in a 5-star hotel that feels like it's straight out of some wild fantasy, one that doubles as a high-end, intimate club, no less. The plush fabric sinks beneath me, and I can't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Who knew a marketing degree could land me in a place like this? And my new boss. Get it together, Sadie? I mutter, pulling out my phone to text Delilah. Me. This place is insane. Pretty sure the toilet paper is made of gold. Delilah, pics? Or it didn't happen? How's the boss? Still sound hot? Me. He's intimidating, and there's a mixer tonight. Delilah. OMG, yes. What are you wearing? I glance at my pathetic excuse for luggage. The only semi-formal thing I packed is a black wrap dress that's probably too conservative for a hotel mixer. Me. The same dress I wore to graduation. Kill me now. Delilah, girl, you're at a seedy hotel. Time to embrace it. Me. Easy for you to say. You're not the one who has to face these people. Everyone else looks like they walked off a runway. My phone buzzes with a flurry of encouraging emojis that should lift my spirits, but they do nothing to ease the knot tightening in my stomach. The way Cameron looked at me earlier was unnerving, like he could see right through my baggy clothes and strip away every layer I thought protected me. I've never felt more exposed while being completely covered. It's as if he's peeling back my insecurities one glance at a time, and I'm not sure how to handle it. I jump up from the chaise, needing to do something, anything to stop my racing thoughts. The stack of paperwork on the desk catches my eye. Maybe boring legal documents will help ground me. The first few pages are standard. Tax forms, emergency contacts, direct deposit. Then I hit page 12. What the... My hands shake as I read. In the event a guest requests staff observation during intimate activities, employees must maintain professional demeanor and, oh God. The next section is even worse. Scripts for different services. Would Sir care to enhance his experience with our premium leather collection? Jesus Christ. I grab my phone, hitting Delilah's number. She answers on the first ring. D, I can't do this. There are actual scripts for selling bondage gear, like I'm supposed to upsell whips instead of fries. Deep breaths, babe. Remember when you had to memorize those coffee descriptions at that hipster cafe you worked at in college? Same thing, just spicier. This is not the same as describing notes of caramel in overpriced lattes. My free hand clutches the papers. And there's a whole section about watching people. You know. Doing it? Delilah's laugh echoes through the phone. You can say it, Sadie. And hey, think of it as free education. Lord knows you need it. I hate you. No, you love me. And you're going to rock this job because you're smart and adaptable. Plus, $30 an hour? I sink back into the chair, letting out a long breath. Yeah. That's my girl. Now tell me more about your hot boss. Cameron. I trail off, pacing the luxurious room while clutching my phone. He's like something straight out of a magazine. All perfect hair and custom suits and green eyes that just, I swear he undressed me with them earlier. Sounds delicious. Delilah's grin is audible through the phone. So what's the problem? The problem? I stop in front of the full-length mirror, grimacing at my reflection. My oversized t-shirt hangs like a potato sack. Have you seen me? Everyone else here looks like they belong in this world. The other maids are wearing designer clothes and perfect makeup. That one blonde who practically threw herself at Cameron. And yet he came to talk to you. Probably to figure out how I slipped through screening. I tug at my ponytail. I don't belong here, Dee. These people are sophisticated and experienced and hot. And I'm me. You're gorgeous, smart, and totally capable of learning new tricks. Delilah's voice turned serious. Stop selling yourself short. So what if you're not some passion goddess yet? That's what training is for. Training? My stomach does a flip. Right. Where they teach us how to sell bondage gear and watch people do things. Hey, remember when you first started waiting tables? You dropped 3 plates your first shift. Thanks for the reminder. But by week 2, you were balancing 5 plates and remembering complicated orders. This is the same thing. Pretty sure remembering coffee orders is different than memorizing fetish equipment. Details. Delilah laughs. The point is, you've got this. Give yourself time to learn the ropes. Literally, in this case. This is serious, I say, but a laugh bubbles up anyway. Thanks for the pep talk, Dee, but I need to start getting ready. Send pics. Delilah's voice rings through before I end the call. The bathroom's marble and chrome gleams under soft lighting. I strip off my travel-worn clothes and step into the glass shower enclosure. Hot water cascades over my shoulders, easing the tension I've been carrying since I stepped off the plane. What have I gotten myself into? The words echo off the tile walls. After toweling off, I face the mirror, determined to transform myself into someone who belongs in this world of luxury and secrets. The hairdryer hums as I work volume into my usually straight locks, coaxing them into loose waves that frame my face. My hand shakes slightly as I line my eyes, creating perfect wings that make my hazel eyes look mysterious, alluring. The red lipstick feels like war paint as I carefully outline my lips. It's a shade bolder than anything I'd wear at the diner, but still elegant, professional, just like Cameron said we should be. The black wrap dress waits on its hanger like a challenge. I slip it on, adjusting the fabric until it hugs my curves instead of hiding them. The neckline dips just low enough to be interesting without crossing any lines. You can do this, I tell my reflection, cinching the waist tighter. It's just like selling coffee, except instead of lattes, it's leather. My phone buzzes with a text from Delilah. Slay Queen. I snap a quick photo and send it back. The woman in the picture barely looks like me, and maybe that's exactly what I need right now. I smooth my dress one last time, squaring my shoulders in front of the mirror. Okay, new Sadie, time to shine. My reflection stares back, almost unrecognizable in the best way. You can be whoever you want here. No one knows the real you. The words sound hollow even to my own ears. My hands grip the edge of the marble counter, and I lean closer to the mirror. Who are you kidding? These people will see right through you in seconds. They probably have some sixth sense for... I stop myself, unable to even say the word virgin out loud. The clock on the wall ticks steadily, reminding me the mixer starts in 15 minutes. My heels click against the hardwood as I head for the door, but the stack of paperwork on the desk catches my eye. The training contract sits unsigned, its pristine pages practically glowing under the soft lighting. My hand hovers over the pen. The salary figure jumps out at me, more money than I've ever made. But below that are terms like discretion and intimate observation that make my stomach twist. Just go downstairs, I whisper to myself, dropping the pen. See what this whole thing is really about before you sign your life away. The contract can wait. Right now, I need to see if I can even handle being in the same room as these people without completely losing my nerve. My fingers wrap around the door handle, and I take one final deep breath. "Channel Delilah," I mutter. What would she do? The answer comes instantly. She'd strut into that mixer like she owned the place. But I'm not Delilah. I'm just me, playing dress up in a world I don't understand. Still, the door opens, and I step into the hallway, my heels clicking against the polished marble floor. The contract remains unsigned behind me, a decision for future Sadie to make, assuming I don't chicken out and bolt for the nearest exit. My stomach churns with nervous energy as I hear the distant murmur of voices and clinking glasses. Right now, present. Sadie needs to survive this mixer without completely humiliating herself or throwing up on anyone's designer shoes. God knows I can't afford to replace them on my waitress salary.
Chapter 7. Cameron. The low murmur of conversation fills the mixer room as I navigate through clusters of my new hires. The space transforms with their energy, bartenders trading industry horror stories, security personnel sizing each other up, kitchen staff debating culinary techniques. "Mr. Hawkins, about the special request protocol." I raise my hand, cutting off the overeager concierge. "We'll cover all procedures in training. Tonight's about getting comfortable." My attention drifts as I scan the crowd. Where is she? The girl who seemed so out of place earlier, like a sparrow among peacocks. "You've really thought of everything," purrs a sultry voice. The blonde from earlier materializes at my elbow, champagne flute in hand. The amenities are incredible. "Glad you approve." I step away smoothly. "If you'll excuse me." Finally, I spot her. The dress she wears is department store clearance rack at best, but what catches my attention is how she wears it. The black fabric clings to curves that deserve designer labels, and her chocolate waves tumble past her shoulders in natural ripples that put the blonde's artificial curls to shame. She tugs at the neckline, which dips just low enough to hint at what lies beneath. Not nearly as revealing as the other women in attendance, but somehow more enticing for its modesty. She's backed herself into a corner, clutching a barely touched champagne flute like a shield. Those wide hazel eyes dart around the room, taking everything in while trying to remain invisible. Amateur move. In this crowd, that only makes her stand out more. I adjust my tie and cross the room, enjoying how her posture stiffens with each step I take in her direction. The way she draws herself up, spine straight, chin lifted. There's steel under that shy exterior. Not enjoying the party? I stop close enough to see the pulse jumping in her throat. "I'm observing," she says, voice steady despite her white-knuckled grip on the glass. "And what have you observed?" That I might be in over my head. Her honesty surprises a laugh out of me. "Good instincts. But you're not drowning yet." I lean against the wall beside her, close enough that my shoulder brushes hers. She doesn't step away. "The question is, are you ready to learn to swim?" Movement in my peripheral catches my attention. The blonde from earlier whispers something to a redhead, both shooting daggers at Sadie with their eyes. The redhead's lips curl into a sneer, and something hot and protective surges through my chest. "Come with me." I touch Sadie's elbow, steering her toward a secluded table in the corner. "Let's talk somewhere more private." She hesitates for a split second before following. Good girl. The table sits in a shadowed alcove, partially hidden by a decorative screen. Perfect for what I have in mind. I pull out her chair, watching as she smooths her dress before sitting. "You don't have to babysit me, Mr. Hawkins." She sets her champagne down, fingers tracing the stem. "I'm sure you have other guests to attend to." "Cameron," I remind her, loosening my tie as I take the seat across from her. "And trust me, you're far more interesting than anyone else here." Her eyes dart to the group of women still watching us. They might disagree. To hell what they think. The curse makes her jump slightly. I don't want carbon copies of every other high-end escort in the city. I want something authentic. Is that what you think I am? Authentic? I lean forward, studying her face. No makeup except a hint of mascara. No fillers or Botox. Just pure, natural beauty waiting to be unleashed. I think you're exactly what this place needs. I tap my fingers on the table, studying her face in the dim light. The paperwork's still unsigned, isn't it? She takes a sip of champagne, buying time. How did you know? You wouldn't still be looking at everyone like they might bite if you'd committed. I lean back, stretching my arm across the back of my chair. What's holding you back? Ask me anything. Her fingers trace delicate patterns on the tablecloth, almost like she's trying to distract herself from the weight of the conversation. The job description, it's just cleaning, right? Nothing else expected? Her voice is soft, almost hesitant. If that's what you want. I lower my voice, watching her reaction. Though I see potential for so much more, the right position could be very rewarding. She shifts in her seat, crossing and uncrossing her legs. What other positions? That depends entirely on your comfort level. I lean forward, close enough to catch the vanilla scent of her shampoo. We could start slow. See what interests you. Maybe try a few things on for size. A nervous laugh escapes her lips. That won't be necessary. The maid position is perfect, really. I lean back, studying her face. There's something intriguing about her resistance, like a puzzle waiting to be solved. Why not? She shifts in her seat, her fingers playing with the stem of her glass. The silence stretches between us. Everyone has dreams, fantasies. I keep my voice low, intimate. What about you, Sadie? What do you think about late at night, when you're alone? Her eyes widen slightly. I focus on my career goals. All work and no play. I tisk softly. That must build up a lot of tension. How do you relieve it? I read, she says quickly. And sometimes I go running. Running. I can't help but smile. That's one way to get your heart racing, I suppose, but there are more enjoyable methods. Her mouth opens and closes, reminding me of a goldfish. Damn, but she's adorable when she's flustered. The way she tugs at her dress collar, how her eyes dart everywhere but my face. It's refreshing after dealing with the practiced seduction attempts I usually encounter. That's not... She takes a quick sip of champagne, nearly choking on it. I decide to throw her a lifeline. No point in pushing too hard, too fast. This one needs a gentler touch. Something tells me the reward will be worth the patience it takes to draw her out of that shell. Don't worry, Sadie. I lean back, deliberately giving her more space. The cleaning position is exactly what it appears to be. Anything beyond that would be entirely your choice. I maintain eye contact, letting her see the possibility in my gaze while keeping my tone strictly professional. No pressure, no expectations. She releases a breath, shoulders dropping slightly. Really? Really? I slide the contract across the table. Sign the paperwork, give it a few days. If you decide it's not for you, you're free to leave. No questions asked. I'll even cover your flight home. Just like that? Just like that. I pull out my Mont Blanc pen and offer it to her. I want my employees happy here. All of them. Her fingers brush mine as she takes the pen, sending an unexpected jolt through my system. I watch as she bites her lower lip, scanning the contract one final time. Her eyes dart across the pages, lingering on certain sections before moving on. Thank you, she says softly, signing her name with careful strokes, for making me feel comfortable. My pleasure, and surprisingly it is. Thank you again, Mr. Hawkins. Cameron, Sadie says, rising from her chair. I should probably mingle with the others. My eyes track her movement as she walks away. That cheap dress can't hide the natural grace in her steps, the gentle sway of her hips that she seems completely unaware of. Her dark hair cascades down her back, swinging with each step like a silk curtain. She moves through the crowd with careful steps, as if trying to remain invisible. Impossible with that figure. I tap my finger against her signature, still fresh on the contract. The way she'd hesitated before signing, how her breath caught when I leaned close, the nervous energy radiating off her in waves. It all replays in my mind. Each micro-expression, each careful word choice, tells a story of someone holding back, containing themselves. Something stirs in my chest, a familiar hunger, but different. Not the usual attraction I feel toward beautiful women. God knows I've had my share. No, this is more specific. The need to unravel her, to peel back those layers of hesitation and fear, to find what lies beneath. I watch as she approaches a group of other new hires standing slightly apart, arms crossed protectively over her chest. Even from here, I can see the tension in her shoulders, the way she holds herself apart while trying to blend in. My finger traces her name on the paper, such precise handwriting, each letter carefully formed. Control. Everything about her screams control, and the desire to maintain it. The contract crinkles slightly under my touch. I'll need to keep an eye on this one, not just because she intrigues me, but because she clearly has no idea what she's walking into. This world will eat her alive if she's not careful. Or maybe she'll surprise us all.
Chapter 8. Sadie. A sharp knock startles me awake. My heart hammers as I sit up, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar luxury surrounding me. Right. The hotel. Colorado. My new, interesting job. Another knock echoes through the room. I stumble out of bed, running fingers through my tangled hair as I pad to the door in my oversized sleep shirt. I crack open the door to find nothing, just an elegant silver breakfast cart waiting in the hallway, complete with a covered dish and what appears to be a garment bag hanging from a hook on the side. Movement catches my eye. Down the hall, other doors open as my fellow new hires investigate similar deliveries. A guy with spiky blue hair offers a friendly wave from his doorway. Morning, I manage with a small wave back before retreating into my room with the cart. The wheels glide silently across the plush carpet as I maneuver it toward the sitting area. The morning sun streams through floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the spacious room in golden light. Everything gleams, from the crystal chandelier to the marble bathroom counters. This is actually happening, I whisper to myself, sinking into a velvet-upholstered chair. My fingers trace the ornate silver handle of the cloche before lifting it. The aroma of fresh coffee hits me first, followed by the sweet scent of Belgian waffles, drizzled with maple syrup. Fresh berries add pops of color to the plate, alongside crispy bacon and scrambled eggs that look perfectly fluffy. I grab my phone to snap a quick picture for Delilah. She'll flip when she sees this spread compared to our usual cold cereal or rushed coffee shop bagels. Well, I say to the empty room, picking up a piece of bacon. At least the perks are good. The bacon crunches satisfyingly, definitely not the rubbery stuff we served at the diner. Taking another bite of bacon, I stand to inspect the garment bag more closely. And this must be my uniform. My fingers find the zipper, and I slide it down slowly, already dreading what lies within. The fabric that emerges makes me scoff, black silk and white lace, with a hem that would make my old Catholic school teachers faint. Oh, hell no. I pull it completely free of the bag. The dress, if you can call it that, has a sweetheart neckline trimmed in delicate white lace. The bodice looks like it would hug every curve I try so hard to hide, while the skirt flares out in a way that would definitely show more than I'm comfortable with if I bend over, which, you know, is kind of important for a maid. This isn't a uniform. It's a costume shop reject. I turn it around, discovering the back dips dangerously low. Great, just great. My head falls back and I stare at the ceiling, taking deep breaths. The salary flashes through my mind. $30 an hour plus room and board. That kind of money could change everything. Come on, Sadie, I mutter, carrying the uniform to the full-length mirror. You can do this. I press the dress against my body, trying to imagine myself wearing it. The silk feels cool and luxurious against my palm. The cut is definitely hot, but not completely scandalous. It's more suggestive than explicit. My phone buzzes on the breakfast cart. I already know it's Delilah, probably wanting an update, but I keep staring at my reflection, at the way the uniform would highlight curves I've spent years hiding under baggy t-shirts. It's really not that bad, I tell my reflection, surprised to find I almost believe it. Different, yes. Scary, definitely. But maybe that's not such a terrible thing. My heels click against the marble floors as I navigate the sprawling corridors, each step echoing my nervousness. The uniform hugs my body in ways that make me want to wrap myself in a blanket. I tug at the hem for the 100th time, willing it to somehow grow longer. Conference room 3 looms ahead, its frosted glass doors already propped open. Voices drift out, confident, sophisticated voices that make my stomach clench. Worked at the Ritz in Paris for 3 years. Really? I was head butler at the Peninsula in Hong Kong. I pause just outside the doorway, smoothing my hands over the silk. My fingers tremble. Back at the diner, nobody cared what I wore or where I'd worked before. Taking a deep breath, I step inside. The conversation doesn't stop, but several heads turn my way. My throat tightens. A statuesque redhead lounges in one of the leather chairs, her uniform fitting like it was painted on. Next to her, a guy with perfectly styled dark hair and cheekbones that could cut glass scrolls through his phone. They look like they just stepped out of a magazine. You must be Sadie. A blonde with piercing blue eyes approaches. Her smile doesn't quite reach those eyes. I'm Crystal. Where did you say you worked before? The words stick in my throat. Just a local diner in North Carolina. Oh, her perfectly shaped eyebrows rise. How quaint. Darling, did you hear? The redhead calls out. Marcus here trained under Michel Roux Jr. Crystal's attention immediately shifts. The Michel Roux Jr. at Le Gavroche. I sink into a chair in the back corner, their excited chatter about Michelin-starred restaurants washing over me. My experience consists of balancing plates of greasy eggs and refilling coffee cups. What am I doing here? Singapore, Monaco, Dubai. Someone lists off. The ultra-wealthy expect a certain level of service. The chair beside me creaks as someone settles into it. I glance over to find a tall guy with a shaved head and the most striking blue eyes I've ever seen. His forearms are covered in intricate tattoos that peek out from beneath rolled-up sleeves. Hi, I'm Will. He extends his hand. His grip is firm but gentle. Mind if I hide out here in the corner with you? Sadie. I gesture at the empty chair. And please do. Safety in numbers. You look like you're contemplating an escape route. He leans back, crossing his arms. What's got you so frazzled? I wave my hand at the room of impossibly perfect people. Have you seen this crowd? I mean, why does everyone have to be so pretty? I look like a troll next to them. Will's laugh is deep and genuine. He leans in close, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. They might be genetically engineered. Besides, you're stunning. The warmth in his voice makes me duck my head. You're just being nice, but thanks. Don't thank me, girl. Just remember, I called dibs on the guy with the man bun. My eyes follow his subtle nod across the room. Sure enough, there's a butler with perfectly styled dark hair pulled back into an artful knot. He's gesturing animatedly about something to Crystal, his fitted vest showing off broad shoulders. I can't hide my surprise, my eyes widening as I process Will's words. My mouth opens and closes a few times, but no sound comes out. He throws his head back and laughs, the sound warm and genuine. Don't look too shocked, babe. He shifts in his chair, his tattooed arms flexing as he adjusts his position. Yeah, I swing both ways, but this season's favorite flavor is men. His eyes drift back to Man Bun Guy. But I keep it on the down low. We don't need labels to ruin the fun. I'm sorry, I stammer, mentally kicking myself. I didn't mean to react like that. You don't seem... Like what? His blue eyes sparkle with amusement. Like I'd know my way around a Sephora? Or like I'd be caught dead at a Lady Gaga concert? No, that's not what I... Relax. He bumps my shoulder with his. I'm messing with you. Trust me, I've heard it all before. Growing up in the Midwest, you learn to blend in real quick. I nod, understanding dawning. Must have been tough. That's putting it mildly. He runs a hand over his shaved head. Let's just say my parents' idea of Sunday fun involved more Bible thumping than brunch. Hence Colorado? Hence Colorado. He winks. Where the altitude is high and the judgment is low. The tension breaks, and I find myself giggling. Will's presence feels like finding an ally in enemy territory. Someone else who doesn't quite fit the mold of our perfectly polished co-workers. I fidget with the hem of my uniform, gathering my courage. So, this might sound totally middle school, but would you maybe want to be friends? Us newbies need to stick together, right? Will's eyes crinkle at the corners as he grins. Did you just ask to be my friend? That's adorable. He holds up his hand before I can die of embarrassment. And yes, absolutely. I'd love a partner in crime who doesn't name drop European hotels every 5 seconds. Oh, thank God. I slump in relief. I was worried you'd think I was weird. Honey, we're working at a voyeur hotel. Weird is relative. He stands, offering his hand. Come on, bestie. Let's go learn how to be proper hotel staff. Our first training session involves proper bed-making techniques. The instructor, a stern woman named Miss Patterson, demonstrates the military-precise corners required for the sheets. These better be tight enough that you can bounce a quarter off them, she barks. Will leans close as we practice. I bet she's fun at parties. I snort, trying to wrestle with a fitted sheet. Pretty sure she invented the concept of hospital corners. Ladies and gentlemen, less chatting, more tucking, Miss Patterson calls out. Remember, our guests expect perfection. Will and I exchange glances, biting back grins as we continue our training.
Chapter 9. Cameron. I lean back in my chair, the leather creaking beneath me, and glance over the feedback notes from the instructors. So far, everything's going according to plan. The staff training has been a success. Better than I expected, actually. I can already envision this place buzzing with activity and anticipation. Cameron. Jessica pops her head into my office, her clipboard clutched against her chest. The invitations have been sent out for the sampler tonight. Great. I nod, tapping a pen against my desk. How are they handling it? Her brow furrows slightly. It's only been the first week. Do you really think they're ready for this? I shrug, leaning forward to rest my elbows on the polished surface of my desk. They need to learn how to handle what goes down in this hotel. Witnessing intimate acts between guests is all part of the job. Sensitivity training is key. Jessica glances at the documents on my desk, biting her lip as if she wants to argue, but knows better than to challenge me outright. I just worry that some staff might not be fully prepared yet. I wave her off with a grin. Thanks for your input, but we both know they'll rise to the occasion. As she leaves, I return to scanning through the notes again, skimming past reports until one file catches my eye. Sadie Mills. My thumb brushes over her name as I linger on it for a moment longer than necessary. Throughout the week, I've kept tabs on her progress. She's paired up with Will, that damn golden retriever of a butler, and something twists in my gut at the thought. I have no right to feel anything about that pairing. It's just training after all, but there's an annoying little twinge of jealousy lurking under my skin. I imagine her bright smile when she laughs at his jokes, how she looks so much more comfortable now, compared to that first mixer night when she practically blended into the wallpaper. She could be a knockout if she let herself shine. I push away from my desk, shaking my head to clear these distracting thoughts. Let's see how comfortable she really is about this place, I mutter, straightening my tie as I head toward the event room. The space transforms as evening descends, the lighting dim to create an intimate atmosphere. I position myself near the entrance, watching as my staff filters in. Right on cue, Sadie slides through the door with Will at her side. She's traded her maid uniform for a conservative sweater and slacks, still hiding those curves I caught a glimpse of during uniform fittings. Good evening, everyone. My voice carries across the room as I stride to the small stage. Tonight marks an important milestone in your training. A few whispers ripple through the crowd. I catch Sadie shifting in her seat, her fingers playing with the hem of her sweater. You've all signed your NDAs, so let's cut to the chase. Tonight, we're diving into the voyeur lifestyle. I pause, letting that sink in. This isn't just theoretical. You need to understand what you're getting into. Our guests will expect discretion and professionalism regardless of what you witness. More murmurs erupt. The blonde from the mixer, Tracy, Stacy, leans forward, practically salivating. But my attention keeps drifting to Sadie, who's now gripping Will's arm like it's a life preserver. This isn't optional training. I maintain my professional tone while fighting back a smirk. You need to know how to direct guests, handle requests, and maintain composure in any situation. Consider this your crash course in the lifestyle. Sadie squirms in her seat again, and I have to bite back a grin. The way she keeps glancing at the exit like she's plotting an escape route. It's oddly endearing. I clear my throat, drawing everyone's attention back. Our entertainers have spent the past week perfecting their craft. Tonight, they'll demonstrate the various experiences our guests can expect. Reaching into a sleek wooden box on the podium, I pull out a handful of colorful silicone bands. We've developed a system to ensure everyone's comfort levels are respected. Each guest will wear one of these bands indicating their preferences. I hold up a pristine white band. White signifies traditional, intimate encounters. My gaze drifts to Sadie, who suddenly found the carpet pattern fascinating. Light blue means the guest is open to exploring with enhancement devices. I can't help but notice Will whispering something in Sadie's ear that makes her shoulders relax slightly. Green indicates an interest in group activities. The blonde in the front row practically bounces in her seat. Violet is for those interested in dominance and submission dynamics. A few knowing glances exchange across the room. And red, I pause for effect, means no limits. I set the bands down, straightening my tie. Your job is to recognize these indicators and direct guests accordingly. Some may switch bands throughout their stay. Discretion is paramount. Questions pop up around the room. I field them with practiced ease, keeping my responses professional yet direct. The staff needs to understand. This isn't just about cleaning rooms or serving drinks. It's about creating an atmosphere where fantasies can safely unfold. I signal to my staff with a subtle nod, and they spring into action. The sound of wheels rolling across hardwood fills the room as they bring out various pieces of specialized furniture and toys. The St. Andrew's cross stands prominently at center stage, its polished wood and leather cuffs gleaming under the spotlights, while various tools such as whips and floggers are showcased by our entertainment staff. These are some of our standard amenities, I explain, maintaining my professional demeanor. My gaze sweeps across the room, taking in the varied reactions. Each piece serves a specific purpose which you'll need to understand to properly direct our guests. The blonde in front practically bounces out of her chair. When do we get hands-on training with these? I hold up my hand to quiet the excited murmurs. That won't be necessary. Your role is to understand their function and maintenance, not their use. My attention drifts to Sadie, who's sunken so far into her chair she might disappear entirely. Will whispers something in her ear that makes her shake her head vigorously. The protective way he hovers near her sparks an irrational annoyance in my chest. Mr. Hawkins? One of the other staff members raises their hand. What exactly are our responsibilities regarding these items? Excellent question. I stride across the stage, running my hand along the smooth surface of a leather bench. You'll ensure everything is properly sanitized between uses, verify all equipment is in working order, and maintain discretion at all times. Another wave of whispers ripples through the crowd. I catch fragments of excited chatter mixed with nervous laughter. Some staff members lean forward, clearly intrigued, while others shift uncomfortably in their seats. Remember, I continue, professionalism is paramount. Whether you're delivering room service or fresh towels, you may encounter guests utilizing these amenities. Your job is to remain composed and respectful. I step back, letting Romeo and Jade take center stage. They're two of our most experienced entertainers, and they move with practiced grace as they begin their demonstrations. Each piece of equipment serves a specific purpose, Romeo explains, his voice carrying through the room. My attention stays fixed on Sadie, watching as she shifts in her seat. Her fingers twist the hem of that oversized sweater she's wearing. The sound of leather striking wood echoes through the room as Jay demonstrates proper technique. Sadie jumps slightly, and I notice how she presses herself further into her chair. The key is maintaining proper sanitation protocols, Jade continues, showing the cleaning procedures. A few eager questions pop up from the audience. That blonde in the front row, Tracy, I finally remember, practically launches herself out of her seat with each inquiry. But I barely register her enthusiasm. I'm too focused on the way Sadie's throat moves as she swallows hard, how her eyes dart between the exits like she's plotting escape routes. There's something fascinating about her discomfort, not because I enjoy seeing her squirm, but because I recognize the curiosity hiding beneath her nervous exterior. Any questions about maintenance procedures? Romeo asks, holding up various implements. Will's hand shoots up. What's the protocol if we notice any wear and tear? Smart question. I nod approvingly, but my gaze drifts back to Sadie. She stopped fidgeting, though her knuckles are white where she grips the armrest. The way she watches the demonstration now, there's intensity there hidden behind her obvious discomfort. She's not running. Despite everything we've shown tonight, despite how far this must be from her comfort zone, she's still here. That tells me more than any reaction could. I'm curious to see what she will do when pushed further, and when the reality of this place is right in front of her. As our entertainers conclude their demonstrations, I step back onto the stage, my shoes clicking against the polished wood. Their presentations have set the tone perfectly. Some staff members lean forward eagerly, while others shrink back. Just the range of reactions I expected. Now that you know what to expect to see and witness here, I pause, scanning the faces before me. It's time to cover the most important part of our operations. Tracy's hand shoots up, but I ignore it. Consent, I say firmly, letting the word hang in the air. Without it, none of this works. The consent of all parties, every guest, every staff member, is essential, no, crucial, to ensure this operation runs smoothly. I assure you, your boundaries will be respected absolutely. A ripple of relief passes through some of the more hesitant staff members. Will nods approvingly, while Sadie's death grip on her armrest loosens slightly. For you to fully understand, I continue, pacing across the stage with measured steps. Let's do a demonstration. Excited whispers erupt throughout the room. Tracy practically bounces in her seat, while others exchange uncertain glances. Sadie's eyes widen, and she presses back into her chair as if trying to disappear into it. I can't help the smirk that plays across my lips as I adjust my tie, knowing exactly how this next part will play out. The anticipation in the room is palpable, exactly as I planned it. The foundation of consent, I say, my voice cutting through the murmurs, is understanding that no means exactly that. No qualifiers, no maybes, no pressure. I pause at center stage. And more importantly, knowing how to recognize when someone's uncomfortable before they have to say it. I scan the room, my lips curving into a slight smile. I'll show you what I mean by that, I say, stepping closer to the edge of the stage. I'll be needing a volunteer. As expected, hands shoot up across the room. Tracy's arm waves so enthusiastically she might dislocate her shoulder. But my attention fixes on the one person trying to make herself invisible. Sadie hunches in her chair, eyes darting around the room like a cornered rabbit. The overhead lights cast shadows across her face, highlighting those high cheekbones she tries so hard to hide behind that curtain of dark hair. Even in that oversized sweater, she can't completely disguise her natural grace. Sadie, I say, keeping my voice gentle but firm. Her head snaps up, those hazel eyes wide with surprise. If you don't mind, I would like you to participate in this demonstration. She freezes and I can practically see her mind racing for an escape route. The tension in her shoulders, the way her fingers twist in her lap, everything about her screams discomfort. Yet there's something else there too, a flicker of curiosity she can't quite hide. My grin widens as I hold her gaze, watching that internal battle play out across her features. The rest of the room fades away, leaving just this moment of silent communication between us. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 10. Sadie. My pulse hammers in my ears as I hear Cameron call my name. Every muscle in my body freezes. And my mind goes blank. Why the hell is he choosing me? Will's elbow connects with my ribs. Go on, you've got this. I really don't want to, I whisper, trying to sink deeper into my seat. Not an option. Will practically lifts me out of my chair, nudging me into the aisle. I turn back to him, narrowing my eyes. For someone in a lecture about consent, you're awfully pushy. Oh, I 100% consent to your breakthrough. Will grins, crossing his arms. Break a leg? The people around us laugh, which only makes my stomach twist tighter. My legs feel like lead as I make my way down the aisle, hyper-aware of every eye following my progress. The men's encouraging smiles do nothing to ease my nerves, and the women's whispered comments and hostile glares make me want to disappear into the floor. Cameron stands on stage looking impossibly perfect in his tailored suit, a knowing smile playing at his lips. My hands clench into fists at my sides. If he thinks he's going to make me do anything inappropriate in front of all these people, he's got another thing coming. I may be shy, but I'm not above kicking him where it hurts if he tries anything. "Don't look so terrified," he says, extending his hand to help me up the stairs. "I promise I won't bite." His voice drops to a whisper only I can hear. "Unless you ask nicely." I ignore his offered hand, taking the stairs myself while mentally running through self-defense moves I learned in college. My heart's racing so fast, I'm surprised it hasn't burst right out of my chest. "Now," Cameron addresses the audience, his voice commanding attention. "Let's demonstrate proper guest interaction." He turns to me, his green eyes sparking with something that makes my stomach flip. "Miss Mills will play a guest who's new to our establishment." My throat goes dry as he steps closer, reaching for a red armband. The silicone feels cool against my skin as he slides it up my arm. "No," I whisper, shaking my head. "I can't." Cameron leans in, his breath warm against my ear. "Trust me, this is just for show. I won't hurt you. This is just a demonstration of hospitality protocols." His eyes lock with mine, and something in his steady gaze makes my resistance crumble. Maybe it's the genuine warmth there, or maybe I'm just terrible at saying no to authority figures. Either way, I give a small nod. Cameron steps back, addressing the crowd. "When greeting guests, maintain eye contact and speak clearly." He demonstrates, his posture shifting subtly as he faces me. "Welcome to the Veil. I'm Cameron, and I'll be assisting you today. May I see your armband?" I hold up my arm, the red band stark against my skin. "Thank you." Red indicates comfort with all levels of intimacy and services. "I'll ensure all staff are aware of your preferences." His voice carries authority, but there's a gentleness in it too. "Do you have any questions about our facilities?" My mouth goes dry. Remember to always acknowledge guest concerns," he tells the audience, then turns back to me. "Take your time. Many guests are nervous on their first visit." The way he says it, like he's actually trying to put me at ease rather than embarrass me, helps me find my voice. "Where are the observation areas?" "Excellent question. I'll be happy to show you our viewing lounges. Please keep your armband visible at all times for your comfort and safety." He makes it sound so normal, so professional, like we're discussing restaurant reservations instead of whatever this is. "And that," Cameron addresses the crowd, "is how we ensure our guests feel both welcome and secure in their boundaries." Cameron continues with a little more bounce in his step. "But the trick to ensuring our guests can loosen up and feel comfortable with engaging in our services needs a little bit more encouragement. Let me demonstrate." The heat of Cameron's presence radiates against my back as he steps closer. My heart hammers so hard I worry the entire audience can hear it. His scent, clean and spicy, wraps around me, making it hard to think straight. "Demonstrating proper guest interaction requires a delicate touch," Cameron announces to the crowd. His fingers trail down my arm, raising goosebumps in their wake. Notice how I maintain respectful distance while still engaging. I bite my lip, trying to focus on anything except how his touch sends electricity crackling across my skin. The stage lights feel too bright, too hot. Since our guest here is wearing the red band, there is no limit to the intimacy they're willing to explore, so you may indulge them, he says, his voice smooth as silk. His hand settles at my waist, firm but gentle. When a guest displays openness to intimacy, we can escalate gradually. His breath tickles my ear as he leans close. "You're doing wonderfully," he whispers from my ears only. "Just relax." My entire body tingles where he touches me. I've never been this close to someone so devastatingly attractive. The way his thumb traces small circles against my hip is seriously impacting my ability to think straight. "Is this all right with you, Miss Mills?" His voice carries clearly across the room. I freeze, caught between the need to play along and the growing tension knotting in my stomach. I glance out at the sea of faces watching us. Will gives me an encouraging thumbs up from his seat. The blonde from earlier looks ready to murder me. Cameron's hand tightens slightly at my waist, grounding me in the moment. His eyes bore into mine, daring me to respond. Right. This is just a demonstration. Just acting. I can do this. Yes, I manage, proud that my voice stays steady. Perfectly good. His answering chuckle sends a shiver down my spine. Excellent. Always ensure clear verbal consent before proceeding. Suddenly, Cameron pulls me closer, our bodies nearly touching. His voice drops to a husky murmur meant only for me. "You're doing better than good. You're perfect." A surge of energy rushes through me at his words, causing my breath to hitch. I feel a warmth kindling within me, radiating outward until my skin tingles wherever his body nearly meets mine. Am I really getting turned on by this? His hands slide lower, resting just above my hips. The room feels too hot, too small. My mind races with questions. Is this part of the act? Is he teasing me? What does he expect me to do? I should be embarrassed. He's groping me in front of these people, but why am I not? Cameron pulls me closer, one hand sliding to the small of my back. The heat of his touch radiates through my sweater, sending tingles up my spine. His other hand traces up my arm, leaving a trail of goosebumps in its wake. Sometimes, he addresses the audience, his voice low and rich. Guests need gentle guidance to explore their desires. My heart pounds against my ribs as he leans in, his face mere inches from mine. His green eyes capture mine, holding me hostage. The scent of his cologne fills my lungs. Pay attention to body language, he continues, though the words seem meant for me alone. Notice the quickened breathing, the subtle lean toward touch. He's right. I am leaning into him, drawn like a magnet to steel. His thumb traces circles at the base of my spine, and I can't help the small gasp that escapes my lips. His face hovers closer, his breath warm against my mouth. Time seems to stop. The audience fades away until there's nothing but Cameron's intense gaze and the electricity crackling between us. I tilt my chin up slightly, anticipation coiling tight in my stomach. His lips are so close I can almost taste them. Just a little closer. Cameron pulls back abruptly, keeping one hand on my waist as he turns to address the crowd. But remember, no matter how receptive a guest appears, verbal consent is mandatory before any intimate contact. The sudden loss of his warmth leaves me dizzy. I blink, trying to regain my composure as reality crashes back in. What just happened? More importantly, why am I disappointed nothing did? Reality crashes back as I glance out at the sea of faces. Will's grin threatens to split his face, and several other staff members whisper behind their hands. The stage lights feel even hotter now, making my skin prickle with awareness. Thank you, Miss Mills. Cameron's voice carries that professional tone, but his eyes tell a different story, like a cat who just caught a particularly interesting mouse. Let's give her a round of applause for being such a willing volunteer. The applause echoes through the room as I stand there, my legs wobbly as a newborn colt's. My fingers fidget with the hem of my sweater, and I want nothing more than to disappear into thin air. You did splendidly, Miss Mills, he says to me before turning to the crowd. This concludes our evening. Thank you, everyone. His words are perfectly polite, but there's an edge to them that makes my stomach flip. He knows exactly what he did up here, exactly how he affected me. Without another word, he strides off stage, leaving me standing there like an idiot. The confident swagger in his step only fuels the anger building in my chest. He played me like a fiddle in front of everyone, and now he's just walking away. I march down the stage steps, my hands clenched into fists. Will meets me at the bottom, his eyes dancing with amusement. Not one word. I jab a finger at his chest. Wouldn't dream of it, sunshine. He raises his hands in mock surrender. Though I gotta say, Will. Right. No words. He mimes, zipping his lips, but his shoulders shake with silent laughter. More staff approach me to give their praises, but I barely register their words. All I can focus on is the lingering sensation of Cameron's hands on my waist and the maddening almost taste of his breath on my lips. The worst part? I'm not sure if I'm more angry at him for using me in his demonstration or at myself for wanting him to take it further. Even now, standing here fuming, all I can think about is how close his lips were to mine and how desperately I wanted him to close that final inch between us. Chapter 11. Sadie. I slam my hotel room door, pressing my back against it as my chest heaves. The cool wood does nothing to quell the fire burning beneath my skin. My hands tremble as I fumble with the lock, needing this barrier between me and him. Get it together, I whisper to myself, but my voice comes out shaky. I close my eyes, trying to steady my racing pulse, but that only makes it worse. Images flood my mind, Cameron's intense green eyes boring into mine, his fingers tracing patterns on my spine, his lips hovering so close I could count his eyelashes. The ghost of his cologne still lingers in my nose. My hands move of their own accord, sliding up my sides, where his touch left trails of electricity. One hand traces my collarbone, while the other grips my hip, mimicking his hold from earlier. The simple contact sends shivers through me. This is insane, I mutter, even as my fingers drift higher. He's my boss. But my body doesn't care about job titles or professional boundaries. All it remembers is the heat of his skin through my sweater, the way his breath felt against my lips, how desperately I wanted him to close that final inch between us. My fingers brush across my chest, and I gasp at how sensitive I am. Every nerve ending feels like a live wire, and it's all his fault. That smug, gorgeous, infuriating man turned me into this quivering mess with barely a touch. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Sadie? Cameron's voice slides through the wood like silk, smooth and confident. It sends a fresh wave of heat crashing through me, reminding me exactly what I was just doing. The very last thing I want is for him to know how I was spending my time alone. Just a sec, I call back, but it sounds more like a squeak than anything authoritative. I rush to smooth my hair, hoping it looks somewhat decent. My clothes are wrinkled. Hell, I probably look like I just rolled out of bed, because I did. I take a deep breath and open the door, forcing a casual smile that feels more like a grimace. He stands there, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, that clings to every inch of his perfect form. His dark hair glistens under the soft light of the hallway. But what really captures my attention is his gaze, intense, like he's dissecting every detail about me in that moment. "Can we talk?" he asks, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. I barely manage to step aside as he surveys the room, taking in everything: the unmade bed, the breakfast tray still sitting untouched on the desk, remnants of last night's chaos. My pulse quickens as an embarrassing thought crosses my mind. Does he know? He turns back to me with that signature smirk that makes my stomach flutter, and not just from embarrassment. "You're looking cozy," he says, one eyebrow raised slightly. Yeah?" I shrug awkwardly and try to hide my fidgeting hands behind my back. "I was just, resting." "Right." He tilts his head slightly, amusement dancing in his eyes as if he can see right through me. My cheeks heat with mortification. I watch, paralyzed, as Cameron settles on the edge of my bed, the same bed where I just... No, not going there. "You seem tense," he says, patting the space next to him. "Come sit." I shake my head, choosing instead to lean against the desk. Distance feels safer right now. "I'm fine standing." He shrugs, his suit jacket stretching across his broad shoulders. "I wanted to apologize for earlier. Calling you up on stage like that, it wasn't fair to put you on the spot." "It's fine." I wave off his concern, studying the carpet pattern with sudden fascination. "Part of the job, right?" "No." The firmness in his voice makes me look up. His green eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that steals my breath. "Nothing here is just part of the job. I need you to understand that." I cross my arms, trying to maintain some semblance of composure. "What do you mean?" "I mean," he leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees, "that you should never do anything that makes you uncomfortable. Not for this job, not for me, not for anyone." His words catch me off guard. After that display on stage, I'd assumed. "But you said we need to be prepared for..." Being prepared doesn't mean forcing yourself into situations you're not ready for. He stands, and I fight the urge to step back as he approaches. "I want you to grow comfortable here. At your own pace?" My throat feels dry. "And if that pace is glacial..." A small smile tugs at his lips. "Then we'll buy ice skates." The unexpected quip breaks through my nervousness, and I can't help but laugh. "I appreciate that," I say, fidgeting with the hem of my sweater. Really, most bosses wouldn't be this understanding. Cameron's eyes follow my nervous movements. "I'm not most bosses." "I'll work on getting more comfortable with everything," I offer, tucking a loose strand of hair behind my ear. "It's just a lot to take in at once." "Let me make it up to you," he says, taking a step closer. "Tomorrow I'm taking you shopping, followed by a full spa treatment." My eyes widen. "Oh no, that's really not necessary." I insist. His tone brooks no argument. "Consider it part of your training. This hotel caters to a certain clientele, and our staff needs to reflect that standard." "I don't think a spa day is in the employee handbook," I counter, trying to ignore how my skin tingles when he chuckles. The handbook's still being written. He reaches for the door handle. "I'll have a car waiting for you at 9. "But 8 a.m., Sadie." He opens the door, pausing in the threshold. Cameron lingers in the doorway, casting a final glance over his shoulder. His eyes sparkle with mischief, making my heart pound harder than it should. "One more thing," he says, voice low and almost conspiratorial. "Yes," I say, my voice coming out like a breathless whisper. "You sound quite heavenly." He pauses, letting the words hang in the air between us. When you come. My mouth falls open, and for a moment, I can't breathe. Did he hear? Before I can form a coherent thought, he's gone. The door clicking shut behind him. The silence that follows is deafening. I sink to the floor, my legs refusing to support me. The plush carpet feels rough against my palms as I press them into it, trying to ground myself. How much did he hear? Mortification floods through me. How did he know? My mind races back to those moments alone, his name slipping from my lips as I chased release. Had I been that loud? Did he hear everything? Oh, God, I groan, burying my face in my hands. How am I supposed to face him tomorrow? I have to spend an entire day with him, shopping and spa treatments with Cameron Hawkins, the man who seems to take pleasure in making me squirm. This is a disaster waiting to happen. I collapse onto the bed, staring at the ceiling as if it holds all the answers. How did my life get so complicated? I close my eyes and take a deep breath, trying to center myself. Tomorrow is going to be challenging enough without adding sleeplessness to the mix. One day at a time, I whisper into the darkness. As sleep finally claims me, one thought lingers. How ever will I survive Cameron Hawkins?
Chapter 12. Cameron. I knock on Sadie's door at precisely 8 a.m., adjusting my navy silk tie as I wait. Last night replays in my mind. Her breathless gasps through the door, the way she squirmed under my touch during the demonstration. The memory stirs something primal in me. The door swings open, revealing Sadie in tiny cotton shorts and a thin tank top. Her long dark hair tumbles loose around her shoulders instead of its usual ponytail. My eyes trace over her bare legs before I can stop myself. "Oh, Mr. Hawkins, She wraps her arms around herself, shifting from foot to foot. I completely forgot about our plans. Clearly, I smirk, letting my gaze deliberately wander again. Though I'm not complaining about the view. "Come in, please." She steps back, gesturing to her sitting area. "Just give me 5 minutes to change." "Take your time." I settle into a plush armchair, watching as she gathers clothes from her dresser. "And Sadie? For the last time, it's Cameron. Mr. Hawkins is my father." She nods quickly and disappears into the bathroom. I hear water running and the rustle of fabric. My mind drifts to what lies beneath those modest clothes she favors. The urge to corrupt her innocence, to be the one to show her pleasure, grows stronger by the day. "I'll just be another minute," she calls through the door. No rush. I drum my fingers on the armrest, already planning our day. "We have all day for your transformation." "Transformation?" Her voice rises an octave. "Trust me, little one. By the time I'm done with you today, you won't recognize yourself." While she's changing, I wander her room, taking in the little details that make up her life. A well-worn marketing textbook sits beside her laptop, sticky notes jutting from its pages. Her resume lies open on the desk. Impressive GPA, internships, leadership roles, smart girl. A framed photo catches my eye. Sadie, and who I assume is a close friend, both in graduation caps and gowns, beaming at the camera. Her phone buzzes with a text from someone named Delilah. "Kill it today, girl. Show 'em what you're made of." The bathroom door opens and my breath catches. The jeans hug every curve she usually hides, and the sliver of skin showing between her crop top and waistband draws my eye like a magnet. Her hair falls in soft waves around her shoulders, and she's added just a touch of makeup that makes her hazel eyes pop. "I'm glad you've chosen something that doesn't completely drown you this time," I say, letting my appreciation show in my voice. She meets my gaze with surprising boldness. "I didn't think it would look appropriate if I stood next to you looking like a college dropout." "Touché," I laugh, genuinely impressed by her quick wit. "Though, from what I see here," I tap her resume. You're far from a dropout. Marketing degree, magna cum laude. You've been holding out on me. That was gathering dust at the diner, she says, with a self-deprecating shrug. Not much call for marketing expertise while serving coffee. Their loss. I move closer, enjoying how she has to tilt her head back to maintain eye contact. Ready to begin your transformation? I guide Sadie to my Aston Martin, noting how she hesitates before sliding into the passenger seat. The leather interior probably costs more than her old monthly salary. Starting the engine, I ease into traffic, stealing glances at her profile. So tell me about your background. Your resume mentioned marketing. Yes, sir, Cameron, she corrects herself. I graduated from UNC Chapel Hill, marketing major with a minor in business analytics. Impressive credentials. What drew you to marketing? I love analyzing consumer behavior, finding patterns in data. She sits perfectly straight, hands folded in her lap. My thesis focused on luxury brand positioning in emerging markets. The formal tone grates on my nerves. And you ended up at a diner because... The classic catch-22. No experience, no job. No job, no experience. A hint of frustration creeps into her voice. Finally, something real. Must have been quite the adjustment. Slinging coffee instead of creating marketing strategies. You do what you have to. She shrugs, retreating behind that professional mask again. Time to shake things up. Why? Someone special waiting for you back home? No. Her answer comes quick, defensive. Really? Beautiful, intelligent woman like yourself? I keep my tone casual, though my interest is anything but. She shifts in her seat. Men tend to prefer more... outgoing women. Ah, the party girls. I tap my fingers on the steering wheel. They get boring fast, trust me. All flash, no substance. Give me someone with depth any day. Her eyes dart to me, then away. I suppose that's one way to look at it. It's the right way. I let my voice drop lower. Sometimes the quiet ones are the most interesting to unwrap. The sharp intake of her breath is all the response I need. The boutique's glass doors slide open, releasing a wave of cool air and designer perfume. Two saleswomen materialize instantly, their practiced smiles widening at the sight of my platinum card. Ladies, please assist my companion. I rest my hand on the small of Sadie's back. She needs a complete wardrobe refresh. Of course, Mr. Hawkins. The taller one, her name tag reading Miranda, beams. We'd be delighted. Sadie stands frozen beside me, eyes darting between racks of designer clothes. I wouldn't know where to start. Cameron and Sadie.
Chapter 13. Sadie. Through the salon mirror, I watch the stylists work their magic, transforming my plain, straight hair into something that looks like it belongs in a magazine. Caramel highlights blend seamlessly with my natural color, creating depth I never knew was possible. Are you sure this isn't too much? I ask Maria, the lead stylist, as she sections off another piece of hair. Honey, we're just enhancing what's already there, she says, expertly weaving the foil. You've got gorgeous bone structure. We're just framing it properly. Another stylist, Jen, paints a clear coat on my fingernails. Trust the process. When we're done, you'll still look like you, just polished. I glance out the floor-to-ceiling windows, where Cameron paces on the sidewalk, phone pressed to his ear. His free hand gestures animatedly as he talks, his perfect suit moving with each motion. Even from here, his commanding presence is obvious. Your man's got great taste, Maria says, following my gaze. These aren't just random changes. He's picked treatments that complement your natural features. Oh, he's not I start to protest. Jen interrupts with a knowing smile. That's why he hasn't taken his eyes off you all morning when he's not on calls. The other girls at work, I trail off, thinking of their model-perfect looks. Maria spins my chair away from the window. Stop comparing yourself. You've got something special, that natural beauty that can't be bought. We're just giving it a little sparkle. The gentle tug of the brush through my hair mingles with my racing thoughts. What is Cameron's endgame here? 1 week ago, I was serving mediocre coffee to ungrateful businessmen, and now I'm getting a full makeover courtesy of one of those same types. My fingers trace the silky fabric of the shopping bags beside my chair. Those dresses probably cost more than 3 months of my rent. The cynical part of my brain, the part that got me through 4 years of college, without falling for empty promises, whispers that nothing comes without strings attached. Is this how it starts? A pretty makeover, expensive clothes, and then what? Do I become another notch on his designer belt? Another conquest for the gorgeous hotel owner who could probably have any woman he wants? The thought should revolt me more than it does. The warm water from the shampoo bowl runs down my neck as Maria massages my scalp. Through half-closed eyes, I watch Cameron through the window. He commands attention even when just standing there, phone to his ear. His presence fills any space he occupies. But why me? The blonde from orientation practically threw herself at him. The redhead who works the front desk looks like she stepped out of a magazine. Even the other maids could be runway models. Yet here I am, getting the Cinderella treatment. My stomach does an annoying flip when he glances my way, those green eyes catching mine for a brief moment. The intensity in his gaze makes my skin tingle. And I hate that my body betrays me with this reaction. I'm supposed to be smarter than this. I'm supposed to see through whatever game he's playing. Yet a treacherous part of me preens under his attention. The way he looks at me, like he sees something valuable, something worth cultivating, makes me feel powerful in a way I've never experienced before. The salon's peaceful atmosphere shatters as Cameron bursts through the door, his usually composed demeanor slightly ruffled. His tie is loose, and his hair shows signs of running his fingers through it. There's an emergency at the hotel. He strides over, pulling a key card from his wallet. I need to handle this personally. Maria pauses with the highlighting foil. We're not quite finished here. Take your time with her, Cameron says, his tone brooking no argument. He hands me the key card, his fingers lingering against mine. This is for the Waldorf around the corner. When you're done here, go freshen up there. Pick something from today's shopping to wear. What's happening at the hotel? I ask, trying to sit up, but Maria gently pushes me back. Nothing you need to worry about. His eyes meet mine in the mirror. I'll pick you up at 6 for dinner. Make sure you're ready. That wasn't a request, was it? A hint of a smile plays at his lips. Smart girl. He straightens his tie. Wear the black dress. Which black dress? I ask, thinking of the 3 he insisted on buying. You know which one. His gaze darkens momentarily. Heat spreads across my skin as I remember the way he looked at me in that dress. How his eyes had traveled slowly up my body. How his breath caught when I turned. 6 o'clock, he says again, already heading for the door. The bell above the door chimes as he exits, leaving me with my heart racing, and the salon staff exchanging knowing looks. Well, Jen says, resuming work on my nails, I guess we better make sure you're perfect by 6. I stare at my reflection, tilting my head from side to side. The caramel highlights catch the light, making my hair look alive with movement. Maria worked some kind of magic. My usually flat hair now has body and dimension. This is wow. My fingers trace through the silky strands. The cut frames my face perfectly, drawing attention to my eyes in a way I never managed before. You like? Maria asks, putting away her styling tools. I do. It's still me, just... I search for the right words. Enhanced. Jen finishes, capping the nail polish. Those highlights make your skin glow. They're right. I don't look drastically different, just polished, refined. Like someone who belongs in a luxury hotel rather than serving coffee at a diner. My heels click softly against the plush hallway carpet as I approach the room number written on the keycard holder. The Waldorf's elegant wallpaper and crystal sconces make my newly pampered self feel like an imposter. My hand trembles slightly as I raise the keycard to the door. What if this is some kind of test? Or worse, what if Cameron is waiting inside? My stomach does a little flip at that thought, a mix of excitement and nerves churning together. I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. The lock beeps and I push the door open slowly, peeking around it. The room is empty, just a normal, albeit luxurious, hotel suite. I let out the breath I've been holding and drag my shopping bags inside. Holy crap, I whisper, taking in the panoramic view of the Rockies through floor-to-ceiling windows. The living room alone is bigger than my entire apartment back home. A plush sectional faces a massive TV, and there's even a small dining area. This kind of pampering could definitely grow on me. After the stress of the salon and Cameron's cryptic exit, a nice long soak sounds perfect. I bet a place like this has an amazing bathtub. I head toward what must be the master bath, already imagining the bubble bath awaiting me. But I freeze mid-step when I spot the bed through the open bedroom doorway. The king-size mattress dominates the space, draped in crisp white linens that practically beg to be touched. My mind immediately conjures images of Cameron, pressing me into those pristine sheets. His strong hands. Nope. I shake my head vigorously. Bath. Just focus on the bath. But as I hurry past the bed, I can't help but wonder if Cameron picked this specific room for a reason. Wrapped in the softest hotel robe I've ever touched, I FaceTime Delilah from the plush armchair by the window. The moment her face appears, she squeals. Girl, your hair. You look expensive. I feel expensive. I run my fingers through the silky strands. Cameron took me shopping, then to this high-end salon, and now I'm at the Waldorf. The Waldorf. Her eyes go wide. He has you in a hotel room. I better get the call tomorrow that you're no longer a virgin. Delilah! My voice echoes off the marble bathroom tiles. It's not like that. He had some emergency at work and needed somewhere for me to get ready for dinner. Dinner? She wiggles her eyebrows. So this man buys you designer clothes, gets you pampered, puts you up in a fancy hotel, and is taking you to dinner? Maybe he's just being nice, helping me fit in at work. Oh, honey. She takes a long sip from her wine glass. Men like that don't do nice without expectations. And what if it is exactly what we think it is, and he's trying to get you in bed? What then? The thought sends a shiver down my spine. That's terrifying. Terrifying but exciting, she corrects. He's hot, you're hot. You've got nothing to lose except that V card that's been collecting dust. He's my boss. A boss who clearly wants to boss you around in other ways. She waggles her eyebrows again. Don't pretend you haven't thought about it. Heat creeps up my neck as I remember the way Cameron's hands felt on my waist during that demonstration. Maybe a little. Listen to your body, girl. When was the last time you felt this alive? I glance at the black dress laid out on the bed, the one that made Cameron's eyes darken with desire. Never. Then stop overthinking it. Text me tomorrow with all the dirty details. After hanging up, I stare at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. My newly highlighted hair frames my face perfectly, making my eyes look bigger, more sultry. Everything about me looks refined, hot even, But underneath it all, I'm still just the virgin from the diner. What if I disappoint him? What if this really is just business? Or worse, what if it isn't? This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 14. Cameron. I checked my watch for the third time in 5 minutes, drumming my fingers against the polished marble counter of the Waldorf's lobby. That bullcrap back at the hotel, a simple scheduling conflict with the contractors, could have been handled by any of my staff. But sometimes you have to show face, establish dominance. Still, leaving Sadie at the salon. The elevator chimes. My breath catches. Holy crap. The black dress I picked hugs every curve I knew was hiding under those baggy clothes, dipping low in the front to show just enough cleavage to make my mouth water. Her newly highlighted hair falls in soft waves past her shoulders, the caramel streaks catching the light. The stylist transformed her minimal makeup into something sultry, smoky eyes that make the hazel pop, lips gloss to perfection. But it's the way she moves that stops my heart. Gone is the shy girl who tried to hide in the back of orientation. Each step in those stilettos exudes a confidence I knew was buried inside her. Her hips sway with a natural grace that has every head in the lobby turning. You clean up nice, I say, my voice rougher than intended. Just nice? She raises an eyebrow, a hint of sass in her tone that sends heat straight through me. After all that time at the salon, I was hoping for better than nice. Fishing for compliments? I step closer, drawn into her orbit. The scent of jasmine and something uniquely her fills my senses. Because I've got plenty. No, just a bit edgy. She tilts her head, looking up at me through those lashes. I'm starving. This woman is going to be the death of me. I take Sadie's hand, steadying her as she steps down the Waldorf's marble stairs. Her skin is warm, soft, and it takes every ounce of self-control not to pull her closer. The valet brings around my Aston Martin, and I guide her to the passenger side. Gone is the hesitant woman from this morning who perched on the edge of the seat, like she might break something. Now she slides in with the grace of someone who belongs there, crossing those endless legs and settling back against the leather. The sight sends my mind places it shouldn't go. I slip behind the wheel, loving how the engine purrs to life. You look like you were made to sit there. Her eyes drop to her lap, but the hint of a smile plays at the corners of her mouth. The mixture of newfound confidence and lingering shyness is intoxicating. She's transforming right before my eyes, but that core of innocence remains. I ease into traffic, hyper-aware of her presence beside me. The dress rides up just enough to reveal a tantalizing stretch of thigh. My hand rests on the gear shift, inches from her skin. The urge to touch, to explore, to claim grows stronger with each passing minute. The scent of her perfume fills the car's cabin, mixing with the leather interior. My knuckles whiten on the steering wheel as I force myself to focus on the road. But my gaze keeps drifting to her profile, admiring how the city lights play across her features. Restraint has never been this difficult, or this rewarding. I guide Sadie through the brass-trimmed revolving doors of Le Bernardin. Crystal chandeliers cast warm light across the dining room's mahogany panels and white tablecloths. The sommelier nods as we pass, already reaching for a bottle I'd requested earlier. Sadie's steps falter. Her fingers tighten on my arm. I've never been to a place like this. Cameron, I'd be perfectly happy elsewhere. You've done so much for me already. I can't keep accepting. Stop! I rest my hand on the small of her back, feeling her spine stiffen at my touch. I want to be here, with you. Let me handle everything else. She takes a deep breath, her chest rising against the silk of her dress. Yes, sir. The sir shoots straight to my groin. I guide her to our private alcove tucked away from prying eyes. Good girl. The waiter appears with champagne, pouring 2 flutes of golden bubbles. Sadie takes a tentative sip, her eyes widening. This is amazing. Wait until you try the caviar. I lean back, enjoying how she studies the menu. Tell me more about your marketing degree. What about it excites you? Her face lights up. I love analyzing what makes people tick, why they make the choices they do. She takes another sip. Like right now, this restaurant, the lighting, the music, even the way the tables are arranged. It's all designed to create an intimate atmosphere, make people feel special. And is it working? Maybe. A smile plays at her lips, though that might have more to do with the company than the ambience. The tension crackles between us. I wonder how far I can push this, how much she'll let me take control. But there's something about her innocence mixed with that newfound confidence that makes me want to savor every moment. The waiter returns for our order. I watch her face as each course arrives, the way her lips part at the first taste of truffle, how her eyes close in pleasure at the Wagyu beef. By dessert, she's relaxed completely, laughing at my stories about entitled hotel guests. So what made you decide to branch out from your father's hotels? Sadie asks, tracing the rim of her champagne glass. Seems like you had it made there. The question catches me off guard. Usually when women ask about my family, it's to figure out my net worth or connection to the Hawkins empire. But there's genuine curiosity in those hazel eyes. Everyone assumes I've got it easy being Walter Hawkins' son. I lean back, studying her. But try making your own mark when everything you do gets credited to Daddy's influence. Must be frustrating having your accomplishments dismissed like that. She tilts her head, actually listening. Is that why you went in such a different direction with the veil? I bark out a laugh. You could say that. Hard for anyone to claim Daddy Dearest handed me this particular venture. And what does he think about it? He doesn't know? The words slip out before I can stop them. Crap. I never talk about this stuff. But something about her makes me want to open up. We haven't exactly been on speaking terms since I refused to take over as CEO last year. That must be lonely sometimes. She rests her hand across the table, her fingers almost brushing mine, being at odds with family. Yeah, well. I clear my throat, thrown by how easily she sees through my carefully constructed walls. Enough about my daddy issues. Tell me more about that marketing thesis of yours. She gives me a look that says she notices the deflection but allows it. Sadie's eyes are on me, and for once, it doesn't feel like a spotlight. It's more like a soft glow, a gentle curiosity. Women usually ask about my family to calculate the zeros in my bank account. But with Sadie, it's different. She's peeling back layers, trying to understand why I am the way I am. Your thesis, I prompt, needing to steer the conversation back to safer ground. Tell me about it. She smiles, and it's like the room gets warmer. It was on consumer behavior in luxury markets, how exclusivity and scarcity drive desire. Sounds like you were made for the veil, I say, taking a sip of my wine. We're all about exclusivity. Right. She nods thoughtfully. But isn't it a bit risky? Mixing luxury with... that? I chuckle. That? You mean making love? Her eyes widen just a fraction before she recovers. Yes, that. Life's too short not to take risks, I say, leaning closer. Her scent, jasmine and something sweet, fills my senses again. Besides, people are curious by nature. Give them a safe space to explore their fantasies and they'll pay top dollar. Is that what you're doing? Exploring your fantasies? She looks down at her glass, swirling the champagne as if it holds all the answers. I prefer creating them. My voice drops lower, and maybe indulging in one or two along the way. Her eyes meet mine again, and there's that spark of curiosity mixed with something else, something more dangerous. What about you? I ask, leaning back and stretching my legs under the table until they brush against hers. Any fantasies you're dying to explore? She laughs softly, shaking her head. I'm not sure I'm cut out for that world. You'd be surprised, I say, my tone turning serious. There's a lot more to you than meets the eye. Like what? She raises an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. For starters, I begin, counting off on my fingers. You're smart as hell. You've got a backbone despite trying to hide it, and you look absolutely stunning in that dress. She bites her lip, fighting back a smile. You barely know me. And yet... I lean in closer until our faces are inches apart. I feel like I've known you forever. She doesn't pull away. Instead, she holds my gaze with a steady intensity that makes my pulse quicken. Maybe you should get to know me better, she says softly. That's exactly what I plan to do. I help Sadie out of the car, steadying her as her heel catches on the curb. The silk of her dress slides beneath my palm as I guide her toward the Waldorf's entrance. Did you enjoy yourself today? The words come out rougher than intended, my control slipping with every second I spend near her. Yes. She turns those devastating eyes on me. Thank you for everything. The shopping, the salon, dinner. It's all been incredible. The doorman tips his hat as we pass. I focus on the click of her heels against marble, anything to distract from how perfectly she fits against my side. The room's paid through tomorrow. A driver will pick you up in the morning to take you back to the Vale. My mind floods with images of following her upstairs, peeling that dress off inch by inch, discovering if her skin tastes as sweet as it looks. But something about her innocence makes me pause. This isn't some random hookup from the hotel bar. This is different. She shifts her weight, wincing slightly. These shoes are gorgeous, but I might need some practice walking in them. Everything all right? Would you like to come up? The question hangs between us, loaded with possibilities. My pulse quickens and I can feel the heat between us intensify. Her eyes search mine and I see a mix of curiosity and something deeper. Something that dares me to step into the unknown with her. I want to. God, do I want to. The dominant part of me yearns to take control, push her against the nearest wall and claim those perfect lips, to show her exactly what pleasure can be. But the vulnerability in her eyes makes me stop. The way she's looking at me, equal parts desire and uncertainty, tells me everything I need to know. She's never done this before, not like this. Not with someone like me. And if that doesn't make me want her even more, I stand frozen, caught between desire and something deeper, something that feels dangerously close to actual feelings.
Chapter 15. Sadie. The elevator doors slide shut with a soft ding, and my heart hammers against my ribs. What was I thinking inviting him up? The champagne from dinner must have gone straight to my head. My fingers twist around the small clutch purse he bought me today, the leather growing wet against my palms. I sneak a glance at Cameron through my lashes. He's standing there, completely at ease, while I'm having an internal meltdown. Of course he's calm. He probably does this all the time. Meanwhile, I've never even gotten past first base. God, what if he expects me to know what I'm doing? What if I'm terrible at it? You all right? You look pale. Cameron's voice cuts through my spiral of panic. I'm fine, I manage to squeak out. These heels are just killing me. The lie slips out easily, though the shoes are actually starting to dig into my heels. The way he's looking at me now, with those intense green eyes, it's the same look he's been giving me all day. Like he wants to devour me whole. And despite my nerves, despite my complete lack of experience, something deep inside me wants to let him. The elevator continues its climb, and I can't help but think about how his hand felt on the small of my back during dinner. How his fingers brushed mine when he handed me my wine glass. There's this undeniable pull between us that I can't explain. I mean, look at him. He could have anyone. Yet here he is with plain old me. But maybe that's just it. Maybe I'm not as plain as I've always thought. The way my reflection looked in the boutique mirrors today, the confidence in my step after the salon, it felt like stepping into a new skin. And the hunger in Cameron's eyes when he saw me, that was real. The elevator chimes again, announcing our floor, and I take a steadying breath. Virgin or not, I want to see where this goes. Stepping inside the hotel room, I immediately head to the bar cart, needing something, anything, to steady my nerves. Would you like a drink? I ask, trying to keep my voice even. I'd love a whiskey, he says, his eyes following me as I fumble with the glasses. I pour his drink first, then mine, and take a quick swig for liquid courage. The whiskey burns just right as it slides down, igniting a warmth that spreads through me like wildfire. I can feel the tension easing, and with each heartbeat, my confidence builds. I glance over at Cameron, who's standing by the windows, his gaze lost in the view of the city skyline. The city sprawls below, a tapestry of twinkling lights, but I can't take my eyes off him. The way his suit jacket stretches across his back, how his hands are casually tucked into his pockets, everything about him radiates power and control. Here you go. I hold out his drink, and when our fingers brush, electricity shoots up my arm. My breath catches in my throat. Thank you. Please sit, he says, his voice low and smooth like the whiskey we're drinking. I perch on the edge of the couch, unsure how close to sit. The space between us feels charged with possibility. I take another sip of whiskey, focusing on the burn rather than the nervous energy coursing through my body. Tell me about your friends back home, Cameron says, turning those green eyes on me. You mentioned a roommate? Oh, Delilah. Just saying her name makes me smile. She's basically my sister. We've been best friends since middle school when she punched Tommy Martinez for making fun of my braces. Cameron's lips quirk up as I continue. She's this incredible free spirit, the kind of person who'll wake up one day and decide to learn glass blowing, then switch to urban beekeeping the next week. She once tried to start a business selling portraits of people's auras, but it turns out most people don't want to pay to have their chakras painted. Sounds like quite a character, Cameron says, amusement dancing in his eyes. She is. She's also the reason I'm here. She found the job listing and practically forced me to apply. Said I needed to live a little. I realize I'm rambling and take another sip of whiskey. Maybe I should thank Delilah then, Cameron says, leaning back and swirling his whiskey. If it wasn't for her persistence, we may not be sitting here. I laugh softly, imagining Delilah's smug face if she ever heard that. She'd probably ask for a commission. I was intrigued by you right after our phone interview, he admits, eyes locked onto mine. I knew you had what it took to thrive in an environment like the Veil. My fingers traced the rim of my glass, feeling the cool condensation against my skin. That's flattering, I say slowly. But I'm not sure about thriving. This is all very new to me. New how? He asks, his tone casual, but his eyes sharp. I shift in my seat, the leather creaking softly under me. Well, I've never really been in a place like the Veil before, or around people who are so open about their desires. Open? He raises an eyebrow. Yeah, I say, swallowing hard. I mean, I'm not exactly experienced with... My voice trails off, hesitant to reveal more than I should. He leans forward, placing his drink on the table with a deliberate clink. Experience is overrated. It's about willingness to explore, to learn. Easy for you to say, I mutter half to myself. His lips curve into a knowing smile. True, but everyone starts somewhere. I guess. I take another sip of whiskey, letting the warmth spread through me. It's just that I'm not used to being this exposed, literally and figuratively. Cameron's gaze intensifies, making me feel like he's peeling back layers of me with every second that passes. You know what I see when I look at you? A girl who's way out of her depth? He shakes his head slowly. I see potential, and I don't mean just for this job. You've got something most people spend their lives searching for. A genuine spark. A spark? My voice sounds skeptical even to my own ears. Yes, he says firmly. You're smart, adaptable, and despite what you think, brave as hell for taking this leap. Or stupid, I counter, with a nervous laugh. No, he says softly, but with an edge of steel. Not stupid. The way he says it makes my heart stutter in my chest. For a moment, we just sit there in silence, the city lights casting shadows across the room. So no serious relationships? Cameron asks, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. That surprises me. I shift on the couch, my fingers tightening around my drink. Well, there was this one guy in college, Mark. We dated for a few months during my junior year, but I shrug, hoping to breeze past this conversation. The last thing I need is for him to start asking more personal questions. He wanted to move to California after graduation, and I was focused on my career. It wasn't meant to be. That's all. Cameron's eyebrow arches as he takes another sip. No other contenders? Nope. I pop the P sound, trying to keep it casual. School kept me busy, really busy. Cameron leans forward, his knee brushing against mine. That's too bad. If that guy would have just waited a bit longer, he would surely have enjoyed the Sadie now. His eyes rake over me appreciatively, lingering on the dress he picked out earlier today. The whiskey burns in my throat as I take another quick sip. Oh, I don't know about that, I mumble, ducking my head. The heat creeping up my neck has nothing to do with the alcohol and everything to do with the way he's looking at me. Like I'm something precious and dangerous all at once. My skin tingles where our knees touch, and I resist the urge to pull away. Or maybe lean in closer. I'm not sure which impulse is stronger. His fingers trail up my arm, leaving goosebumps in their wake. Oh, I think you do, Cameron says, his voice dropping to that dangerous octave that makes my stomach flip. You do know how beautiful you are. The words catch in my throat. Beautiful? Me? I've spent so many years being invisible, hiding behind baggy clothes and textbooks, but the way he's looking at me now, like I'm the only woman in the world, makes me wonder if maybe I've been wrong all along. The words die on my lips as his hand slides up to cut my face. His thumb traces my bottom lip, and my breath hitches. The way you move, he murmurs, leaning closer. How your eyes light up when you laugh, that little crinkle in your nose when you're thinking too hard. His other hand finds my waist, pulling me closer. You're stunning, Sadie. I can't look away from his eyes, dark with desire. The space between us crackles with electricity, and I'm hyper-aware of every point where our bodies touch. His cologne, something expensive and intoxicating, fills my senses. When his lips finally meet mine, they're soft, questioning. A gentle press that makes my heart race. But then I sigh against his mouth and something snaps. His kiss turns hungry, demanding, and I'm lost. My fingers tangle in his hair as he pulls me onto his lap, one hand gripping my hip while the other slides up my back. I've never been kissed like this, like I'm air and he's drowning. His tongue sweeps against mine, and I moan, pressing closer. Our bodies tangle together, hands exploring, breaths mingling. The dress he bought me rides up my thighs as I straddle him, and his fingers dig into my skin. My head spins with desire as Cameron's lips trail down my neck. Every touch ignites something primal inside me, something I've never felt before. His hands slide up my thighs, and I arch into him, wanting more, needing more. But there's this nagging voice in my head that won't shut up. He needs to know. It's not fair to let this go further without telling him. Wait, I gasp, pulling back. My lips feel swollen from his kisses, and my body screams at me to shut up and keep going. Cameron freezes, his chest heaving against mine. Those green eyes, usually so controlled, are dark with want. His hands still rest on my thighs, and I can feel him hard beneath me. God, why am I stopping this? What's wrong? His voice is rough, concerned. One hand moves to cup my face, and I lean into his touch despite myself. There's something you need to know. The words come out barely above a whisper. My heart pounds so hard I'm sure he can hear it. I don't want you to be disappointed. Disappointed? His thumb traces my bottom lip. That's not possible. I shake my head, pulling back slightly. You don't understand. I've never... The words stick in my throat. How do you tell someone like him, someone who probably has women throwing themselves at him daily, that you've never done this before? Never what? He prompts gently, though I can hear the strain in his voice. I take a deep breath, squeezing my eyes shut. I'm a virgin.
Chapter 16. Cameron. The words echo in my head like a struck bell. Virgin. My grip tightens on her wrist as desire courses through me. I need to hear it again. Make sure I didn't imagine it. What did you say? My voice comes out rough, strained. Sadie jerks back, trying to pull away. I'm so sorry. I should have told you sooner. I understand if you don't... Stop. The command slips out before I can stop it. She freezes, those hazel eyes wide and uncertain. I'll just go, she whispers, taking another step back. This was clearly a mistake. I stand, keeping hold of her wrist, and close the distance between us. Her pulse races under my fingers. You're untouched. The words come out reverent, almost a prayer. Yes, I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. Something primal stirs in me, a possessive hunger I've never felt before. The thought of being her first, of showing her pleasure she's never known. My control snaps. I capture her lips with mine, pouring every ounce of need into the kiss. She gasps against my mouth, and I take advantage, deepening the kiss until we're both breathless. Her hands clutch at my shoulders as she melts against me. I break away just enough to speak against her lips. Don't apologize, not for this. Never for this. She shivers, and I can feel her uncertainty warring with desire. But I won't know what I'm doing. Let me teach you. I trail kisses down her neck, savoring her soft moan. Let me show you everything. I lift her with ease, her legs wrapping around my waist as if they belong there. Her lips are soft, eager against mine, and I can't help but groan as she experiments with her tongue, testing, tasting. For someone so inexperienced, she's a natural. The bed welcomes her as I lower her down, dropping to my knees between her thighs. Her chest rises and falls rapidly, the silk of her dress clinging to curves. I'm desperate to explore. Heat radiates from her body, calling to something primitive in me. The need to claim her, mark her, make her mind threatens to overwhelm my control. But I force myself to pause. This has to be perfect. She deserves nothing less. Remember our demonstration on consent? I press my lips to the delicate skin of her inner wrist, feeling her pulse race beneath. She nods, those innocent eyes locked on mine. My good girl. The thought sends a jolt of possession through me. I need you to say it. I need to hear you want this. Fear flickers across her face, and she catches that full bottom lip between her teeth. Whoa, a sight makes me want to bite it myself, to taste her uncertainty and replace it with pleasure. She nods again, slowly, deliberately. I can't help the wicked smile that spreads across my face. No. Use your words. Tell me what you want. Cameron, please. Sadie's voice cracks, barely a whisper. Her grip tightens on my shoulders, her knuckles bone white. Yes, I murmur, my voice a low growl. Tell me you want this. Her breaths come fast and shallow, her eyes locked on mine. Yes, she breathes. Please. I want this. I lift her head gently, my thumb tracing a feather-light path across her lower lip. Good girl. The word drips from my lips, laced with possessive heat. I slide my hands beneath her skirt, the soft fabric clinging to her as I gently push it up, revealing the curve of her hips and the gentle sway of her thighs. I can hear her inhale sharply, a sound that sets my blood on fire. I lean her back against the edge of the bed, separating her legs slowly, relishing every second of her vulnerability. I savor the way her breath hitches with each movement, the way she shivers beneath my touch.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 17. Sadie. Sunlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows, making me squint as consciousness creeps in. The silk sheets whisper against my skin as I shift, and memories of last night flood back. My body aches in places I didn't know could ache, but it's a delicious kind of soreness. I turn my head slowly, and there he is, Cameron. His dark hair falls across his forehead, softening those sharp features that usually command such authority. The morning light catches the angles of his face, and my fingers itch to trace them. Last night replays in my mind like a movie. The way his hands trembled slightly when I told him I was a virgin. How his eyes darkened with something primal yet protective. "We'll take it slow," he'd whispered against my neck. "Tell me if anything hurts." I watched the steady rise and fall of his chest, marveling at how different he looks in sleep. Gone is the intimidating hotel magnate who makes everyone jump at his command. Here lies just a man, vulnerable and peaceful, My mind drifts to how he'd checked on me throughout, his dominance tempered by genuine care. "Is this okay?" he'd asked repeatedly, his voice rough with restraint. Even when passion overwhelmed us both, he never lost that thread of control, that awareness of my comfort. The sheet has slipped down to his waist, and I can't help but admire the muscles of his chest, remembering how they felt under my exploring hands. Cameron stirs beside me, and I freeze, hoping my movement didn't wake him. His eyes flutter open, and before I can pretend to be asleep, those green eyes lock onto mine. A lazy smile spreads across his face, and my heart does a little flip. He leans over, pressing his lips against mine in a gentle good morning kiss. His hand cups my face, thumb stroking my cheek. The tenderness in his touch makes my insides melt. "How are you feeling?" The concern in his voice warms me more than the sunlight streaming through the windows. His fingers trail down my arm, leaving goosebumps in their wake. "I'm okay." I shift slightly, testing the unfamiliar soreness. "Maybe a little sore, but nothing too bad." "Maybe a warm bath will do you good." He props himself up on one elbow, the sheet sliding lower on his hips. "I'll run the shower and you can join me when you're ready." My breath catches. A shower? Together. The idea of being naked with him again, in broad daylight, makes my stomach do somersaults. Last night was different. The darkness had provided a sort of cover, not to mention I was caught up in the heat of the moment. He must read the hesitation on my face because he chuckles softly. "It's just a shower, sweetheart. Nothing more." His fingers trace patterns on my shoulder, and I've already seen every beautiful inch of you. The way he says beautiful makes my skin tingle. There's something about how he looks at me, like I'm the most precious thing he's ever seen, that makes me want to be brave. "Okay," I whisper, surprising myself with how much I mean it. The warm water cascades over our bodies, steam billowing around us like a cocoon. Cameron stands behind me, his fingers running through my hair, massaging my scalp with a gentleness that belies his dominant nature. I lean into his touch, a soft moan escaping my lips. "Feel good?" His voice is a low rumble, barely audible over the sound of the water. "Mm-hmm." I hum in agreement, my eyes fluttering closed. His hands move lower, kneading the tension from my shoulders. The scent of the soap, something woodsy and masculine, fills the air as he lathers it onto my skin. His hands explore every inch of me, lingering on my chest, circling my buds until they're taut and aching. I gasp as his fingers trail down my spine, cupping my butt possessively. When I turn to face him, his eyes are dark with desire, but there's a tenderness there too. I lift my chin in invitation. He captures my mouth with his, one hand cupping my face while the other pulls me flush against him. Our tongues tangle, the kiss deep and passionate. The water beats down on us, amplifying every sensation. I feel his shaft hard against my stomach, and I reach down, wrapping my fingers around him tentatively. Cameron pulls back slightly, breaking the kiss. "No," he murmurs, his voice firm yet gentle. "We don't want to overdo it. Your body needs to rest." I pout, disappointment washing over me. "But..." "Patience, sweetheart." He brushes a strand of wet hair from my face, tucking it behind my ear. "We have plenty of time to explore this. No rush." His fingers trace the line of my jaw, tilting my face up to meet his gaze. There's a promise in his eyes, a smoldering intensity that sends shivers down my spine. Despite the warmth of the water, goosebumps prickle my skin. "But I want you," I insist, my voice barely above a whisper. A slow smile spreads across his face, and he leans in, pressing a soft kiss to my forehead. "And I want you. More than you know. But good things come to those who wait." The late afternoon sun casts a warm glow, against the veil's facade as we return. The moment we step into the lobby, a swarm of female staff descends on Cameron like moths to a flame. My stomach twists as I watch a leggy blonde touch his arm while laughing at something he said. "Miss Mills," Cameron says, his professional tone a stark contrast to how he whispered my name just hours ago. "Thank you for your time. I trust you'll be ready for your shift tomorrow morning." "Yes, Mr. Hawkins?" I force a smile and turn toward the elevator, my new shopping bag suddenly feeling heavy. I'm halfway down the third-floor corridor when a strong hand grabs my wrist. Before I can protest, Will yanks me into what appears to be a supply closet. "Spill it, sister." He flicks on the light, his blue eyes sparkling with mischief. "You disappear all day and come back looking like a whole snack? That's not the Sadie I know." "It's nothing." I adjust my new dress self-consciously. "Mr. Hawkins just thought I needed a more professional appearance." "Professional?" Will's eyebrows shoot up as he touches a strand of my highlighted hair. "Honey, those aren't professional highlights. Those are take me highlights. And that dress," he circles me like a shark, "that's not Walmart clearance rack anymore." "Will," I swat his hand away as he pokes at my fresh manicure. "And don't think I didn't notice how you two came in together." He crosses his arms. "Or how you couldn't take your eyes off him while those thirsty bitches were circling." "I wasn't." "Save it." He holds up a hand. "Your face says everything. Did you sleep with him?" Heat creeps up my neck. "That's none of your business." Will's eyes go wide. "Oh my God, you did." He claps his hands together. "Our little Virgin Mary got deflowered by the big bad wolf himself." "Would you keep your voice down?" I hiss, glancing at the door. "Nobody can know about this. He's my boss. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me." He pulls me into a tight hug. Will's expression softens as he pulls back from our hug. "Listen, sugar, I'm thrilled you got laid. Lord knows you needed it." He squeezes my shoulders. "But these rich types, they're not like us. They play different games." "It's not like that," I protest, but even I can hear the uncertainty in my voice. "Cameron is—" "Mr. Hawkins," Will corrects, arching an eyebrow. "Remember that. During the day, he's your boss. And honey, I've seen how this plays out before. The boss gets his rocks off with the pretty new hire. Then when things get messy—" He makes a cutting motion across his throat. "You don't know him." The words come out more defensive than I intend. "Maybe not." Will leans against a shelf of cleaning supplies. "But I know his type. Just guard that heart of yours, okay? Don't let a good leg cloud your judgment." Back in my room, I sink into the plush mattress. Will's words echoing in my head. The sheets still smell like Cameron's cologne, and I hate how my body responds to just the memory of his touch. What am I doing? 24 hours ago, I was a virgin. Now I'm sleeping with my boss at a seedy hotel. It sounds ridiculous even in my head. I roll over, burying my face in the pillow. Will's right. I need to be careful. One wrong move and I could lose everything. Not just this job, but my dignity, my chance at a fresh start. But when I close my eyes, all I can see is Cameron's face, feel his gentle touches, hear his whispered praises. And despite Will's warnings, despite my own better judgment, I know I'm already in too deep.
Chapter 18. Cameron. It's only been days since our night together, yet something's wrong with Sadie, and it's driving me insane. I watch her glide past my office, her new highlights catching the light, but she doesn't even glance my way. 3 days until opening, and I can't focus on anything except her sudden coldness. "The West Wing's ready for inspection, sir." My assistant drops a stack of papers on my desk. "Good." I lean back in my chair, loosening my tie. "Where are we on the member registrations?" 200 confirmed. Mostly high-profile clients from... A laugh echoes from the hallway. Sadie's voice, professional and controlled, speaking to someone else. My jaw clenches. Mr. Hawkins? What? I snap, then catch myself. Sorry, continue. The day drags on. I inspect rooms, approve final touches, meet with security. Every time I see her, she's the picture of professionalism. Yes, Mr. Hawkins. Right away, Mr. Hawkins. Like that night never happened. These privacy screens need to be higher, I tell the contractor, gesturing to the pool area. And the lighting in the observation deck. Mr. Hawkins. Will, one of the butlers, approaches with a tablet. The entertainment schedule for opening night needs your approval. I scan the document, barely registering the words. Have you noticed anything different about Sadie lately? Will's eyebrows shoot up. I don't discuss other staff members, sir. Cut the bullcrap. You two are friends. And that's exactly why I'm staying out of it. He takes the tablet back. Though I will say, mixing business and pleasure rarely ends well. I watch him walk away, his words hitting too close to home. The thing is, with Sadie, it didn't feel like just pleasure. I page Sadie, impatience coursing through me like a live wire. She arrives, a vision of professionalism in her fitted uniform, hair pulled back into a tight ponytail. You wanted to see me, sir? Her voice is cool, distant. It grates on my nerves. Yes, my board members are arriving soon. I need you to tidy up my office. I gesture around the room, papers scattered across the desk, cushions askew on the couch. She nods, stepping further into the room. Of course, sir. I watch as she starts with the seating area, straightening the cushions, tossing empty coffee cups into the trash. Her movements are efficient, graceful. I make an attempt at small talk, but she responds with one-word answers, her focus solely on the task at hand. It's infuriating. Stepping aside from my desk, I let her take over, organizing the chaotic mess of papers and office supplies. As she works, I move in behind her, close enough to catch her scent, a mix of vanilla and something uniquely Sadie. Are you trying to drive me mad? I lean in, my voice low. She pauses, her hand hovering over a stack of papers. I don't know what you mean, sir. You know exactly what I mean. Don't think I haven't noticed you avoiding me. I press against her, letting her feel the effect she has on me. Her breathing hitches, but she doesn't respond. I lean down, my lips brushing against her neck. Don't you want this anymore? All you have to do is say so. Say you don't want this. A soft no escapes her lips. Then you still want me. You still want this, I murmur, kissing her neck, my hands gripping her hips. Yes, she admits, her voice barely a whisper. Good. I bend her over my desk, my hands sliding up her thighs. Cameron, there are people around, Sadie whispers, her voice a mix of excitement and hesitation. Her eyes dart to my office door window, scanning the dimly lit hallway. You have to admit, that's part of the thrill, I murmur, my hand still resting on her exposed thigh. The rip in her stockings exposes her smooth skin, and I can't help but trace the edge with my fingertips. She shivers at my touch, her breath hitching. But what if someone sees? Then they'll get a show, I say, my voice low and steady. I lean in, my lips brushing against her ear. Don't tell me you're not turned on by the idea. She bites her lip, suppressing a moan as my hand moves higher, fondling her gently. Her eyes flutter closed, and she leans into my touch. Cameron. Shh, I whisper, my other hand reaching up to cup her face. Just feel, Sadie, let go. She nods, her breath coming in quick gasps. I can feel her heart pounding against my chest, her body trembling with anticipation. I unbuckle my pants, the sound of the belt clinking against the buckle, echoing in the quiet hallway.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 19. Sadie. The buzz of opening day has my heart racing as I rush down another pristine hallway, straightening a decorative vase. Will appears beside me, his blue eyes sparkling with excitement. "Just showed a lovely couple to the Crimson Suite," he says, matching my stride. They couldn't stop gawking at the two-way mirrors. The Crimson Suite? That's the one with the suspended bed, right? I adjust my fitted uniform, still amazed at how comfortable I've become wearing it. And the ceiling mirrors. Will wiggles his eyebrows. Had another guest ask about the Sapphire Wings underwater viewing room. These people are living their best lives. Remember when we first toured this place? I could barely look anyone in the eye. I laughed, thinking back to my prudish behavior. Now here I am, giving directions to the bondage rooms without batting an eyelash. Speaking of which, I need to restock the toy chest in room 369. Will checks his tablet. Though I'd rather be restocking Man Bun Guy's room, if you know what I mean. You're terrible. I playfully swat his arm. But seriously, I never thought I'd feel so empowered here. Like, earlier a guest propositioned me and I just smiled and politely declined. No awkwardness, no shame. That's because a certain someone helped you embrace your inner vixen. Will smirks. My mind drifts to Cameron, to his patient guidance and passionate encouragement. The way he showed me pleasure could be beautiful, natural. How being desired isn't something to fear or hide from. Earth to Sadie. Will waves his hand in front of my face. Save the sizzling daydreaming for after hours. We've got rooms to prep. I straighten my shoulders, feeling confident and capable. Right. These fantasies aren't going to facilitate themselves. I slide my key card into another door, knocking softly. Housekeeping. A breathless female voice calls out. Just a minute? Followed by a deep masculine groan that makes my skin tingle. I'll come back later, I say quickly, moving down the hallway. The sounds of pleasure follow me, moans and gasps echoing through the corridors. My body responds, remembering Cameron's touch, the way he makes me feel. Speaking of Cameron, I haven't seen him since early this morning when he rushed past with a group of investors. I miss him, but I get it. Opening day is huge. Tonight's staff party will make up for lost time. Who's got you smiling like that? Will appears around the corner, making me jump. Thinking about your lover boy? Can you blame me? I gesture at our surroundings. This place is intense today. Tell me about it. I just had to restock 3 toy chests in the past hour. He fans himself dramatically. These guests are insatiable. Another door opens down the hall, and a satisfied-looking couple emerges, clothes slightly askew. They give us knowing smiles as they pass. Cameron's vision really came together, I say proudly. The hotel's already running like a well-oiled machine. Speaking of well-oiled, Will waggles his eyebrows. Okay, I'm done with my rounds. I cut him off, laughing. I need to get ready for tonight's party anyway. My pulse quickens thinking about seeing Cameron later. Between the charged atmosphere and missing him all day, tonight can't come soon enough. I smooth my hands over the black dress, admiring how it hugs every curve. The shower left my skin dewy and fresh, and I've styled my hair in loose waves that cascade down my back. My makeup is sultry, but not overdone, just enough to make my hazel eyes pop. A knock at the door breaks my reverie. Will stands there in a fitted black suit, his tattoos peeking out from his sleeves. Holy crap, look at you. He lets out a low whistle. Cameron's going to swallow his tongue. You clean up pretty nice yourself. I grab my clutch, though I notice you're still rocking the 5 o'clock shadow. Some of us work this rugged look on purpose. He offers his arm. Shall we, my lady? The elevator ride down is filled with nervous energy. When the doors open to the grand ballroom, I freeze. The space has been transformed into something out of a fantasy. Gossamer fabric drapes from the ceiling, creating intimate alcoves throughout. Red and purple lights cast sensual shadows across everything. On elevated platforms, dancers in elaborate costumes move sinuously to the pulsing music. Some wear intricate masks and not much else. I feel like I've stepped into some mythical pleasure palace. I whisper to Will. That's kind of the point. He guides me toward the bar. Welcome to Cameron's world. Crystal chandeliers catch the light, sending prismatic reflections across the crowd. Everyone's dressed to kill, but there's an edge of something more primal in the air. Couples dance close enough to make me warm just watching them. My eyes scan the room for Cameron, but come up empty. The crowd shifts and moves like a living thing, making it impossible to spot anyone specific. Champagne? Will offers me a flute. You look like you need it. God, yes. I take a grateful sip, still searching the crowd. The bass thrums through my bones as I sway with Will and a few other staff members. My black dress catches the light, drawing more attention than I'd anticipated. Excuse me, beautiful. A well-dressed guest slides up beside me. Care to dance? Thank you, sir. I'm flattered, but I'm staff. I gesture to my ID badge. Hotel policy. He moves on, but another takes his place within minutes. The rejection dance is getting old. You're breaking hearts left and right, Will teases, spinning me playfully. Though I suspect there's only one heart you're interested in. Yeah, if I can even find him. My words trail off as my gaze catches on the VIP section. Cameron lounges on a black leather couch, his suit jacket open, tie loosened. 2 women in sparkling dresses press against him from either side. One trails red-tipped fingers down his chest, while the other whispers in his ear, her lips brushing his skin. My stomach twists. He's not encouraging them, but he's not stopping them either. The champagne flute slips from my fingers, shattering against the marble floor. The crash seems to echo through the ballroom, drawing everyone's attention, including his. Don't worry, everyone. I'm a maid here. I'll clean it up. My voice comes out steadier than I feel as I drop to my knees, carefully gathering the larger pieces of glass. Stop! Cameron's polished shoes appear in my field of vision. You'll hurt yourself. The proximity of his voice sends a shiver down my spine, but I keep my eyes focused on the task at hand. Don't worry about it. I'm sure those ladies are missing you already. Let someone else handle this. His hand reaches for my arm, but I pull away. I got it covered. My fingers tremble as I collect another shard. 2 staff members appear with brooms and dustpans. We'll take care of this, Miss Mills. I stand quickly, smoothing my dress. Cameron steps closer, his cologne wrapping around me like a familiar embrace. Sadie, let me explain. Will? I call out, probably louder than necessary. Dance with me? Will appears at my side instantly, reading the situation. Thought you'd never ask, darling. I grab his arm and practically drag him onto the dance floor, leaving Cameron standing among the broken glass. The irony isn't lost on me. I press close to Will, my hands gripping his broad shoulders. 2 weeks of towel duty if you make this look good. Honey, I don't need bribing to show off these moves. Will pulls me flush against him, his movements fluid and sensual. Though I won't say no to the towel offer. The music pulses around us as Will guides me expertly across the floor. His hands slide down to my hips, and I catch Cameron's heated stare from across the room. Is he watching? I whisper, though I already know the answer. Like a hawk. Will spins me slowly. And those vultures are still circling. I glance over to see the 2 women pressing closer to Cameron, their tight dresses leaving little to the imagination. One trails her fingers through his hair while the other practically straddles his thigh, both vying for his attention like sharks circling prey. My stomach twists as I watch them fawn over him, though his expression remains carefully neutral. They're welcome to him. I turn my back on the scene, focusing on Will. Clearly, he's enjoying the attention. Want to really get under his skin? Will's eyes sparkle mischievously. Follow my lead. He dips me low, his face inches from mine. The move draws appreciative whistles from nearby dancers. When he pulls me up, I catch Cameron half rising from his seat, jaw clenched. Thanks for the dance. I squeeze Will's hand. But I think I'm done for the night. You sure? We could really drive him crazy. I shake my head, suddenly exhausted. Not worth it. I'm heading up. The elevator can't come fast enough. As the doors slide closed, I catch one last glimpse of Cameron shoving the women aside, but I'm already gone.
Chapter 20. Cameron. I shove the women's hands off my thighs. That's enough. My voice carries the edge of authority that usually makes people snap to attention. Their pouty protests fade into background noise as I track Sadie's retreat through the crowd. Watching her dance with Will had my blood boiling. Even knowing he's gay doesn't temper the possessive surge that hits when I see another man's hands on her. The way she moved against him. All the sensual curves in that dress that hugs every inch of her. But Mr. Hawkins, we could make this evening so much more interesting, one of the women purrs, trailing perfectly manicured nails down my arm. I catch her wrist. Not interested. Standing, I straighten my jacket and scan the crowd. Sadie's nowhere in sight, but Will's still on the dance floor. Our eyes meet, and he gives me a knowing look that says I messed up. The fact that she got jealous, though, heat coils in my gut at the memory of her face when she saw those women draped over me. The fire in her eyes before she dropped that glass. I shouldn't like it as much as I do, but something primal inside me loves knowing she wants me enough to get possessive. I stride toward the exit, loosening my tie. But those other women mean nothing. They're exactly the type I used to go for, all polish and practiced seduction. But Sadie, she's real. Raw. And watching her storm off makes me realize I don't want to play these games anymore. I rap my knuckles against her door. Sadie, open up. Nothing but silence answers. A smirk tugs at my lips. Have you forgotten I own the damn place? I can open any door I want. Sliding the master keycard from my pocket, I swipe it through the reader. The lock clicks and I push inside. Darkness greets me, but the faint scent of her perfume tells me she's here. You might own the place, but you don't own me. Warm light floods the room as she clicks on the bedside lamp. My breath catches. Sadie's leaning against the wall, wrapped in black lace that leaves little to the imagination. The lingerie hugs every curve, showing off miles of caramel skin. Holy crap! The words slip out before I can stop them. This isn't the shy girl who blushed when I first kissed her. The woman before me radiates confidence, from her perfectly tousled hair to the dangerous glint in her eyes. What's wrong, Cameron? Surprised I'm not crying into my pillow after watching those women pawing at you. She pushes off the wall, hips swaying as she stalks toward me. Or maybe you're just disappointed I didn't stick around to watch the show? Sadie, I start, but she cuts me off. No, let me guess. They're just guests, right? You were being polite? Her finger traces down my chest, sending electricity through my veins. Well, I decided to be polite too. Will's an excellent dance partner. The mention of him has my jaw clenching. Is that what this is about? This is about showing you that your meek little maid isn't so meek anymore. She loops her arms around my neck, pressing that lace-covered body against mine. And maybe reminding you what you're missing while you're playing host. Sadie backs me up against the bed, her eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that sends a shiver down my spine. She's transformed, and I can't help but marvel at the change. The shy, modest girl I first met has morphed into a confident vixen who knows exactly what she wants. And right now, that's me. I've created a monster, I murmur, a salacious smile spreading across my face. She smirks, pushing me down to sit on the bed. The black lace of her lingerie shimmers in the soft light as she kneels in front of me. My breath catches as she reaches for my belt, her fingers deftly unbuckling it. This time you do as I say, she orders, her voice laced with a menacing edge that sends a thrill through me. I chuckle, amused by her sudden dominance. Yes, ma'am, I reply, leaning back on my elbows to give her better access.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
In that moment, there's nothing but us. No hotel, no guests, no responsibilities. Just Sadie and me, lost in each other, bound by something more than just the physical. I'm in deep, and there's no turning back.
Chapter 21. Sadie. Sunlight streams through the curtains, and I stir awake to find Cameron's muscular arm draped across my waist. The events of last night flood back. The party, the jealousy, the intense passion. My heart races as I realize he's still here. Oh God, I whisper, sitting up abruptly. The other maids will see you leaving. Cameron's eyes open lazily, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Good morning to you too. I'm serious. They'll all know I gesture between us frantically. That we're doing it. He pulls me back down beside him. Let them talk. Easy for you to say. You're not the one who has to deal with their judgmental stares and whispers. I try to wiggle free, but he holds me tighter. Since when do you care what they think? His fingers trace patterns on my bare shoulder. The Sadie I had in my bed last night didn't seem too concerned about appearances. Heat pools in my belly at the memory. That's different. This is my job, my reputation. You're mine now. He cuts me off, voice firm but gentle. I don't give a damn what anyone has to say about it. Let them stare. Let them whisper. You agreed to be mine last night, remember? I was caught up in the moment. I protest weakly. Were you? His hand slides down my side. Because I distinctly remember you screaming that you were mine, multiple times. I hide my face in his chest but can't help smiling. You're impossible. And you're overthinking this. He tilts my chin up. Relax. Anyone who has a problem with us can take it up with me directly. I slip into a casual sundress, while Cameron watches from the bed, his eyes following my every move. The hotel halls are mercifully quiet as we make our way to his car, though I still grip his hand tightly, half expecting someone to pop out and catch us. Relax, he says, opening the passenger door. Most of them are still passed out from last night's festivities. The mountain air hits my face as we drive, and I can't help but smile. Where are we going? Little place I found while scouting locations for the hotel. Their eggs Benedict is worth the drive alone. We pull up to a charming bistro nestled against the mountainside. The outdoor seating area overlooks a stunning valley vista, morning fog still clinging to the peaks. This is gorgeous. I breathe, taking in the view as we're seated. Almost as gorgeous as you in that dress. Cameron's eyes darken as he looks at me over his menu. Stop that. I kick him playfully under the table. I'm trying to actually eat breakfast. What? I can't admire my girl? Your girl? I raise an eyebrow, trying to hide how those words make my stomach flutter. After last night? He leans forward, voice dropping. You're definitely mine. The waitress appears before I can respond, and I'm grateful for the interruption. Cameron orders for both of us with that easy confidence of his, then turns back to me. Cameron takes a sip of his coffee, those green eyes studying me intently. So, marketing degree gathering dust while you clean rooms? My fingers trace the rim of my mug. Not exactly gathering dust. I've been studying the hotel's marketing materials, in my spare time actually. The way you've positioned the public-facing brand is fascinating. Is that so? He leans forward, genuinely interested. Tell me more. Well, the contrast between the luxury resort messaging and the other aspects. It's brilliant, really. Creates intrigue without being obvious. Sounds like you put some thought into this. His thumb brushes over my knuckles. You know, we'll need someone to handle our social media presence once we're fully operational. My heart skips. Are you offering me a job? I'm saying I've seen how sharp you are. Would be a waste not to utilize those skills. He pauses. Unless you'd rather keep scrubbing toilets? God, no. I laugh, then catch myself. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with Sadie. The way he says my name sends shivers down my spine. You're allowed to want more. The conversation flows easily after that, discussing potential marketing strategies and guest demographics. It strikes me how natural this feels, not just the physical attraction, but talking business, sharing ideas. Cameron actually listens, engages, challenges my thoughts in ways that make them better. You're different, I blurt out before I can stop myself. Different how? From what I expected. You actually care what I think, about more than just... I gesture vaguely, feeling my skin warm. His expression softens for a moment before that signature smirk returns. The eggs Benedict arrives, steam rising invitingly from the perfectly poached eggs. I'm about to take my first bite when Cameron's phone buzzes against the table. He glances at the screen and sighs. Just 1 second. I nod, watching as he steps away from our table. The mountain breeze carries snippets of his conversation, something about security protocols and guest screening processes. My fork breaks through the egg, rich yellow yolk spilling onto the English muffin. I'm 3 bites in when he returns, sliding back into his seat with an apologetic smile. Sorry about that. Where were we? Marketing strategies for... His phone interrupts again, vibrating insistently. Hell, he mutters, checking the caller ID. I really need to take this one. I wave him off, trying to hide my disappointment. Go ahead. This time he's gone longer. My food grows cold as I push it around my plate, watching him pace along the restaurant's stone wall. His jaw tightens with each passing minute. When he returns, he barely has time to pick up his fork before another call comes in. You should probably get that, I say softly. He runs a hand through his hair in frustration. Opening week is always chaos, but this is... The phone buzzes again. He answers with a sharp, "What now?" I finish my breakfast alone. The stunning view somehow less spectacular without him to share it with. The waitress stops by twice to refill my coffee, shooting sympathetic glances at Cameron's empty chair. I watch Cameron pace back and forth, his perfect suit jacket now draped over the back of his chair, sleeves rolled up as he barks orders into his phone. The mountain view blurs before me as reality sets in. What am I doing here? Playing dress-up in designer clothes? Pretending I belong in his world? My fingers trace the delicate lace trim of my sundress, a far cry from my diner uniform just weeks ago. The transformation feels like a carefully crafted illusion, and I'm waiting for the spell to break. A wealthy executive with a dirty hotel empire, a small-town girl with student loans, and a marketing degree collecting dust. The math doesn't add up. Cameron's voice rises as he deals with another crisis. No, absolutely not. I don't care what they're offering. The screening process is non-negotiable. His jaw clenches, that vein in his neck pulsing with frustration. I take a sip of my now cold coffee, remembering Will's warning about mixing business with pleasure. This morning I'd brushed it off, drunk on Cameron's promises and heated touches. But sitting here watching him juggle calls and crises, the reality hits hard. I'm just a distraction, a pretty little project he'll tire of once the novelty wears off. Cameron approaches our table, his hair slightly tousled from all the pacing. His phone hasn't stopped buzzing since we sat down. The tight set of his jaw tells me everything I need to know before he even speaks. I have to head back to the hotel. He runs a hand through his hair, smoothing it down in a way that makes him even more attractive. There's an issue that needs my immediate attention. Of course. I force a smile, pushing down the disappointment settling in my stomach. Go handle your business. Finish your breakfast, he says, nodding at my half-eaten plate. Take in the view. I'll have a driver to bring the car around in about an hour. You don't have to. I insist. His tone brooks no argument. He leans down, pressing a kiss to my forehead that makes my skin tingle. I'll see you later. His cologne lingers in the air as he straightens up, already typing on his phone. And Sadie? He pauses, those green eyes meeting mine. Last night was something else. Before I can respond, his phone rings again. With an apologetic smile, he's gone, leaving me alone with cold eggs Benedict. And a view that suddenly feels too big for one person. The waitress appears with fresh coffee, and I wrap my hands around the warm mug, trying to hold on to the memory of how perfect everything felt just an hour ago. I stare at the half-eaten eggs Benedict, my appetite completely gone. The mountain vista stretches before me, but all I can focus on is the empty chair across the table where Cameron sat just minutes ago. What am I doing pretending? I belong in his world of luxury hotels and power moves. The same doubt that plagued me at the diner creeps back in, whispering that I'm not enough. Last night felt real, raw and passionate and honest. But in the harsh light of day, with Cameron's constant phone calls and the weight of his empire pressing in, I wonder if I'm just another acquisition. A small-town girl he can mold into his fantasy, then discard when something more exciting comes along. Maybe it would hurt less to walk away now, before I fall any deeper. before the spell breaks and I'm back to being just another maid in his hotel of secrets.
Chapter 22. Cameron. My blood boils as I stride through the lobby, my footsteps echoing against the marble floors. The staff scatter like leaves in the wind. They know that look on my face. Through the glass doors of my office, I spot him. Walter Hawkins, lounging on my leather couch like he owns the place. My jaw clenches. This is my territory, my success. Not his empire, not his rules. The Veil is everything I've worked for, everything I've built from the ground up without his precious name or connections. He doesn't get to waltz in here and diminish what I've created. The door slams behind me. What the hell are you doing here? My father's steel gray eyes meet mine, that familiar smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The same one he wore when I was 8, and he caught me sneaking cookies before dinner. The same patronizing look that makes me want to punch something. Seeing as you've been avoiding my calls, I thought to have a look at this place myself. He runs his finger along the arm of the couch, inspecting it for dust. I'll be honest with you. When I first heard from the grapevine about your little voyeur hotel idea, I thought people were pulling my leg. But here you are. I'm surprised you managed to pull it off. I take a slow, measured breath, adjusting my cufflinks. Times have changed, Dad. Not everyone wants the stuffy, traditional hotel experience anymore. People crave something different, something exciting. Different? He scoffs, standing to pour himself a drink from my private bar without asking. You mean perverted? This isn't hospitality, Cameron. It's smut with room service. The Veil caters to sophisticated clientele who want discretion and luxury while exploring their desires. Our membership waitlist is already 6 months long. My voice stays steady despite the anger churning in my gut. But you wouldn't understand that, would you? Your idea of innovation is changing the lobby flowers twice a week instead of once. He takes a long sip, ice clinking against crystal. At least I taught you how to run a proper business, though I never expected you'd apply those lessons to this. You taught me! I bark out a laugh. What exactly did you teach me, Dad? How to prioritize image over substance? How to treat staff like they're disposable? Or maybe it was all those lessons about how nothing I do will ever be good enough. My father swirls the amber liquid in his glass, his expression shifting to something more calculated. Yes, about the staff. He draws out each word like he's savoring them. I've been hearing some rather interesting rumors about you sleeping with the help. Ice slides down my spine, but I keep my face neutral. And where exactly did you hear these rumors? Does it matter? He sets his glass down with a sharp click. It's against policy, and you know it. These things have a way of getting out, and when they do... Let me stop you right there. I cross to my desk, gripping the back of my chair. First, this isn't your hotel chain. Your policies don't apply here. Second, my personal life is none of your damn business. Everything about this business is my business. Or did you forget whose name you carry? My mind races trying to figure out who could have tipped him off. Those 2 women from the party the other night. They'd seemed pretty pissed when I dismissed them. But how would they have his contact information? I let out a dismissive laugh, adjusting my tie with practiced nonchalance. Your sources need better intel, Dad. Miss Mills is simply an investment in the hotel's future. An investment? His eyebrow arches skeptically. You taught me to recognize potential profit margins when I see them. I moved to the window, gazing out at the mountains. That girl pulled in more attention on opening night than any other staff member. 10 high-profile clients requested private arrangements within hours. Is that so? He takes another sip of his drink. Morgan Stanley's VP offered 20 grand just to have her serve drinks at his private party next month. The lie rolls smoothly off my tongue. 2 hedge fund managers got into a bidding war over who'd get her exclusive attention for the evening. My father's business instincts perk up despite himself, and she agreed to these arrangements? That's what the training is for. I turn back to face him, keeping my expression neutral. She needs polish, refinement. Once she's properly groomed, she'll be our highest earning asset. The girl's got that innocent look rich men can't resist. The words taste bitter in my mouth, but I know it's what he needs to hear. Nothing matters to Walter Hawkins except the bottom line. Well, he sets down his glass. Perhaps I underestimated your business acumen after all. I shrug, the picture of indifference. I learned from the best, didn't I? Always keep your eye on the profit margins. My father's demeanor shifts like a weather vane in a storm. His earlier contempt morphs into that practiced smile I've seen him use on business partners for decades. Well, son, I have to hand it to you. This is quite the innovative approach. He straightens his tie, nodding with newfound approval. The profit margins you're describing, they're impressive. Perhaps I was too quick to judge. My stomach turns. The fact that he's suddenly on board the moment he thinks I'm exploiting Sadie makes me want to punch through a wall. Instead, I adjust my cufflinks, keeping my voice steady. If we're done here, I have a hotel to run. Of course, of course. He takes his sweet time standing, brushing invisible lint from his perfectly pressed suit. At the door, he pauses, turning back with that shark-like smile. Just remember, Cameron, this little venture of yours might operate outside the traditional hospitality sphere, but it's not exempt from the rules of our world. The board members, the investors, they all have expectations. Is that a threat? I step forward, drawing myself to my full height. Consider it fatherly advice. He shrugs, his hand on the doorknob. After all, it would be a shame if certain conservative members of the Hospitality Association caught wind of what's really happening behind these walls. Not everyone appreciates your innovative spirit. The door clicks shut behind him, and I resist the urge to throw something. Using Sadie as a shield against his interference leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. I'm not my father. I won't reduce people to profit margins and leverage points. But his parting words echo in my head. He's right about one thing. I might have built this place outside his shadow, but I'm still playing in a world where perception is everything. And he knows exactly how to manipulate that world. I pace my office like a caged animal. My father's threats continue to ring in my ears. The leather chair crashes against the wall as I shove it aside. My hands itch to destroy something, anything to release this building pressure. Jessica! I bark into the intercom. Bring me Sadie Mills' file, now! The door opens within seconds. Jessica's heels click against the hardwood as she hands me the manila folder. Here you go, Mr. Hawkins. I snatch it, spreading the contents across my desk. Marketing degree. Dean's list. Recommendations from professors. Nothing stands out that could help me outmaneuver my father. Damn it! My fist connects with the desk. The pain barely registers. My father's words twist in my gut like a knife. He'll do anything to maintain control, to force me back under his thumb like I'm still some kid who needs his approval. The thought of Sadie becoming collateral damage in his power play makes my blood boil. I've seen how he operates, how he ruins people's careers without a second thought. I flip through the pages again. There has to be something. Some angle I haven't considered. The veil is mine. My vision, my rules, my success. I won't let him twist it into something dirty, just because he can't handle me stepping out of his shadow. Jessica, get me everything you can find on Sadie Mills. Social media, previous employment, college transcripts, everything. Right away, sir. She pauses at the door. And the board meeting scheduled for 3. Cancel it. I run my hands through my hair, mind racing. Cancel everything today. I need to think. Need to find a way to protect both Sadie and the veil without playing into my father's hands. He's expecting me to either end things with her or try to hide it. Either way, he wins. The marketing degree catches my eye again. An idea starts to form, but I need more time. More information. My father's good at destroying things, but I learned from the best how to build something from the ashes. I pick up my phone, thumb hovering over Sadie's number. Not yet. I need a plan first. Something bulletproof. Something my father won't see coming until it's too late.
Chapter 23. Sadie. The vacuum hums beneath my hands as I navigate between cubicles, trying to stay focused on the task at hand, rather than this morning's disappointing breakfast. The office space buzzes with activity, keyboards clicking, phones ringing, the occasional laugh or hushed conversation floating through the air. I empty another waste bin into my cart, straightening papers on desks and wiping down surfaces as I go. The cleaning helps keep my mind off how quickly Cameron dismissed me this morning, rushing back here for whatever emergency needed his attention. My arms ache from scrubbing desk after desk, but I welcome the distraction. The plush carpet muffles my footsteps as I move through the maze of workstations, nodding politely to staff members who barely glance my way. As I approach the next cluster of cubicles, voices drift over the partition. "Did you see Mr. Hawkins Sr. earlier?" One woman whispers to another, coming straight from the airport to meet with Cameron. My hands slow on the desk I'm wiping. Cameron rarely mentions his father. I realize I know almost nothing about their relationship, beyond the basic fact that his dad owns some fancy hotel chain. "Oh yeah," the other woman responds. "I heard they were just talking about how to increase profit margins." I lean in slightly closer while pretending to adjust items on the desk, my cleaning cloth moving in slow circles. For all the time we've spent together, Cameron's family life remains a mystery to me. The fact that his father showed up unannounced seems significant. I start to back away from the cubicles, my cleaning supplies clutched tight against my chest. The conversation about Cameron's father seems harmless enough, but something in my gut tells me to keep listening. "That's not what I overheard," a third voice cuts in, low and conspiratorial. "I was walking past his office earlier." "What happened?" one of the others asks. His father was screaming at him, something about sleeping with an employee being against company policy. My hand shoots out to steady myself against a desk, knocking over a metal pen holder. Pens scatter across the floor with a clatter that seems to echo through the entire office. "I'm so sorry," I stammer, dropping to my knees to gather the spilled pens. My hands shake as I reach for them, straining to hear the continued whispers above me. "Anyway," the third woman continues, her voice even lower now. "His dad was livid. Said Cameron was risking everything they'd built just to get his rocks off." "Did you hear which employee?" "No, but whoever it is better watch their back. Daddy Dearest made it clear. Either Cameron ends it or he'll handle it himself." The pen slipped through my trembling fingers, clattering back to the floor. My stomach twists as their words sink in. I force myself to keep picking up the pens, one by one, while my mind races. "It's gotta be Amber," one of the women says. "Did you see how she was all over him at the opening party? Please, she throws herself at anything with a pulse and a wallet." Another voice snickers. "My money's on Vanessa from entertainment. I heard she's been visiting his office a lot lately." "Nah, she's too obvious. Cameron likes a challenge." My hands won't stop shaking as I gather the last of the pens. What am I doing here? I came to Colorado for a fresh start, hoping to finally put my marketing degree to use. Instead, I'm on my knees in an office, hiding from gossip about my intimate life with the boss. The women continue their speculation, each guess more outlandish than the last. I should feel relieved they haven't connected the dots to me, but their casual discussion of Cameron's workplace conquest makes my stomach churn. I stand up slowly, placing the pens back in their holder. My marketing textbooks never covered this scenario. Falling for your boss at a high-end brothel hotel. God, what would my professors think? The vacuum cord feels heavy in my hands as I wrap it up, my mind racing. I didn't ask for any of this. I just wanted a decent job, a chance to prove myself. Now I'm caught between Cameron's father's wrath and potential unemployment. Or worse, being labeled as the girl who slept her way to, what exactly? A maid position? Remember that redhead from accounting last year? One of them asks. Daddy Hawkins had her transferred to their Alaska property. My breath catches. Alaska? Is that what's waiting for me? A one-way ticket to some remote hotel, like some form of social banishment? My knees nearly buckle as their words hit me like a physical blow. Oh yeah, the first woman continues, her voice dripping with gossip-fueled glee. I heard him tell his dad straight up, she's just a project. Once I'm done molding her, she'll bring in serious money for the club. Smart business move, another agrees. Have you seen how many members have been eyeing her since her makeover? Apparently, some oil tycoon already put in a special request. The cleaning cloth slips from my fingers, landing with a soft thud on the carpet. The office suddenly feels too small, too warm. My stomach churns as their words replay in my head. A project. That's all I am to him. The shopping sprees, the pampering, the gentle way he handled my first time, it was all but just preparation. Grooming me to be another asset in his collection of high-end night workers. Cameron's got a good eye, the third woman adds. Take some shy little nobody, polish her up, and suddenly she's worth thousands a night to the right buyer. My hands clench into fists at my sides. All those nights I spent worrying about mixing business with pleasure, and here he was, mixing me up in an entirely different kind of business. The vacuum cord burns against my palm as I grip it tighter. I think about how proud I felt showing him my marketing degree, and how he smiled, nodding along while probably calculating my future profit margins. I want to scream. I want to march into his office and throw that stupid designer dress he bought me in his face. But most of all, I want to erase the memory of how safe I felt in his arms, how special he made me feel. Because none of it was real. I wasn't his lover. I was his investment. I burst through the bathroom door, barely making it to the nearest stall before my legs give out. The cold tile bites into my knees as I hover over the toilet, my stomach heaving. Nothing comes up except bitter acid that burns my throat. A project, I whisper to the porcelain bowl, my voice cracking. Just a project. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead as I push myself up, legs shaking. My reflection in the mirror shows a stranger, someone polished and perfect, wearing designer clothes that feel like a costume now. I turn on the faucet, letting ice-cold water pool in my trembling hands before splashing it across my face. Droplets trickle down my neck, soaking into the collar of my uniform, the one he picked out, the one designed to show me off like merchandise. The water doesn't wash away the sick feeling in my gut or the echo of those women's voices in my head. Smart business move. I mock their words, gripping the edges of the sink until my knuckles turn white. God, I'm such an idiot. My marketing degree was supposed to be my ticket to something better than the diner. Instead, I traded one service job for another, only this one came with the bonus of falling for my boss. A boss who apparently sees me as nothing more than an investment opportunity. I grab a paper towel, roughly wiping my face. What did you expect, Sadie? He owns a hotel, for Christ's sake. Of course, he's just another rich asshole playing games. The paper towel shreds in my hands as tears threaten to spill over. I blink them back, refusing to cry over someone who probably calculated the return on investment of taking my virginity. I straighten my spine, and stride out of the bathroom, my heels clicking against the marble floor with purpose. My marketing degree wasn't just a piece of paper. It was 4 years of learning how to analyze markets, identify opportunities, and create value propositions. If Cameron wants to treat me like a business asset, I'll show him exactly what that means. The office chatter fades into white noise as I walk past the gossiping women, my mind already racing with possibilities. They don't even pause their conversation, probably assuming I'm just another nameless maid going about her duties. Their mistake. I catch my reflection in a glass partition and pause. The woman staring back at me isn't the same shy girl who arrived from North Carolina. My fitted uniform hugs curves I used to hide, and my newly highlighted hair falls in perfect waves around my face. Cameron might have orchestrated this transformation, but he doesn't own it. Or me. Will spots me from across the hall and starts to wave, but something in my expression makes him stop. Good. I can't afford any distractions right now. I head toward the elevator, my lips curving into a smile that would make Cameron proud if he wasn't about to become its target. My fingers brush against the key card in my pocket, the one that grants access to every floor of this pleasure palace he's built. A group of guests eye me appreciatively as I pass. Instead of shrinking away like I would have a week ago, I meet their gazes steadily. Each admiring glance is another data point, another confirmation of my market value. Time to put that education to work, I whisper to myself as the elevator doors close, already mapping out my next moves. Cameron thinks he's the only one who knows how to play this game. He's about to learn what happens when you underestimate a woman with nothing left to lose.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 24. Cameron. I descend the staircase, the pulsating bass of the music thrumming through the soles of my shoes, a tangible reminder of the heartbeat of the Vale. The lower level is a hedonist's paradise, a veritable smorgasbord of sensory delights that I've meticulously curated. Guests, their inhibitions shed like the unnecessary weight they are, immerse themselves in the carnal symphony unfolding around them. Entertainers, adorned in little more than leather harnesses that frame their assets rather than conceal them, perform with the kind of raw, unbridled passion that money can't buy. It's either there or it isn't. And behind glass walls, the acts are as varied as the spectators' appetites. A woman arches her back, her partner's mouth exploring her with a hunger that's almost palpable through the glass. In the corner, a couple is suspended in midair, their bodies entwined in a dance that defies gravity, a living piece of erotic art. Pride billows within me, a heady mixture of triumph and defiance. This isn't just a hotel. It's a testament to the dreams I've chased, the shadow of my father's empire I've fought to escape. And as I walk among the crowd, a nod here, a word there, I can't help but feel the sweet sting of victory. This is my kingdom, built on the very vices my father would deem indecent. And it's thriving. I lift my gaze from the spectacle unfolding before me, my mind wandering to Sadie. It's been hours since we parted ways at breakfast, and the unsettling conversation with my father has left a gnawing sense of unease that only she seems capable of soothing. I glance at my phone, the unread texts I've sent her seeming to mock me with their silence. I recall the visit I made to her room earlier. The hollow knock on the door met with an empty stillness. It's not like her to ignore me, not after everything that's happened between us. A flicker of concern stirs in my chest, but I push it down, focusing on the task at hand. I have a duty to be a gracious host, after all. As I scan the crowd, one of the hostesses approaches, a vision in sequins and silk, her lips curved into a warm smile. Before she can speak, I ask the question that's been on my mind. Have you seen Miss Mills? Her smile falters for a fraction of a second, and she shakes her head, the movement barely perceptible. No, Mr. Hawkins, I haven't. But you have been personally invited to sit in as a viewer in room 6. For a moment, I'm torn between my desire to find Sadie and the allure of the invitation. I've built this hotel on the principle of indulging every whim, every fantasy. And what better way to demonstrate that than by participating, even if only as a passive observer? I nod, forcing a smile onto my face. I'm flattered, I say, my eyes already drifting towards the door that leads to room 6. I wouldn't want to disappoint my guests. The hostess's smile widens, her eyes sparkling with amusement. I'll show you the way, Mr. Hawkins. My footsteps brush against the plush carpet as I navigate the dimly lit hallway. Room 6 awaits, its door slightly ajar, promising a tease of the delights within. I push the door open, stepping into an immediate hush. The pulsating thump of the music from the main floor fades, replaced by the soft hum of anticipation. Dim lighting, punctuated by the soft glow of hidden LEDs, bathes the room in an amber hue, creating an air of seductive secrecy. I expect to see curious, aroused faces staring back at me, eager to welcome the newest spectator to their private showcase. Instead, the room is empty. Black leather couches, strategically placed by the glass wall, suggest an intimate gathering. Yet there's no one present. It's just me, alone in this unexpected haven of desire. I turn to the hostess, my eyebrows raised in puzzlement. I'm sorry, I say, my voice a low growl. I thought I was joining some guests. She doesn't flinch, her smile predatory in the dim light. This is a private viewing, sir, for your enjoyment. What exactly will I be viewing? I ask, the question a rumble in my chest. Her smirk deepens and she leans in conspiratorially. A 3-way, sir, she whispers, her voice like a gentle caress to my ear. 2 males, 1 female. My chest tightens, a mixture of curiosity and anticipation coursing through me. Enjoy, sir, she finishes, before melting back into the shadows. The lights dip, plunging the room into a smoky haze. Behind the glass, the 2 gentlemen step onto the platform, 2 of my top performers known for their raw, primal energy. Their muscles ripple in the dim light, hard and toned, sculpted by years of rigorous training. I raise an eyebrow, intrigued. These guys aren't known for finesse. They are brute force, all hunger and heat. It is usually best to dangle a woman in front of them, something submissive and pliant, ripe for the taking. The anticipation thrums in the air, thick and electric. I wait, eager to see what kind of twisted dance they will choreograph tonight. Then the woman steps out from the shadows, dressed in a seductive red corset and thong. My blood runs cold. Her face is obscured by the low lighting, but as she moves onto the platform, she lifts her chin, a defiant tilt that sends a shiver down my spine. Sadie. Terror clenches my throat, a suffocating vice. I bolt upright, my gaze locked on her. What the hell is going on? The 2 men circle Sadie like predators basking in the thrill of the hunt. Their hands skim over her curves, fingers teasing every stretch of creamy skin. The sight of them touching her sends a jolt of possessive fury coursing through my veins. I clench my jaw so tightly I'm surprised my teeth don't shatter. My hands, balled into fists, ache with the need to intervene, to tear those men away from her and claim what's mine. But I can't. Not without exposing the depth of my involvement with Sadie. Not without jeopardizing everything I've built here under the watchful eye of my father.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 25. Sadie. My breathing comes heavy and fast as strong hands guide me forward, bending me over. The cool air hits my exposed flesh, making me shiver. My heart pounds against my ribcage as I feel my partner position himself behind me, his tip pressing against my entrance. The other man stands in front, his hands trailing down my sides. Through half-lidded eyes, I catch movement behind the viewing glass. Perfect timing. A loud bang echoes through the room, followed by the harsh fluorescent light snapping on. Both men jump back from me as if burned. I straighten up slowly, wrapping my arms around myself in mock modesty while fighting back a satisfied smile. "Get your hands off her now." Cameron's voice vibrates through the thick glass. His face is a mask of pure rage, jaw clenched and eyes blazing. "Sir, this was a scheduled performance." One of the men starts. A hidden panel slides open in the wall, and Cameron bursts through, his presence filling the intimate space. My satisfied smirk falters as I take in his expression, pure, unbridled fury, unlike anything I've seen before. "Get out, now." His voice is deadly quiet as he advances on the two men. They hesitate, looking between us uncertainly. "Sir, we were just—" "You're both fired." Cameron's hands clench into fists at his sides. "Pack your crap and get out of my hotel before I have security throw you out." "What?" I step forward, my heart racing. "Cameron, you can't." I said, "Get out." He roars at the men, who quickly gather their things and practically run from the room. "Have you lost your mind?" I demand, grabbing the corset from the floor. "You can't just fire people because..." "Because what?" He whirls on me, green eyes blazing. "Because they were about to take what's mine." "Yours?" I bark out a laugh. "I belong to no one." The dangerous glint in Cameron's eyes sends a shiver down my spine as I stand there in my barely there lingerie. His jaw ticks, a muscle jumping beneath his skin as his gaze rakes over me. "Security?" His voice booms through the room, making me jump. Two burly men in black suits appear almost instantly. "Clear the entire viewing gallery. Every guest, every staff member, out, now. Lock it down." The security guards nod sharply and disappear. Their voices echo through the hallway, firm but professional, as they begin evacuating the rooms. "Ladies and gentlemen, we need to clear the area immediately." My heart pounds against my ribs as Cameron stalks toward me, his presence filling the intimate space. The sound of doors opening and closing, mixed with confused murmurs and shuffling feet, creates a strange backdrop to our standoff. "You belong to no one." His voice drops low, dangerous. "We'll see about that." I take an involuntary step back, bumping into the wall behind me. My skin prickles with goosebumps, a heady mixture of anticipation and nerves coursing through my veins. The way he's looking at me, like he wants to devour me whole, makes my knees weak. Last room clear, a voice calls from the hallway, followed by the heavy thunk of the security doors engaging. We're alone now, completely alone in this soundproofed room, with nothing but the heat between us and the evidence of my attempted rebellion scattered around us. My breath comes faster as Cameron closes the distance between us, his tall frame caging me against the wall. You wanted to prove a point? His fingers trace along my collarbone, making me shiver. Mission accomplished, little one. Now it's my turn. Cameron pulls me off the back wall and pushes me against the glass, my chest pressing against the cool surface. His breath is hot on my neck, sending shivers down my spine. This is what you wanted? To make a show of yourself while others watched. While I watched. His voice is a low growl, filled with a mix of anger and desire. I can feel his heart pounding against my back, matching the rhythm of my own. Are you going to punish me? The words escape my lips before I can think, a challenge mixed with a plea. He leans in closer, his lips brushing against my ear. Do you want to be punished? A shiver runs through me, and I nod, my voice barely a whisper. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. More tears fall as guilt crashes over me. I heard about what you said to your father. My voice cracks. About me being just a project, something profitable for the club. Cameron's face darkens. What? The secretaries were talking. They said you told your father I was just someone to mold into something profitable. I clutch his blazer tighter around me. I felt so stupid, like everything between us was just some game to you. That's why I gesture vaguely at the room behind us. Jesus Christ, Sadie. Cameron runs a hand through his hair. Pain flashes across Cameron's face as my words sink in. He drops to his knees in front of me, taking my hands in his. The tender gesture makes my heart clench. Sadie, no, that's not, damn it! He presses his forehead against our joined hands. I had to tell him something. He got word we were together and came storming in, demanding answers. So you lied? My voice cracks. The blazer slips off one shoulder and Cameron reaches up to fix it, his touch impossibly gentle. I had to protect you. If he knew how much you mean to me. He lets out a harsh breath. My father would try to destroy your career before it even starts. What? He's done it before. Cameron's jaw clenches. I couldn't let that happen to you. So yeah, I lied. Told him you were just someone I was grooming for the club's benefit. It made me sick, but I had to make him believe you weren't important to me. I'm sorry. My chest tightens at the raw honesty in his voice. Cameron, I care about you, Sadie, more than I should. More than is probably smart given our positions. His thumb traces circles on my palm. I'll figure something out. Find a way we can be together without risking everything you've worked for. Just, please don't pull stunts like tonight again. Seeing those men touch you. His voice turns rough. I wanted to kill them. I'm sorry. I whisper, guilt washing over me. I was hurt and angry. I wanted to prove I wasn't just your little plaything. You're so much more than that. He cups my face in his hands. Give me time to figure this out. Trust me.
Chapter 26. Cameron. I'm gripping my phone tightly, deep in conversation about our latest revenue projections when shouting erupts outside my office. The commotion grows louder until I can barely hear myself think. I'll have to call you back, I say, ending the call just as my office door flies open with a bang. My father storms in, face red with rage, his perfectly tailored suit doing nothing to mask his fury. My jaw clenches at his dramatic entrance. The hell, Dad? You can't just storm in here. This is my business, I say, rising from my chair. The leather creaks beneath me as I stand to my full height. The hell it is? You screwed up big time, boy. He slams his hands on my desk, making the crystal paperweight rattle. What are you talking about? I keep my voice level, though anger burns in my chest at his presumption. I told you not to screw around with the help, and then you go do one in front of an audience. His voice rises with each word until he's practically shouting. I rack my brain, trying to recall the events from that night. The gallery had been locked down tight. I'd made damn sure of it myself. Security cleared the entire floor. Unless... You don't know what you're talking about, I say, testing his certainty. My fingers drum against the polished surface of my desk. He laughs, a sharp, cruel sound. You think getting your little guards to secure the area makes you safe? Haven't I taught you anything? That's practically sending out engraved invitations for people to come and watch. The muscle in my jaw ticks. He's got me, whether through a mole or his own surveillance. Denying it would only make me look worse. Ice forms in my stomach as I realize just how exposed Sadie and I were. Some waitress from a backwater diner? He spits the words like they taste foul. You really think this Sadie wants anything besides access to your bank account? Wake up, Cameron. She's playing you for a fool. My hands curl into fists at my sides. The rage building in my chest threatens to explode. Leave Sadie's name out of your filthy mouth, I growl. My relationship with her is none of your goddamn business. It's my business because you're my son, Dad growls, leaning over my desk. His eyes narrow, a look I've seen 1,000 times growing up. Everything you do reflects back to me. You think you can just gallivant around, screwing the help without any consequences. I lean back in my chair, hands steepled under my chin. This is my hotel, my endeavor. It's got nothing to do with you. He scoffs. Nothing to do with me? You're a goddamn Hawkins, Cameron. My legacy. You think people don't see my name written all over this? He gestures wildly around the room. You're playing with fire, and I won't have you burning down everything I've built. I'm not some kid anymore, I say, voice steady despite the anger boiling inside me. I can handle my own business, my own life. You need to back off. Dad slams his fist on the desk, making the pens rattle. Back off. You're risking a scandal that could ruin us. I won't stand for it. I won't go down in flames because of your stupidity. I stand up, towering over him. There's not going to be any scandal. I've got it under control. He laughs, a harsh, bitter sound. Under control? You call doing some waitress in front of an audience under control? My jaw clenches. She's not just some waitress. Well, she is now. My father's smug smile makes my blood run cold. What are you saying? The words come out barely above a whisper, dread settling in my stomach like lead. He adjusts his tie, looking entirely too pleased with himself. The silk slips through his fingers with practiced ease, a move I've seen him pull 1,000 times before every ruthless business decision. My stomach churns as I recognize that familiar predatory glint in his eyes. It's already been handled. I fired your little sweetheart this morning. The world stops spinning for a moment, My hands grip the edge of my desk so hard my knuckles turn white. You did what? She's currently on a plane back to her hometown as we speak. He waves his hand dismissively. She'll be back to mopping greasy old diner floors in no time. The rage building inside me threatens to explode. Every muscle in my body tenses as I watch him parade around my office like he owns it. Like he owns me. His next words snap what little control I have left. Don't worry. I'm sure she'll still get all the ass-grabbing she wants from those wannabe finance bros. They'll even tip her for it. Something inside me breaks. In 2 quick strides, I cross the room and grab him by his expensive silk tie, yanking him close. You son of a bitch! My fist connects with his face before I can think twice. The satisfying crunch of cartilage under my knuckles does nothing to quell the fury coursing through my veins. The force of the blow sends him stumbling backward, blood already streaming from his nose. I stand over my father, watching blood drip from his nose onto his pristine white collar. My knuckles throb, but the satisfaction of finally standing up to him overshadows any pain. Years of pent-up rage and resentment fuel the adrenaline coursing through my body. Don't you meddle in my life ever again. My voice comes out in a low growl. You may have controlled everything when I was younger, but those days are over. He opens his mouth to speak, but I cut him off. Security will escort you out. If you ever try to interfere with my business or personal life again, I'll make sure to end you. I stride out of my office, my blood still boiling. Get him out of my hotel, I tell the security team waiting outside. Jessica, I call out as I stride out of the offices. Jessica appears at my side, tablet in hand. Sir, Get me everything on Sadie. Flight details, address, phone number, all of it. My hands are still shaking with rage. And have my jet fueled and ready in 30. But sir, you're meeting with... Cancel everything. I loosen my tie, already planning my next move. I need to go after her. Jessica's fingers fly across her tablet. Flight manifest shows she's headed to Charlotte Douglas International. Should land in about 2 hours. Perfect. Have a car waiting for me at the airport. I check my watch. If I leave now, I might beat her there. And Jessica, make sure my father doesn't catch wind of this. Of course, sir. She hands me a folder with Sadie's information. Good luck. I scan the documents quickly, memorizing her address. The jet stairs never felt longer as I climbed them 2 at a time, my knuckles still stinging from the encounter with my father. Every step echoes with memories of his control. Which prep school to attend, which degree to pursue, which women were suitable to date. My jaw clenches as I sink into the leather seat. The cabin pressure changes as we take off, but the pressure in my chest has nothing to do with altitude. Images of Sadie flash through my mind. Her shy smile that first day, the way she came alive under my touch, how she challenged me in ways no one else dared. The thought of her returning to that rundown diner, thinking I'd used her, makes me want to punch something again. My father's blood still stains my custom shirt cuff. Worth it. My fingers flex against the armrest, imagining her serving cheap coffee to handsy customers, believing I'm just another rich asshole who got what he wanted. She deserves so much better than that. I loosen my tie, letting out a long breath. For the first time in my life, I'm not just rebelling against him. I'm fighting for something real. Someone real. The way Sadie looks at me, she sees past the wealth and the name. She makes me want to be better, to build something of my own. Not just the hotels my father hands down like table scraps, but a legacy I carve out myself. My phone buzzes with another message from my father's lawyers. I switch it off without reading it. Let them threaten. Let them try to take the hotel. None of it matters if I lose her. The jet banks east toward Charlotte. My fingers drum against the armrest as I plan my next move. I need to make this right, to show her that what we have isn't just some game or project. I won't let my father's toxic legacy poison this too. For once in my life, I'm choosing my own path. and it leads straight to her.
Chapter 27. Sadie. The yellow cab pulls up to our dingy apartment building, and through the window, I spot Delilah pacing on the sidewalk. My chest tightens at the sight of her familiar face. I grab my small carry-on, all I managed to pack before security escorted me out, and hand the driver a 20. Delilah's arms open wide as I step onto the cracked concrete. The dam breaks. Tears stream down my face as she wraps me in a tight embrace. Her familiar lavender perfume enveloping me. "Come on, let's get you inside," she whispers, grabbing my bag. We trudge up 3 flights of stairs in silence, my shoulders shaking with quiet sobs. Inside our apartment, nothing has changed. Same ratty couch, same abstract paintings Delilah's hung everywhere. Same pile of marketing rejection letters on the coffee table. Delilah drops onto the couch beside me, tucking her legs underneath her. "God, Sadie, I'm so sorry. I should have never pushed you to apply to that messed up place. What kind of best friend am I?" I shake my head, wiping my eyes with the back of my hand. Please don't blame yourself. But it's not your fault I fell in love with him. The words catch in my throat. With Cameron. I was stupid enough to think. Another sob escapes. To think it was possible. This thing between us. Delilah brushes my hair back from my tear-stained face, her touch gentle and familiar. "Oh my God, you've really fallen for him." My chest aches at her words. The truth of them hits harder than any rejection letter ever could. And I think, my voice catches. I clear my throat and try again. I think he loves me too, but his father was right. Right about what? Delilah's dark eyes narrow. I pull my knees to my chest, making myself smaller on our worn couch. I never belonged there. I don't belong in Cameron's life. Look at this place. I gesture at our cramped apartment with its peeling wallpaper and water stains on the ceiling. I'm just some small-town girl who works at a diner. He's the image of Cameron in his perfectly tailored suits, commanding rooms with just his presence, flashes through my mind. He's so far out of my league, it's not even funny. Bull crap. Delilah stands, hands on her hips. Her vintage Nirvana t-shirt has a new hole near the hem. You belong anywhere you want to be. You graduated top of our class. You're smart as hell, way more clever than those trust fund babies. I shake my head, but she keeps going. And look at you now. She gestures at my reflection in the cracked mirror hanging on our wall. You're stunning. That glow up isn't just about the clothes or the hair. It's confidence. It's you finally seeing what I've always known was there. Tears well up again. I just know I've ruined everything. His father's right. I'm a liability. Cameron doesn't deserve to have his dreams compromised because of me. I can't do that to him. Not after everything he's built. My phone buzzes against the coffee table. Cameron's name lighting up the screen. My heart lurches. Each vibration feeling like a punch to my chest. "Aren't you going to answer that?" Delilah asks, her eyes fixed on the phone. I shake my head, wrapping my arms tighter around myself. "I can't." The buzzing stops, then starts again immediately. Cameron calling back. He's persistent, Delilah notes, picking at a loose thread on her jeans. He always is. My voice cracks. That's how he built that hotel. How he made his dream come true without Daddy's money. I swallow hard, remembering his passionate speeches about independence, about proving himself. I won't be the reason it falls apart. The phone goes silent again. A text notification pops up. "Please, Sadie, just talk to me." I turn the phone face down, but not before another message appears. "I need you." God, this hurts. I press the heels of my hands against my eyes, willing the tears to stop. But you know what? Even if it ended like this, I wouldn't take it back, not 1 second. Not even the whole virgin in a dirty hotel thing? Delilah tries to lighten the mood. A watery laugh escapes me. Especially not that. He taught me so much about myself, D. Not just the deed. I traced the edge of my phone case, remembering. He showed me I could be bold, confident, that I didn't have to hide anymore. The phone buzzes again. I ignore it. Sometimes the best things in life are temporary. I whisper more to myself than to Delilah. Like a shooting star, you know? Beautiful while it lasts. I nod, unable to find more words through the tightness in my throat. My phone keeps lighting up with notifications, but I can't bring myself to look. Delilah squeezes onto the couch next to me, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. We'll figure this out, babe. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but we will. Remember when we thought we'd never graduate? Or when that professor said you'd never make it in marketing? And now I'm back to square one. I lean my head against her shoulder, breathing in the familiar scent of patchouli oil that always clings to her clothes. Hey, at least you're not a virgin anymore. She nudges me playfully, and despite everything, a laugh bubbles up. D, you're terrible. I wipe at my eyes with the sleeve of my sweater. She jumps up, grabbing her messenger bag, covered in patches and pins. I've got the late shift at the gallery, but I'm picking up ice cream on my way home and downloading every rom-com known to mankind. You don't have to... Shut up. Yes, I do. She rummages through her bag, pulling out the TV remote and tossing it to me. Netflix password is still the same. Watch something mindless until I get back. Thanks. My voice cracks. For everything. For being here. For being you. She blows me a kiss as she heads for the door. That's what best friends are for, Chica. Now start with the notebook. That always gets the crying out of your system. The door clicks shut behind Delilah, and I sink deeper into our threadbare couch, pulling the old Afghan around my shoulders. The familiar smell of patchouli and paint that permeates our apartment now feels foreign, almost suffocating. My phone buzzes again. I flip it face down, knowing too well who the message is from. The TV remote feels heavy in my hand as I navigate through Netflix's endless options. Everything looks wrong. Too cheerful, too dramatic, too romantic. I settle on some mindless action movie, hoping the explosions will drown out my thoughts. But the apartment feels different now. Smaller. The water stains on the ceiling I used to ignore now mock me. The stack of rejection letters on the coffee table reminds me of everything I left behind and everything I came back to. 3 weeks ago, I would have been content here, hiding in oversized t-shirts and applying for jobs I'd never get. Now my skin practically itches in this space. The confidence Cameron helped me find feels at odds with these familiar walls. The movie plays in the background, but I can't focus. My eyes keep drifting to the shopping bags I dropped by the door, designer clothes that cost more than 3 months' rent, lingerie that would have made old Sadie die of embarrassment. My phone lights up again. I grab the remote and turn up the volume, trying to lose myself in the fictional chaos on screen. But all I can think about is Cameron's office, his hands, his voice whispering how beautiful I am. The sounds of traffic float up from the street below, so different from the elegant silence of the hotel. A siren wails in the distance, and I pull the Afghan tighter around myself, wondering how I'm supposed to go back to being the girl who belonged here. A knock startles me from my Netflix-induced haze. 3 sharp raps against our apartment door echo through the dim room. My heart skips. Delilah won't be back for hours, and she has her key anyway. I pause the notebook mid-scene and check my phone. 11:47 p.m. Another knock, more insistent this time. My bare feet pad across the worn carpet. Through the peephole, a distorted figure stands in the hallway's flickering fluorescent light. I squint, then stumble back. No, it can't be. But it is. Cameron Hawkins stands outside my door, his usual perfect appearance disheveled. His suit jacket is wrinkled, dark hair mussed like he's been running his hands through it. Those green eyes that haunted my dreams lock onto mine through the peephole. Sadie, his voice carries through the thin door. Open up, please. My hand hovers over the deadbolt. I shouldn't. Everything I've done today, ignoring his calls, fleeing across the country, was to protect him. From his father. From scandal. From me. I'm not leaving until you talk to me. The authority in his voice sends a shiver down my spine, despite everything. My fingers betray me, turning the lock before I can stop them. The door creaks open and there he is. Cameron fills the door frame, his presence making our shabby hallway feel smaller. His tie hangs loose around his neck, and stubble shadows his jaw, so different from his usual polished appearance. I step back, letting him in.
Chapter 28. Cameron. The sight of Sadie frantically trying to clean her tiny apartment makes my chest ache. She's wearing those damn yoga pants that drive me crazy and an oversized t-shirt that slipped off one shoulder. Her hair is pulled up in a messy bun, showing off her neck. What are you doing here? She grabs a pile of magazines off the coffee table, stumbling over her words. I'm sorry about the mess I wasn't expecting. Sadie, stop. I grasp her shoulders, steadying her. The magazines tumble from her arms. Her skin feels warm under my hands, and I have to resist pulling her closer. I'm here for you. She tries to pull away, but I hold firm. Your father already made it clear. Screw what my father said. My jaw clenches at the mention of him. I didn't know what he was planning. If I had, I would have stopped him. You didn't deserve any of this bullcrap. It's fine. She shrugs, but I can see the hurt in her eyes. I get it. I was just the maid. Is that what you think? My fingers tighten on her shoulders. You really believe I'd fly across the country if that's how I thought of you? I don't know what to believe anymore. Her voice cracks. One minute I'm living my life. The next I'm on a plane being told I'm fired because of my inappropriate relations with the boss. My father's an asshole who thinks he can control everything. I release her shoulders, running a hand through my hair. Look, your father isn't completely wrong. Sadie wraps her arms around herself, creating distance between us. I knew what I was getting into with you. The risks were clear from the start. She lets out a shaky breath. It's just unfortunate it had to end so soon. And? The word hits me like a punch to the gut. I close the gap between us in 2 strides, taking her face in my hands. Her skin is soft against my palms as I tilt her face up, forcing her to meet my gaze. Nothing has ended, Sadie. Looking into those hazel eyes, something shifts inside me. The realization crashes over me like a tidal wave. This isn't just about proving my father wrong or rebelling against his control. This is about her. It's always been about her. My thumb traces her cheekbone as the truth spills out. I love you. The words come easier than I expected. I love you, and I'm not letting you go. Not for my father, not for the hotel, not for anything. Her lips part in surprise, and I can feel her pulse quickening under my touch. I don't want to be without you. My voice drops lower, rougher. I've never felt this way about anyone before, and it scares the crap out of me, but I'm done running from it. A tear rolls down Sadie's cheek, and my heart clenches. I brush it away with my thumb, waiting. I love you too, she whispers, her voice trembling. God help me, I've fallen in love with you. The words ignite something primal inside me. I capture her lips with mine, pouring every ounce of emotion I've been holding back into the kiss. Her fingers tangle in my hair as she matches my intensity, pressing herself against me. I guide her backward through her apartment until we reach what must be her bedroom. She breaks the kiss, stepping away. "It's not exactly the penthouse suite," she says, gesturing at the small room with its twin bed and second-hand furniture. A few academic awards hang on the wall beside a collection of dog-eared paperbacks. I take in every detail. The organized desk with its stack of marketing textbooks, the Nike shoebox doubling as a jewelry holder, the inspirational quotes taped to her mirror. This is the real Sadie, the one who captured my attention from the start. "Don't." I pull her back to me, nipping at her ear. "This room is perfectly you. The dedicated student, working her butt off for her dreams. The girl who showed up to a hotel interview in leggings and still managed to intrigue me more than anyone else." She melts against me. "You're just saying that." "I never just say anything." I walk her backward toward the bed, my lips trailing down her neck. "Everything about you drew me in. Your determination, your innocence, the way you fought becoming mine until you couldn't resist anymore." Her breath hitches as the backs of her knees hit the mattress. I cradle her head, lowering her onto the narrow bed, following her down until we're pressed together. "And now?" she asks, her hands sliding under my jacket. "Now you're stuck with me." I claim her mouth again, swallowing her soft moan. "I need you, Cameron." Sadie's voice is breathless, her hands fumbling with the buttons of my shirt. Her urgency is a huge turn-on. "Not as much as I need you." I capture her mouth as I yank the shirt over my head. My hands slide under her top, skimming her soft skin until I reach the curve of her mounds. I tear my lips from hers, trailing kisses down her neck, lingering on the spot that makes her gasp. "You drive me crazy, you know that?" I whisper against her skin, pushing her shirt up and over her head. Her bra is lacy and barely there, her buds hard beneath the thin fabric. I flick one with my tongue, teasing her through the material. "Cameron." Her fingers tangle in my hair, holding me in place. I grin against her skin, loving how responsive she is. I unhook her bra, freeing her mounds, and take one peek into my mouth, flicking it with my tongue until she's squirming beneath me. "Remember the first time I tasted you?" I move lower, kissing every inch of her skin like it's sacred ground. She shivers as I trail kisses down her stomach, her muscles clenching in
I
anticipation.
hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
The non-compete clause in your contract is ironclad, I admit, my fingers still dancing across her skin. My father made sure of that. Sadie shifts, propping herself up on an elbow to look at me. "So, what do we do?" "I'm not letting you go." My voice is firm, leaving no room for argument. "That's not even a freaking option." "Cameron." She sits up, pulling the sheet around her. "Your father owns half the hotels in the country. Even if I wanted to work somewhere else. You're not going to work somewhere else." I sit up with her, my mind racing through possibilities. The contract, the hotels, my father's control. Wait, the answer hits me like a lightning bolt. I grab Sadie's shoulders, a grin spreading across my face. "Pack your bags." "What?" Her brow furrows in confusion. "Just trust me." I press a quick kiss to her lips before standing to gather my clothes. "Get packed and get back on the plane with me." "But, trust me." I cup her face in my hands, meeting her gaze. Those hazel eyes that turned my whole world upside down search mine for answers. After a moment, she nods. Okay. Trust you.
Chapter 29. Sadie. The hotel lobby of the Vale stretches before me like a minefield of whispers and stares. My heels click against the marble floor as I follow Cameron, trying to keep my head high despite the weight of judgment pressing down on my shoulders. You okay? Cameron's hand finds the small of my back, steadying me. Just peachy. My attempt at sarcasm falls flat, betrayed by the tremor in my voice. Everyone's looking at us like we're starring in some scandalous reality show. Let them look. Cameron guides me toward the elevator. They'll have something else to gossip about by tomorrow. The confidence in his voice should reassure me, but my stomach twists as we ascend to his office floor. The elevator's mirrored walls mock me with my own anxious reflection, a woman trying desperately to look like she belongs in this world of wealth and power. Whatever brilliant plan he's cooked up better be good, because right now, I feel like I'm walking straight into the lion's den. My fingers fidget with the hem of my dress as I watch the floor numbers tick higher, each ding of the elevator bringing us closer to what I can only imagine will be another test of my nerves. The elevator doors open and there he is, Walter Hawkins, sitting behind Cameron's desk like he owns the place. My steps falter, but Cameron's hand remains firm against my back. Walter's eyes lock onto me, cold and calculating. His gaze sweeps over my outfit like he's assessing merchandise at a discount store, and my skin crawls. I've seen that same dismissive look from hiring managers who've rejected me over and over. But his stare holds something worse, judgment mixed with thinly veiled disdain. The temperature in the room seems to drop 10 degrees as he rises from the chair, his expensive suit failing to hide the predatory way he moves. What the hell are you doing back here? His voice cuts through the air as he rounds the desk, each step measured and threatening. I want to shrink behind Cameron, but something inside me, maybe pride, maybe stupidity, makes me stand my ground. The old Sadie would have cowered, but I'm not that girl anymore. I should be asking you that. Cameron's voice carries that dangerous edge I've come to recognize. I told you not to meddle in my business. Walter adjusts his tie, his lips curling into a sneer. I'm cleaning up your mess. Do you have any idea what I've had to do? Emergency board meetings at 6 a.m, damage control with our most prestigious members. He starts pacing, each step punctuated with barely contained rage. The Ashworths threatened to pull their platinum membership. The Richardsons were appalled. I had to personally guarantee them this. Indiscretion wouldn't affect their experience. Indiscretion? I can't help but speak up, my voice stronger than I feel. Walter's gaze cuts to me like a blade. Yes, indiscretion. What else would you call the owner of an elite establishment, fraternizing with the staff? Cameron takes a step forward. Watch yourself. Why did you bring her back? Walter demands, gesturing at me dismissively. After I explicitly fired her, relations with employees are prohibited. Especially, his lip curls. The help. The way he says it makes my skin crawl, but I lift my chin. I won't let him see how much his words sting. I've dealt with entitled assholes like him my whole life, working countless service jobs to make ends meet. Sure, the royal ties might be fancier than the diner back home, but Walter Hawkins is no different from the customers who used to snap their fingers at me for refills. A slow smile spreads across Cameron's face. She's not staff anymore. What? Walter and I speak in unison, though his tone carries disbelief while mine holds confusion. She's not employed by the hotel anymore, Cameron states, his tone radiating triumph. She's working directly for me now, specifically as my new head of marketing. The silence that follows is deafening. "That's right," Cameron states, his voice carrying that tone of finality I've heard him use in business dealings. "She has a degree in marketing from UNC. She's more than qualified." Walter opens his mouth, but Cameron cuts him off with a sharp wave of his hand. "Before you start spouting more bullcrap, let me make something clear. Sadie works for me now, not the hotel. That means your precious fraternization policy doesn't apply." My heart races as I watch Cameron stand his ground. The way his jaw sets, the confident gleam in his eyes. He planned this all along. I can't help but admire how he takes control of the situation. His broad shoulders squared back as he faces off against his father. Walter's face contorts, his complexion turning an alarming shade of purple. "You think you're so clever, don't you? Finding loopholes like some second-rate lawyer?" "No loophole needed." Cameron adjusts his cufflinks, cool as ice. "I'm simply hiring the most qualified person for the position. Her marketing degree and academic achievements speak for themselves." Walter takes a menacing step forward. "You ungrateful little—" "Security." Cameron presses the intercom button on his desk, his voice steady and commanding. "We have an unauthorized visitor in my office. Please escort him out." "You can't do this to me." Walter's hands ball into fists. "I'm your father, and you're trespassing." Cameron doesn't flinch. "Unless you'd like me to add harassment to the list." The door opens and 2 security guards enter. Walter spins to face them, his expensive suit now wrinkled from his agitation. "This isn't over," he snarls, jabbing a finger in Cameron's direction. "You'll regret this." "My only regret is not slugging you twice," Cameron fires back. "But landing one for Sadie will have to suffice." Walter's words echo through the office as security drags him away. "Mark my words, I will put an end to this monstrosity you call a hotel. I refuse to let you tarnish my name." The door slams shut, and suddenly the tension that's been squeezing my chest loosens. I sink into my chair, letting out a shaky breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The image of Walter's rage-twisted face is seared into my mind, but Cameron's words, defending me, standing up to his own father, make my heart skip. No one's ever done anything like that for me before. "Is he serious? About destroying everything you've built?" I ask, trying to mask the anxiety churning inside me. Cameron moves behind his desk, straightening papers Walter displaced during his tirade. "Probably. My father doesn't make idle threats." "What can he even do?" My fingers twist in my lap. "He can't just shut down a legitimate business because he's throwing a tantrum. He has connections." Cameron's jaw tightens as he looks out the floor-to-ceiling windows. Board members, investors, city officials. People who owe him favors. A chill runs down my spine. Should I be worried? Cameron crosses the room in 3 long strides, kneeling before my chair. His hands cover mine, stilling their nervous movement. "Listen to me. I've been preparing for this since before I opened these doors. Every permit, every license, every contract, they're ironclad. I knew he'd try something eventually, but no buts." His fingers tighten around mine. "I've got contingency plans for my contingency plans. And now," a fierce light enters his eyes, "now I've got more than just a hotel to protect. I'm not letting him anywhere near you." "You make it sound like we're going to war. We are." His thumb traces circles on my palm. "But trust me, I'm ready for it." I lean forward and press my lips against his, tasting the lingering mint from his morning coffee. His hands slide up my arms, leaving a trail of electricity in their wake. When I pull back, a smile tugs at my lips. A sense of security washes over me, knowing Cameron's watching out for me through all this chaos. My heart swells with appreciation for him. He's putting everything on the line just to stand by my side. I swear I'll give it my all to help this business succeed so he can finally break away from his dad's iron grip. Lucky for you, you've got a marketing mastermind in your corner now. My fingers trace the lapel of his perfectly tailored suit. I didn't graduate top of my class just to fold towels. Cameron's hands settle on my hips, drawing me closer. We're going to be unstoppable. You know that? His voice drops to that low register that makes my knees weak. My father won't know what hit him. The perfect team. I press against him, reveling in the solid warmth of his chest. The fabric of his suit is smooth under my palms as I run my hands up to his shoulders. Your vision, my strategy. His green eyes darken as he looks down at me. That dangerous smile I've come to love playing at the corners of his mouth. Does my new marketing executive feel like doing something bad? Heat pools in my belly at his words, at the way his fingers dig into my hips just enough to make me gasp. Oh, yes, sir.
Chapter 30. Cameron. I glance up from the stack of proposals on my desk, watching Sadie furiously type away on her laptop. The rhythmic clicking of keys fills my office as sunlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Her transformation never ceases to amaze me, from the shy maid who could barely meet my eyes to this fierce marketing powerhouse. You planning to come up for air anytime soon? I ask, setting down the security department's latest request for additional staff. Just finishing this proposal for exclusive membership tiers, she says without looking up. I've analyzed our current demographics and found a way to increase revenue by 30%. 30%? That gets my attention. I stand and move behind her chair, placing my hands on her shoulders. Show me what you've got. She pulls up a sleek presentation. See these numbers? We're missing out on ultra-high net worth individuals who want even more exclusivity. I'm proposing 3 new membership levels with increasingly intimate experiences. Damn. I squeeze her shoulders appreciatively. My father really messed up letting you go from housekeeping. Speaking of Walter, she swivels in her chair to face me. I've also drafted a crisis management strategy in case he tries anything. Better to be prepared. I lean down and kiss her. You're brilliant, you know that. I do now. She grabs my tie, pulling me closer. But maybe you should tell me again, just to be sure. Later. I straighten up, though it takes considerable willpower. First, walk me through these membership tiers. I want to know everything. She launches into a detailed explanation, her eyes lighting up with that fierce intelligence that first drew me to her. My once meek little maid is gone, replaced by someone who could probably run this whole operation better than me. And honestly, I couldn't be prouder. I watch Sadie from my office doorway, impressed by her relentless drive. She's been working non-stop, her phone practically glued to her ear as she reaches out to what seems like every contact in her network. The determination in her eyes reminds me why I fell for her in the first place. No, Jason, I need the records from 2015 specifically, she says into her phone, twirling a pen between her fingers. Yes, I know it's archived. That's exactly why I need it. I step into my office, curiosity getting the better of me. You've been making calls all week. Care to fill me in? She holds up one finger, finishing her conversation. Perfect. Email those over ASAP. Thanks. You're a lifesaver. Seriously, what are you up to? I perch on the edge of her desk. You've called half your graduating class. Just following a hunch. She types furiously on her laptop. Remember how your father threatened to end this monstrosity? Well, I decided to do some digging. My phone buzzes. Sadie's forwarded me several emails containing financial records, old newspaper clippings, and what appears to be internal memos from royal ties. Holy crap! I scroll through the documents, my jaw clenching tighter with each revelation. He's been embezzling money for years, and these NDAs from former employees who caught him in compromising positions. Sadie's eyes gleam with triumph. Turns out my college roommate's sister was one of them. Once I started pulling that thread, everything unraveled. I let out a low whistle. You really are brilliant. Now he can't touch us without risking his own empire crumbling. She stands, walking around to my side of the desk. I told you I'd handle it. Sadie stands in front of me, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of determination and concern. I've used all my connections to different marketing, PR, and media agencies to come up with a PR strategy. That's great, I say, leaning against the edge of my desk, arms crossed. What's the plan? She takes a deep breath. If you approve, your father's dirty laundry will be public news. It'll be all over the internet, in every newspaper and media outlet. A smirk tugs at the corner of my mouth. I like where this is going. There's a downside, though, she cautions, meeting my eyes. We could see an onslaught of terrible feedback across your entire hotel network. The company will suffer significant losses. I lean back in my chair, processing Sadie's words. The leather creaks beneath me as I drum my fingers on the polished mahogany desk. The empire I've known my whole life. Every summer spent in those grand lobbies, every dinner at exclusive restaurants, every advantage money could buy. All of it could come crashing down. How bad are we talking? I ask, loosening my tie. Sadie perches on the edge of my desk, her legs crossed at the ankles. The stock will plummet. Your father's reputation will be destroyed. And royal ties. She bites her lip. The brand might never recover. And the veil? That's the thing. She pulls up a spreadsheet on her tablet. Your hotel club is separate enough that it could weather the storm. Different demographic, different market position. Plus, scandal tends to increase interest in adult entertainment venues. My jaw clenches. You've thought of everything, haven't you? It's what you pay me for. She sets the tablet down. But Cameron, this is your call. I know what royal ties means to you. I stand, walking to the window. Below, guests mill about the pool area, champagne glasses glinting in the afternoon sun. Everything I've built here, everything I've fought for, it's finally mine. Not my father's, mine. You're wrong about one thing, I say, turning back to face her. Royal Ties isn't my empire. This is... I gesture to the room around us. My father made his choice when he tried to destroy what we have. Time for him to face the consequences. You're sure? Release everything. I scan through the headlines flooding my phone screen, a satisfied smirk playing on my lips. The Wall Street Journal, New York Times, Bloomberg, they're all running with the story. Royal Ties, CEO Walter Hawkins accused of massive embezzlement scheme. Hotel magnate faces harassment allegations. Multiple NDAs surface in Royal Ties scandal. Holy crap! Jessica appears in my doorway, tablet in hand. Your father's face is plastered across every news site. Good. I lean back in my chair, loosening my tie. Let the bastard burn. Sadie walks in, her heels clicking against the hardwood floor. The stock's down 30% and falling. Board members are calling for an emergency meeting. Already? I pull her onto my lap, scrolling through more headlines. That was faster than expected. Oh, it gets better. She taps her phone, pulling up a video. Your father's trying to do damage control. Watch this train wreck. The clip shows my father outside Royal Ties headquarters, surrounded by reporters. His usually immaculate appearance is disheveled, his tie askew. These allegations are completely false. This is clearly an attempt by competitors to... A reporter cuts him off. What about the offshore accounts in the Cayman Islands? And the NDAs from former employees? Another shouts. My father's face turns an interesting shade of purple. He pushes past the reporters, nearly stumbling in his haste to reach his waiting car. Beautiful. I kiss Sadie's temple. You're a goddamn genius. The best part? She grins. This is just day one. Wait until the former employees start coming forward with their stories. My phone buzzes again, and I can't help but smirk at my father's name flashing across the screen. 12 missed calls and counting. The latest voicemail starts playing through the speaker. You ungrateful little crap. I built this empire from nothing and you... I delete it before he can finish his rant. The satisfaction of his downfall tastes sweeter than any business deal I've ever closed. Jessica! I call out, adjusting my tie as I lean back in my leather chair. Bring a bottle of champagne. I think we need to celebrate our marketing team's successful campaign. Sadie looks up from her laptop, a wicked gleam in her eyes. Only one bottle? Your father's net worth just dropped by $50 million in the last hour. Make it 2 bottles, I amend, watching Jessica hurry off. And get Will in here too. We're having a party. My phone buzzes again. This time it's a text. I'll destroy everything you've built. Look at this. I hold up my phone, showing Sadie the message. The mighty Walter Hawkins reduced to angry texts. How the tables have turned. Jessica returns with Will in tow, carrying 2 bottles of Dom Perignon. Will whistles as he checks his phone. Stocks down another 15%. Your old man must be having an aneurysm. To karma, I say, popping the first cork with a satisfying bang. And to the brilliant mind who orchestrated it all. Sadie accepts her glass with a demure smile that doesn't match the steel in her eyes. I just gave him exactly what he deserved. The champagne flows as more headlines roll in, each one another nail in my father's coffin. For the first time in my life, I'm completely free of his shadow. And it's all thanks to the woman who started as my maid and ended up being my salvation.
Chapter 31. Sadie. Steam curls around me as I let the hot water cascade down my body, washing away the tension of the past few months. Through the glass shower door, I catch my reflection, a woman I barely recognize anymore. Gone is the timid maid who first walked into the veil. In her place stands someone confident, powerful, dangerous even. I smile, thinking about Cameron's father's face when the headlines broke. The mighty Walter Hawkins, brought low by his own dirty dealings. Who would have thought my college newspaper connections would come in so handy? Baby, you almost done in there? Cameron's deep voice carries through the bathroom door. We need to leave in 45. Just finishing up? I call back, reaching for my shampoo. Did Will confirm he's coming tonight? Yeah, he's bringing that butler he's been seeing, the one with the man bun. I laugh, working the suds through my hair. Called that one months ago. The Veil has been thriving since Walter's scandal broke. Turns out, having a corrupt competitor implode does wonders for business. Our membership wait list is now 6 months long. You know, Cameron's voice comes closer. We could save time if I joined you in there. Nice try, but last time you helped me shower, we were an hour late to the board meeting. Worth it, though. I rinse my hair, still grinning. Tonight's important. The staff deserves this celebration. Fine. He sighs dramatically. But you owe me later. I step out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, droplets of water still clinging to my skin. Cameron's eyes darken as they trail from my bare shoulders down to my legs. Okay, maybe I can't wait till later. He growls, crossing the room in 2 long strides. His hands find my waist, pulling me against his crisp suit. I press my palms against his chest, feeling his heart racing beneath my fingers. We have a dinner to attend. Let's cancel. His lips brush my ear. I'd rather keep you right here, all to myself. No. I slip from his grasp, though my body protests the loss of contact. You have some exciting news to share with the staff. Do I really? A playful smirk tugs at his lips as he reaches for me again. Yes, you do. I grab his shoulders and spin him around, pushing him toward the bathroom. His surprised laugh echoes off the tiles. Now go get ready. We can't be late to your own announcement. You're bossy when you're excited? He calls over his shoulder. You love it. I secure my towel and head for the closet where my dress hangs. And you know the staff deserves this celebration. The city lights blur past as Cameron navigates through traffic. I can't help stealing glances at him, his strong profile illuminated by passing streetlights, that confident half-smile playing on his lips. Gone is the weight of his father's expectations, replaced by an energy that radiates pure joy. What are you staring at? He asks, catching my eye. Just admiring my handiwork. You look lighter these days. All thanks to my brilliant marketing executive. His hand finds mine across the console, giving it a squeeze. Though I'm still not sure how you got those financial records. A lady never reveals her sources. I wink. But let's just say your father's ex-secretary was very helpful once I mentioned that offshore account in the Caymans. The valet takes Cameron's keys as we arrive at Le Petit Jardin. Through the windows, I spot our staff already gathered around the bar, drinks in hand. Will waves us over as we enter, his new boyfriend pressed close to his side. About time you two showed up. I was starting to think you got distracted again. She wouldn't let me, Cameron grumbles playfully, pulling out my chair. Someone has to keep him in line, I say, settling between Will and Cameron. Speaking of which, how's the new security system working out? Flawlessly, Will replies. Though I caught these two trying to sneak into the pool after hours. He nods toward a pair of giggling hostesses. Cameron leans in close, his breath tickling my ear. Remember when that used to be us? Except we never got caught. I whisper back. Will groans. I can hear you both, you know. Some of us are trying to eat. The clink of silverware against plates fills the private dining room as our staff enjoys their meals. Cameron's hand rests on my thigh under the table, his thumb tracing lazy circles that make it hard to focus on Will's story about a guest who got lost in the West Wing. A slight movement catches my eye as Cameron rises to his feet, tapping his glass with a spoon. The conversations fade to silence. May I have everyone's attention? He begins, his voice carrying that commanding tone that still makes my stomach flutter. First, I want to thank each of you. You've all worked tirelessly to bring my vision to life. The Veil isn't just a hotel. It's a testament to what happens when people believe in something bigger than themselves. His fingers brush my shoulder as he continues. When the news about royal ties broke, none of you wavered. You stood by me, by us. And that loyalty means everything. The staff breaks into applause, but Cameron holds up his hand. I'm not finished. His smile grows wider. As you may have heard, Royal Ties has officially filed for bankruptcy. What you don't know is that I've acquired majority control of their properties. Gasps ripple through the room. Will's eyebrows shoot up as he glances my way. Half of these properties will be converted into new locations of the Veil. Cameron's voice takes on that predatory edge I love so much. The rest will remain traditional hotels under new branding. We're not just surviving anymore. We're expanding. More applause erupts, louder this time. Someone whistles from the back of the room. To the Veil, Cameron raises his glass. And to all of you who made it possible. To the Veil, the room echoes back. The applause fades, but Cameron remains standing, his hand squeezing my shoulder. My stomach does a little flip when I notice that familiar glint in his eyes, the one that usually means he's up to something. There's one more person I need to acknowledge, he says, his voice carrying that commanding tone that still makes my knees weak. Some of you might remember her first day here, a small-town girl in sensible shoes who couldn't look anyone in the eye. Will nudges me with his elbow, grinning. That feels like a lifetime ago. Sadie started as a maid, Cameron continues, his thumb tracing circles on my shoulder. But from day one, she saw what the veil could be. When others doubted us, when my own father tried to tear us down, she didn't just stand by me, she fought for us. Heat creeps up my neck as every eye in the room turns to me. I take a sip of wine to steady my nerves. It was her marketing expertise that exposed Royal Ties' corruption, her strategies that kept us afloat during the scandal, and her unwavering belief in the veil that showed me we could be more than just another hotel chain living in someone else's shadow. Damn straight, Will calls out, raising his glass. Cameron's hand slides down my arm, pulling me to my feet beside him. So while I may have had the initial vision for the veil, it was Sadie who helped make it a reality. She's the reason we're all here tonight, celebrating not just our survival, but our success. I lean into his side, overwhelmed by the pride in his voice. The room erupts in another round of applause, and Will lets out an ear-piercing whistle that makes his boyfriend jump. The cheers die down, but Cameron doesn't release my hand. Instead, his grip tightens as he slowly drops to one knee beside me. My breath catches in my throat as the room falls silent. Sadie Mills, he says, his green eyes locked on mine with an intensity that makes my knees weak. From the moment you walked into my hotel in those baggy clothes, you've turned my world upside down. You saw past my walls, challenged me, made me better. Will you marry me? He pulls out a black velvet box, revealing a stunning emerald-cut diamond that catches the light. My hands shake as I reach for him. Yes, I whisper, then louder. Yes. Cameron slides the ring onto my finger before pulling me into a searing kiss. The room erupts in cheers and whistles. About damn time, Will shouts over the noise, wrapping us both in a bear hug. I better be your man of honor, girl. I've earned it after putting up with you two sneaking around for months. Like you haven't been doing the same with Man Bun over there, I tease, wiping happy tears from my eyes. Cameron's arm snakes around my waist, pulling me close. Let's get out of here, he murmurs against my ear. I want you all to myself. Gross, Will fake gags. Go. Be disgustingly in love somewhere else. We'll handle the tab. As we step into the cool night air, Cameron pulls me into another kiss, more heated this time. I love you, he breathes against my lips. I love you too, I reply. My fingers tracing his jaw, even if you did just upstage your own business announcement. He grins, that predatory smile that still makes my stomach flip. Worth it.
Chapter 32. Cameron. As soon as we step into the elevator, I can't keep my hands off Sadie. I press her against the wall, my lips finding hers in a hungry, desperate kiss. She melts into me, her hands gripping my lapels, pulling me closer. Cameron, the cameras, she whispers against my lips, her breath hitching. Screw the cameras, I growl, nipping at her lower lip. This wouldn't be the first time we've been caught, would it? I tease, sliding my hand down to cup her backside. She lets out a soft moan, her eyes fluttering closed. You're impossible, she breathes, but her body arches into mine, betraying her words. The elevator dings and the doors slide open. We stumble out, a tangle of limbs and heated kisses, leaving a trail of discarded clothes in our wake. Her jacket, my tie, her shoes, my shirt. They all hit the floor with soft thuds, marking our path down the hallway. Cameron! She gasps as I spin her around, pinning her against the door to our suite. My lips find that sensitive spot on her neck, the one that makes her shiver. We should get inside, she manages to say, even as her head tilts to give me better access. Good idea, I murmur, not stopping my exploration of her skin. I fumble with the keycard, somehow managing to get the door open without breaking contact. We tumble inside, a mess of tangled limbs and ragged breaths. The door slams shut behind us, and finally, we're alone. No cameras, no prying eyes. Just us. God, you're beautiful, I say, pulling back to look at her. Her hair is disheveled, her lips swollen from my kisses, and her eyes are dark with desire. She's never looked more stunning. She reaches for me, her fingers tracing the lines of my abs before moving up to my chest. You're not so bad yourself, she teases, a playful smile on her lips. I capture her hand, bringing it to my mouth and kissing her fingertips. Is that so? I ask, a smirk playing on my lips. I step closer, backing her up against the wall. And what exactly do you plan to do with me, Miss Mills? She bites her lip, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Well, Mr. Hawkins, she says, her voice a sultry purr. I think I'll just have to show you. And with that, she pulls me in for another searing kiss, her hands roaming my body with a newfound confidence that drives me wild. We tumble towards the sofa, hands gripping, pulling, almost ripping clothes from each other. The moonlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows casts a soft glow on Sadie's body, highlighting every curve and line. It's a sight to behold. I pause, taking a moment to appreciate the view. You know, these windows are something else, I say, a smirk playing on my lips. Sadie looks up, her eyes following the silver trail of moonlight. Cameron, the curtains are open. What if people see? She asks, a hint of nervous excitement in her voice. I chuckle, low and deep. Don't worry, love. They won't actually see us, unless we want them to. I take her hand, pulling her up from the sofa and leading her towards the window. Remember that night at the viewing room? She bites her lip, a playful glint in her eyes. How could I forget? Then you remember the thrill, the excitement. I lean in, my breath hot on her ear. The possibility of being watched. She shivers, but not from the cold. I can see the goosebumps prickling her skin, the way her breath hitches. She's turned on, that's hot. Cameron, she starts, her voice a whisper. Shh, I murmur, placing a finger on her lips. Just feel, Sadie. Feel the excitement. She looks up at me, her hazel eyes reflecting the moonlight. Then slowly, she leans in, her lips brushing against mine. It's soft at first, tentative, but then it deepens, her tongue sliding against mine, her hands gripping my shoulders. I growl, pulling her closer. This woman drives me wild. I trail my hands down her back, gripping her back. She moans into my mouth, her body arching against mine. You like that, don't you? I murmur, my lips moving against hers. You like the thought of someone watching us, watching you come undone. She pulls back, her eyes meeting mine. There's a fire burning in them, a hunger. Yes, she admits, her voice barely a whisper. I smirk, my hands sliding up her sides, thumbs brushing against the underside of her chest. Good girl, I say, my voice a low rumble. Now let's give them a show. I gently lead Sadie against the windows until her back is pressed against the cool glass. The city lights twinkle behind her, casting a soft glow on her skin. She looks up at me, her hazel eyes wide with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. I lean in, my breath hot on her ear. Don't worry, love. The glass is tinted. They can't see us, but we can see them. She shivers, her eyes darting to the side, taking in the sprawling cityscape. It's exhilarating, she admits, her voice
I
breathy.
hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
But for now, I'll settle for this. For us. For our reflection in the window. Our bodies entwined. Our love on display for the world to see. Even if they can't actually see us, they can feel it. They can feel the passion, the love, the connection. And that's enough. For now.
Chapter 33. Sadie. I lean back in my office chair, stretching my arms above my head as I take a break from reviewing the latest marketing reports. The rebranding has been intense, but incredibly successful. Cameron's vision for transforming the stuffy Royal Ties hotels into extensions of the Vale is pure genius. Opening my laptop calendar, I click through the months to double-check the Denver location's opening date. My cursor hovers over July of next year, and my heart skips a beat when I spot the highlighted date. July 15th, our wedding day. A smile tugs at my lips as I trace my finger over the diamond ring on my left hand. The weight of it still feels surreal sometimes, a tangible reminder of how far I've come from that shy girl working at a rundown diner. Mrs. Hawkins, I whisper to myself, testing how it sounds. A delicious shiver runs through me. I can't wait to be Cameron's wife. Glancing across the hall at Cameron's empty office, I lean back in my chair and tap my pen against the desk. The quarterly reports can wait. My fiancé's conspicuous absence is far more intriguing. I pull out my phone and type, "Hey, where are you?" The response comes almost instantly. "Come find me, room 609. A knowing smile spreads across my face as warmth pools in my belly. Months ago, that text would have made me nervous. Now it sends delicious shivers of anticipation down my spine. Rising from my desk, I smooth down my pencil skirt and check my reflection in the window. My hair falls in soft waves past my shoulders. No more hiding behind that severe ponytail. Cameron taught me to embrace my sexuality, not shrink from it. The elevator ride feels endless. Each floor brings another flutter of excitement. Even after all this time, the mere thought of Cameron waiting for me sets my pulse racing. The way he looks at me like I'm the only woman in the world. Those strong hands that know exactly how to touch me. That wicked mouth that can reduce me to begging with just a few well-chosen words. The doors open on the 6th floor, and I step out, heels clicking against the marble. Who would have thought that shy virgin from the diner would turn into this confident woman practically vibrating with primal energy? Cameron saw my potential from the start. Now I finally see it too. I swipe the key card to room 609. The soft click of the lock releasing sends a shiver of anticipation down my spine. Pushing the door open, I find him waiting, shirtless, in an armchair. A sight that never fails to make my heart race. "My mistress, I've been waiting for you," Cameron says, a playful smirk on his lips. His eyes, those piercing green eyes, trail over me like a physical touch. I step inside, the door clicking shut behind me. My gaze flicks to the table nearby, where an array of accessories are laid out: a blindfold, silk ties, leather cuffs. A thrill runs through me, a mix of excitement and nervousness. I've come a long way from the shy virgin I once was, but Cameron still knows how to push my boundaries, how to make me crave more. I approach him, each step deliberate, sultry. His eyes widen as I slowly strip off my clothes, revealing the black lacy lingerie I wore just for him. His gaze is practically scorching, heating every inch of my skin. "Sadie," he murmurs, shifting in his seat. I can see the effect I have on him, the way his muscles tense, the way his jaw clenches. It's empowering, knowing I can bring this powerful man to his knees with just a look, a touch. "Are you ready to play?" I ask, my voice a low purr. I lean down, my hands on the arms of the chair, caging him in. His breath hitches, his eyes darkening with desire. "Always," he growls, his hands gripping my hips. His thumbs trace circles on my skin, sending jolts of pleasure through me. "But first," he says, his voice dropping to a husky whisper, "I want to taste you." He pulls me onto his lap, his hands roaming over my body. His touch is possessive, claiming. I gasp as his fingers dip beneath the lace, teasing me, driving me wild. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Who would have thought, I muse, that applying for a maid position would lead to this? Cameron chuckles, the sound rumbling through his chest. Best hiring decision I ever made? I trace my fingers along Cameron's jaw, mesmerized by the intensity in those green eyes. The setting sun streams through our bedroom window, casting golden shadows across his perfect features. Who would have thought the shy girl from the diner would end up here, engaged to this incredible man? I lean my forehead against his chest, breathing him in. The future stretches before us, bright and full of promise. No more hiding, no more games. Just us, building our own empire together.